In 1921, this race was run in memory of fallen comrades. It became a bridge of friendship between two cities. It has been run from wagon track to flyover by 35 foolhardies, by a cast of 22,000, from a crowd of 3 to a human chain, stretching 90 kilometers, not because it had to, but because it was something we cannot live without. Today is witness to some of the grandest traditions in sport. Songs that bring us together, rituals that inspire, batons and medals and trophies that pull us forward,
and the sheer celebration,
stories that will mark your soul.
From the mayor and heads towards the finish line. That deep connection.
These are the things we cannot live without. Today, you will see a country come together, children and mothers and grandfathers, to celebrate our runners, but also to celebrate ourselves.
This is your day, South Africa. This is the day to be welcomed in the embrace of the Comrades Marathon. It is something quite exceptional.
Today you will meet the most remarkable human beings you will ever encounter, defying the limits of human experience, brushing aside pain, doubt, anxiety, fear.
They've sacrificed hours and hours, early mornings, late evenings. They've put in the time. Now is the time to deliver on that commitment in the ultimate human race.
Most things from 1921 are gone, not the Comrades Marathon. This is the road we cannot live without. And today, it lives again.
Hello and welcome to our coverage of the 99th edition of the race that binds our nation like nothing else. In a short while, 22,000 souls will answer the call that has echoed up that road from Durban to Pietermaritzburg as they set off on the journey of the Comrades Marathon. The uprun this year, and it is going to be a day of huge drama, excitement and emotion. And to carry us through it, I've got a galaxy of stars alongside me here. Let me introduce them to you. Alongside me is a man who embodies the essence of the Comrades Marathon. 9 wins, 30 medals, and race number 2403, Bruce Fordyce. Bruce, what does this day mean to you?
It's very special. My heart is with all those runners out there. You know, they're standing there thinking a culmination of weeks, months, years of planning, dreaming, training. I'm with them every step of the way.
Alongside you is a young lady who is joining us for the first time. She's run the Comrades once and finished second that year. It's Adele Broodryker. Adele, what a special day. Does it mean that much to you?
Thank you, Gerald. Yes, I grew up watching Comrades on the telly, and I went out and ran twice and got 2 podiums. And if I can't be at the starting line, I'd rather be at the finish line to watch how the race will unfold, but also to see how 22,000 runners are going to run the ultimate human race. And I'm ecstatic.
Yes, a second and a third, beg your pardon. Alongside you, Barry Holland, a man who started in 1973. 49 years later, he ran his 49th, and at the moment last, but I think there might be more. Barry, a truly exceptional day for you, I'm sure.
Absolutely, and unlike Adele, of course, I couldn't watch Comrades on television because I've been running Comrades since before television came to South Africa.
And Temba, well, Temba Madima on the far side there, like me, doesn't have that experience, but it is part of our culture in this country, and I'm sure it lives and breathes in you as well.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a perfect South African day. This is a race that is engraved in all our hearts. We grew up watching the Comrades. It's been exciting being amongst the legends here. You know, people who have finished second. It's an honor, it's a pleasure, and just looking forward to having a great day and just covering this amazing race.
Well, Durban City Hall, it's a grand old monument, and it has been around since, what, 11 years before Comrades started, and it's in Anton Lembede Street in what is balmy Durban, and it is awash with humanity as they line up and prepare. Today's batches, well, A, B, and C batches are the first time. 3 batches are leaving the start at 15-minute intervals. The first batch will be be just short of 10,000 strong, and then batch B will be about 7,000 and 5,000 in batch C. A bit of time for those runners to find space, not so much congestion, and get across that start line a little bit faster. But we are going to focus on our elite runners as they prepare for this journey. 85.777 kilometers this year. We'll delve into the route a little later, but it is one of the shortest in history this year, but it is going to deliver long drama and great excitement, that is for sure. So the City Hall presides over the start down in Durban, and we've got our team on the line to bring us some interviews.
The feeling never gets old, even when you're a champion. The nerves come. Gerda, how are you feeling today? You did say you're feeling a bit of nerves. Some might be surprised by that.
Good morning. It's such a wonderful morning to be here lining up again for this majestic race. Yes, of course, I'm going today for my 9th Comrades Marathon, and I tell you, the nerves are the same as I lined up for the first time, but it's all in good spirit. It's a wonderful feeling. It's a privilege to line up here with 21,000 other runners taking the road to Pietermaritzburg, so I cannot wait.
Obviously, you've got the record for the up run. A little bit shorter this year. Does that come in the back of your mind, especially knowing that the people that are chasing behind you are really going to be going for you today?
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean, it's in the back of my mind, but what is on the forefront of my mind today is just trying to defend my title first. It would be a dream for me to cross the line again and break the tape. Hopefully everything goes according to plan, and I anticipate a fast race. I mean, the field is so strong year on year, it just keeps on getting stronger and stronger, but I'm ready for it and I'm prepared for it, so I believe that whatever challenge comes today, it will be, I can handle it.
All the best for today, Gerda.
Thank you so much.
And well, it is such a day for the queen of running. Can she make it 5? Timber, what do you think?
Well, she is the smiling assassin. You can see smiling, friendly, but once the race goes off, she's always one of those athletes. Such a good a sense of mental strength. You know, she always prepares well. She's ready. If she's smiling at the starting line, Gerald, you know it's going to be a good one.
Record holder up and down, and so much support for our wonderful queen of the Comrades at the moment. But the start line is just an incredible place to be, Bruce. You more often than not stood in the front there, but you've been down in the masses as well.
Yes, Gerald, both places, but I never stood in the front line because then you get caught up in the rush, the sprint at the start.
Yeah.
And so my advice this whole week to runners and Comrades has been, for the up run, you start like a coward, you finish like a hero. And that's what I think Gerda's going to do. She's going to start cautiously. She's not a coward, but she's going to start cautiously. She's going to finish like a heroine.
You can see the gaps there between the runners, so just an opportunity for runners to get across the line with a little more space and time, so it takes less time to get across the line there, Barry, which is the idea behind the batch start.
Absolutely, and as it proved in 2025 on the down run, we had the two groups then, and you know, where a runner at the back of that pack would often take nearly 13 minutes to cross the line. The last runner in Group 1 was 5:25, and the last runner in Group 2 was 5:47. That's a massive difference to a guy at the back of the field.
The energy and excitement down at the start line. This is what they've been preparing for. This is what the last year has been about for the novices, and there are 28% of the field, I think, is novices this year. Can you just take us to your first run, Adele?
Yes, so 2022 was my first run as a novice. Privileged to be at the front end. I think if you stand in the front or at the back, all of them will feel butterflies. They will feel jitters, excitement, nervousness. But it's what you do with that. So they can really use that to, I always tell the little kids, use those butterflies and fly away. So use those nerves and excitement as a fuel. But like Bruce also said, don't go too hard out in the beginning. Be conservative and just enjoy the race, enjoy the start. This Comrades is rich in tradition.
Well, down at the start, we've heard from Gerda Steyn. Let's hear from some of the leading men as well.
defending champion, Tete Morena Dijana. Some call you the down run king. Back at the up run again. 24 wasn't that great. What are we looking forward to this year?
Hopefully, this year it will be my year. I hope so. I'm well prepared, and everything went well accordingly. So I was just waiting for the day and being impatient for the day.
We know you and Pete the last few years have given us epic races. Can we look forward to another tight battle today?
Yeah, hopefully you guys will see a great race heading with another unknown international guys. So yeah, we're looking forward. I'm looking forward for them.
All the best in Jaga. Hopefully we'll retain a title, but it's going to be tight. All the best.
Thank you, and I'm also doing this for my coach and my late friend Matthews. Yeah.
Chapo Jack.
Not a true Comrades champion until you can win up and down.
Yep.
Yes.
And
Well-
that is so true.
And I think Timber knows that as well. He desperately wants, at least Tete desperately wants to correct that. Timber, one day you'll win. Don't worry, it's coming. But yeah, the energy down there on the start line, I think only those who've been there can really testify to it, Barry.
Gerald, you know, I think that every runner, every South African, every international runner must at one stage of their life, their running career, stand on the start line of the Comrades. It's unique.
Yeah.
Unique in world road running.
And it's a unique experience if you are a runner versus a spectator versus seated at home. I would advise everyone to be part of every single one of those aspects.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very special indeed. Everyone's running for a particular reason, whatever that might be in the Comrades Marathon, personal, historical. They might be running the green numbers, of course, double figures.
Back-to-back, that is big. Are you nervous? Are you excited?
I'm very nervous, but I'm very excited as well.
And so where are you from?
Actually, I'm from Australia.
From Australia?
Actually, yes.
No ways. And you came here for Comrades Marathon?
I'm coming to for Comrades to do my back-to-back.
Why do you run Comrades Marathon?
Because my husband did it a few years ago, and my friend as well, and it was just incredible, and I said always I want to do it.
So the one reason, one word, FOMO, is that right? FOMO.
FOMO, yes, that's the
And
big
I
one.
hate asking this question, are you targeting a time today or just want to finish?
Yes, I want to do a sub 11.
Sub 11, that's a big effort for a back-to-back. But at least good luck. It's awesome to meet you. You're going to smash it, okay?
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Okay.
Cheers, 3-5.
On our start line there, Rory Petzer, you'll be hearing from him, Oji Malefe, Kate Nokwe also down there in that maze of energized humanity at the start outside Durban's City Hall. That was the H batch, which is the first batch in the second start wave. And all the green numbers are in that batch, Bruce. A special batch, that.
Very experienced runners there, green numbers, but I always say to novices, don't follow a green number. And they say, why? I said, because they've done too many and they've become complacent and they think they know what to do, and they're all slightly short of training and they're hoping to get through on what we call memory button.
an experience button, and that button sometimes doesn't work in the second half.
Now we're going to meet our top athletes as they come out to their own tunes. Dominika Stelmach, the Polish runner, she's a perennial gold medalist, is Dominika, alongside Yvette van Sail. Big day for Yvette here, Adele.
Yes, I am so excited to see her race unfold. This is also her back-to-back. And then we have Shalmith Muriuki, all the way from Kenya. She placed third last year. And something interesting about her is a lot of her prize money she gave for charity.
Lovely.
And of course, the queen of the Comrades, and bidding for a 5th title here. The record holder, 7 times a Two Oceans winner in consecutive years, Gerda Steyn.
One of the gentlemen who has a former winner of the Comrades Marathon in 2019, a 5 hours 17 personal best in 2023.
And now we'll be introduced to our preeminent men and those designated as the favourites. Well, he's won an up run, of course, Edward Mutibe.
Yes, that was a very close one when he held off Bong Musa. He led over the top of Polly Shorts, and one of the sayings about the up run, he or she who leads at the top of Polly Shorts has never been caught.
Hollywood Bets runner Edward Mutibe moved across with his teammate. And this man, Nikolai Volkov, has been consistent. He's wearing the number 40, but that is irrelevant, I reckon. Bruce?
Well, Nick Bester, his manager, says he's quietly very confident about Volkov.
5 hours 14 minutes and 1 second. He's a former 100K bronze medalist. He's all the way from the Netherlands.
Well, the nerves are present for every single runner. This is the man everyone is looking at. The last up-run winner, second in the last 2 down runs, Piet Wiersma.
And he's been training incredibly hard in Kenya, training with the top Kenyan athletes, sleeping on a mud floor, eating the food that the Kenyan athletes eat, and hard as nails.
Well, he's crept into the hearts. He's run himself into the hearts of South Africans, of course. Tete Dijana, a 3-time down run winner. Can he make it an up run this year? 12 and a half minutes to the start, as we hear from it must feel like 12 hours.
Oh, it's painful waiting for the start, agony, because you have all, yes, you know, as Adele said, you've got butterflies in your stomach trying to get them into formation. That's the only thing you could do, and you're just waiting for the ritual, for the countdown to the start.
Now, glance through our women contenders here, Adele.
Yes, so super strong field. Courtney Olsen holds the 50k world record. Dominika Stelmach 5 goals consecutive with only 5 races done. And then Carla Molinaro, she's a seasoned runner in ultra distance running. So yes, it's going to be an exciting race that unfolds, and to see what their plans are.
Alex Milne from Great Britain, a couple of gold medals to his name as well. Wiersma, the uprun machine. Dijana, the king of the down. Musam Tembu, looking for a 4th win. And Nikolai Volkov. Barry?
And also Bong Musa, of course, you know, trying to catch Alan Robb in terms of gold medals. Yeah, he's on 11 and Alan's on 12. So yeah,
it's wide open. They say it's one of the strongest fields we've had for years here, Timber.
Absolutely, and I think that's what makes this race special. You know, we don't want to sit here and predict what's going to happen at the finish line. It's up to these gentlemen here. I mean, this Pieter Wiersma, he's one of those athletes, and you can see, for me, this is the favorite part of the race. You can just see the stern looks on the faces. People are trying to process exactly how they're going to run their races, trying to stay calm, but they know once that gun goes off, I mean, there's no more holding back.
Well, these are the actors, these are the athletes, these are the thousands upon thousands who have committed to running this beautiful race, and this is what lies in store from them. Durban to Pietermaritzburg for the 50th time, and a route that never gets old.
You just start climbing from the word go. It's flat first K out of the city, and then straight up the Berea. It just climbs and climbs, and I've said to many of the novices, just be aware, the hardest marathon you will ever run is the first marathon of Comrades. And so you go out of the city, dark, you're full of excitement, everyone's shouting and cheering, and then there's a right turn, interestingly enough, right next to a cemetery, just to get you into the mood, and then you go up the N3,
which is well lit, and you start, and I say to people, run the landmarks. Run the landmarks, don't run the distance markers. The distance markers in Comrades are in reverse order. And yeah, Cowie's Hill, wow. Cowie's Hill.
The first one.
Yeah, the first of the 5 registered hills. You feel fresh, you feel strong. Everyone on the side of the road is braaiing. They're braaiing breakfast. Later on, the menu is going to change. And then Fields Hill, the litmus test. That's when you feel what you're going to do that day, how strong you're going to be. It's the longest climb. And then through Hillcrest, and then you get to, through Westville, and then you get to Bothers Hill. And Bothers Hill, almost 3 kilometers long. It's tough. Turn around, have a look over your shoulder, and you see this incredible snake of humanity behind you. And then you drop through Drummond at halfway, and the 4th of the major hills, Inchanga, blade of a knife. It's a long climb, it's tough. But from the top of Inchanga, it's fast, it's flowing, and it's actually kind. And you can make up a lot of time if you started like a coward. And that's the key. And then you've got sweeping runs. You go past the Intembeni School for the Disabled. It's very moving, the disabled children. Finally, you get to the dreaded Polly Shorts. Don't worry about it. You're going to walk, so you don't have to back. Only the leaders are going to run up there. And then it's a beautiful sweep, actually 2 bumps, down to into the finish where we are waiting to see you.
Wonderful. Thanks, Bruce. And Comrades House, you'll go past. It'll be emotion flooding all over Pietermaritzburg and all over the world, because it's the first time, ladies and gentlemen, we're bringing this to you globally. And if it is your first time, you may have a friend, a relative, someone you know who wants to run this or is running this. And I defy you not to be moved by what you see out there on the roads today. It is an extraordinary, extraordinary human race. And every emotion that you imagine and some you don't imagine will be on display today.
Yeah, day of human drama, absolute drama.
And Camille Herron, who won in 2017, the American, said to me she's run all the great marathons in the world. She said nothing compares to the ritual and the start of the Comrades Marathon. She said it is completely breathtaking. We're about to go through that whole ritual.
Those runners standing down there, that air crackles. It's just
very shortly, the anthem, the national anthem of South Africa, will precede a singing of Shosholoza, and they will then have chariots of fire to kindle up the emotions.
Shosholoza, kules umdaba, stimela sepumle South Africa. Shosholoza, kules umdaba, stimela sepumle South Africa. When we are baleka, kules umdaba, stimela sepumle South Africa. When we are baleka, kules umdaba, siphume South Africa wenu uyabaleka kulezo ntaba sitimela siphume South Africa shosholoza kulezo ntaba sitimela shosholoza kulezo ntaba sitimela siphume South Africa.
The emotive strains of the theme tune to an Oscar-winning film telling the evocative story of Harold Abrams and Eric Little's pursuit of Olympic glory at the 1924 Paris Games. It was first used at the Comrades Marathon at the start in 1985. The Comrades Marathon transcends barriers that exist in everyday life. Over a century ago, Vic Clapham's idea to honor his comrades who had fallen in the Great War was rejected 3 times. They thought it would be too hard. They thought it would be too hard. But he didn't give up. He persevered. 105 years later, the 99th running of the ultimate human race from Durban to Pietermaritzburg is incontrovertible evidence that humanity doesn't give up. Scarfella Moya. Today, 21,677 runners have committed to the ideals of that race founder. Standing in the cool, dark streets of Durban, the energy is palpable, the excitement energizing, nerves are real. It's come down to this: men and women of all shapes, sizes, cultures, ages and nationalities, ready to take on the race that elevates the meek to greatness, the frail to superhumanity, realizes lifelong dreams, each running for a personal purpose. They carried expectation, apprehension, even some doubt, but above all hope on their vastly different roads to this moment. United for a day as comrades of the road, they will write their personal stories through their legs over the next 12 hours. Moments of deep introspection and doubt will be banished with a glance in front, behind, to the left and right. We're all on this road together. Scarfella Moya. This is the day that our wonderfully diverse nation of South Africa shows the world just what it is, makes it so great. It is surely as rich a celebration of life as there can be. A man can be alone and yet be with others. And that is the whole point of camaraderie. The 99th chapter of South Africa's finest day in sport is about to get underway. No other event on earth delivers such emotional drama, excitement, athletic brilliance, or human endeavor on such a broad scale.
There you go, you're underway, the 99th running of the Comrades Marathon. When you come by the start line, say hello.
Quite extraordinary scenes out on the roads of Durban. Thousands of people already lining the streets to cheer on these heroes as they flood over the start line here. Whew, what a moment.
When the cock crows and the gun goes, it's just fabulous, absolutely fabulous. I mean, there's so much pent-up energy there, and they're just trying to get out and go and get rid of it and get on the road. It's fabulous, really.
It's so magical. It's just Max Trimborn's Cockerel Crow. Barry and I are veteran enough to have been able to hear Max do it live.
Live,
he was still alive,
live,
but thank
standing
goodness they taped him.
2 people
Because
away.
that is part of the tradition. Without the Cockerel Crow,
100.
there is no start. I saw Adele kind of lurch forward because she wanted to start running in the seat next to me.
I'll always want to run this beautiful race.
Yeah, Max Trimborn, that cock crow you heard was the final moment just before the gun and the cannons went off. Recorded way back, I think his last live time was 1980, I think.
Yeah,
You were already 7 years into your Comrades career there, Barry. But yeah, extraordinary traditions that seep deep into this event and into every runner. I think the moment you put that vest on and start running, those traditions, you cloaked in them.
Absolutely, you know. We often say about Comrades, it's so full of these wonderful, wonderful traditions, and we must always keep them alive without making Comrades into a museum. It's got to keep going forward, and we're trying now to take this magnificent race forward, and I think we are. But we hold on dearly to those wonderful traditions. Really.
And you know, Gerald, when the runners start asking themselves the question after 30 to go, why am I here? Traditions are the exact reason that keep you going. That is the motivating force that drives you on when everything is persuading you not to run.
Absolutely, they're wonderful.
I always tell the runners beforehand, get your why, get a reason why, because it's going to get tough, and when your mind wants to quit, you continue to run for those people or those reasons that you said you are running for today.
But right now, Tim, there's no thought of wanting to quit amongst them. They are like, this is it. And remember, this is the first of 3 batches. As the tail end of that first batch, just under 10,000 runners crossing under the start arch, and in around 12 minutes, the second of those batches will head off, and so the first time we've had 3 batches, and
look at that.
This event.
No, look at that, Gerald. It's 5. They've been running for 4 minutes, and the back of that group have gone. Wonderful.
Yeah,
That is absolutely incredible.
Completely correct. It's just wonderful to see that they've only lost 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Whereas in previous years you lost between 12 and 15 minutes.
And Bruce, that's what we're talking about in terms of Comrades innovation,
moving forward,
and taking it forward by holding on to all of those wonderful traditions.
Yeah, because the thing with the old days is that panic-stricken feeling if you were at the back.
Terrible.
That the moment the gun goes, the clock is running, but you aren't.
Sure.
And that's the terrifying thing.
And although we weren't in that mob this morning, but I think when we backpack later and go back and speak to people, we'll find that there was no pushing and shoving.
Yeah.
Because even from last year, people are experiencing the fact that the new way we start the Comrades, it's so much calmer. They get away. I mean, I've remembered times when you're pushing and shoving, and you know, it's quite uncomfortable.
And you're terrified you're going to trip, fall over, or run into
Absolutely,
a lamppost or something.
Or the dreaded black bags.
And I think what is also special for the 3 groups is, so the first batch is out and the second group is now walking to the starting line.
Calm.
So calm, collected. They might feel a bit like the elites, what the elites experience in the front. And going back to the tradition, Shozaloza will play again, everything, so they will really feel part of the race from the get-go.
I'm so glad you said that, because, you know, that's why we put the green numbers at the front of the next group, because the green numbers have built this race through blood, sweat and tears over 10 and 20 and 30 and 40 years now. Now 50 years. I've got to say that, but now 50 years. And so they deserve that accolade. They deserve that little piece of you know, where they're standing on the front now, and the race starts again effectively. So
Absolutely. I mean, Chifingachus speakers always say in Venda, it means the time has come. And once that gun goes off, it's just about really embracing it. I mean, it's a tough race, but, just being present and also trying to soak up as much of the atmosphere, the traditions. That's what makes this race so special. And you want to be part of it and also just create new memories and, put a stamp in time as well.
Maybe just some context for people watching all over the world. So a green number is if you have completed 10 Comrades runs. It doesn't have to be consecutive runs. You just have to complete your 10 and then you get your green number. If you got 20 runs, it's a double green. So yes, rich in history.
Did you say just have to complete your 10?
just try and complete it.
Right. We are watching our first runner out there. We'll elaborate on that later, but let's go to batch H and some of those green numbers.
So we're finally moving forward. How are you feeling?
My man, this thing always like. I mean, I've been in this field for too many years, but I still nervous. Each and everyone, you feel nervous because, you don't know what will happen on the road. Maybe your body will say no. You can't go anyway.
I'm going to tell you now. Manifest that you're going to finish this thing today. You're going to finish it.
Definitely I will. Definitely I will. That can be the determination that I have. As long as I start, I know I'll finish it.
You know what's nice? You're in H batch, but look, H batch, you're going to go right to the front now.
Come again?
H batch, we're going to go right to the front now, right to the start.
Normally I'm in front, but I sustained an injury 2 years ago. Hence I'm in this bench. I'm not a slow runner, my man. My best time in this thing is 6 hours 55 minutes.
6 hours 55 minutes.
My best time is 6 hours 55 minutes. I've got 7 silver medals. So I'm here by mistake, my man. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be in front there, competing with the elite runners.
Hey, you are Comrades Marathon royalty. Thank you so much for chatting to me. Good luck today. You're going to smash it, okay?
Thank you so much, my man. I'm ready for the road, my man. I'm ready to go.
Ready to go. I love it.
It's like these people are delaying me. I want to go, my man.
They're holding you back.
Thank you so much.
Oh, wonderful, emotional feeling, and that's what happened. I mean, he's a green number. He's done it many, many times, 7 silvers. He almost dragged Rory Petzer with him. I think Rory's run a few, and he wanted to get on there, but that's what it does. It doesn't matter how many times you've run this event, this race, you really, really just get swept up in it.
Absolutely.
Now we're with our leading batch as they head up towards 45th cutting.
And the important word you used there, Gerald, up. As they head up immediately after the start, you start climbing. And they're climbing up the Berea now. Nice wide streets because it's the N3, the main road, well lit. In contrast to the down run, which can be very, very tight and cramped.
And dark,
but you will see, and I'm very pleased to see that there are not too many runners with warm-up tops on. Because you don't need a warm-up top or a...
Not from Durban.
Not from Durban. It's subtropical.
No.
And I've seen runners with these tops on and tracksuit tops, and suddenly you see sweat pouring down the back of their necks. And that's on the Berea, and you've hardly started. But it's steep. That climbing is steep.
Yeah, it's perfect weather conditions. So in South Africa currently it's winter, but not when you're down here at the coast. So they're starting not so cold temperatures compared to when it's a down run starting in Pietermaritzburg, but then ending in a slight cooler temperatures in Pietermaritzburg. So for the runners out there, sublime conditions.
There's Louis.
There's a significant number. Louis Maseno, Janiqua Harriers. And if you look at his number, it says 70 in big red, and just below that, it says 50. 50 completed Comrades Marathons. Extraordinary.
Quite incredible. Absolutely extraordinary.
And of course, Gerald, when you complete 50 Comrades Marathons, that's not in isolation. No. That means you've completed hundreds of other marathons to qualify. Maybe, I don't know, many races like the Two Oceans and 50-kilometer training runs. The mileage that goes into running 50 Comrades.
Louis also holds the record at Two Oceans for the most medals at Oceans.
Yeah. It's just, it's
absolutely extraordinary.
And that's a 56-kilometer race.
Yeah.
So those knees.
It's a baby race.
Those knees have done a lot of work.
Just over 50 years ago, I think he heard it from the pulpit. He was told by a preacher that he would run Comrades, and he said, well, I will.
Yes,
correct. And still he goes, Louis Masane. And wonderful to have him on the start line at the front of H-Batch, which is predominantly green number runners. Those who've qualified in over 4 hours and 3 minutes will be in this batch. Others will have set off already.
Look at that excitement. Isn't that wonderful? Oh.
Wonderful energy. Absolutely extraordinary scenes at the start.
Wide-eyed, wide-eyed. Unbelievable.
But Bruce, you spoke about that the novices shouldn't follow the green numbers. So I've got a small story to tell. So last year I did a lot of motivational talks at clubs, and I was astonished on the mileage that these runners run. I found, or there were runners conveying that they did 200 kilometers from January to June to up into Comrades, and that included a qualifier. 200, can you believe it? But then those are the athletes that did 30 plus.
Yeah.
So they just said, we will wing it. They are relying on muscle memory.
Well, good luck with that
and
one.
the hospital tent's going to be busy.
Exactly.
Yeah, muscle memory for an event this long, I think, is going to
The
be a
runner
challenge.
that you follow is a runner wearing a yellow number, because a yellow number tells all the other runners this person is running their 10th to earn their permanent number, or possibly their 20th.
Yeah.
And they don't want to mess that up.
No.
A yellow number does not want to come back and have to do that again. They want the honor of getting their green number as they finish, and they get taken aside to a special area where that gets handed over by people like Barry next to me.
So just on the right, we saw a glimpse there of our leading pair, one of whom is Mahaura Soho from the Impala Marathon Club. He's a novice in this race, one of the 5,547 novices taking this challenge on, and they will be heading up the road very shortly. Now, H batch, this is a very, very special batch, and they will lead off the second start wave in 2 minutes' time. They've had the playing of Chariots of Fire and Shosholoza, and they will be setting off very shortly indeed.
Colin Goosen standing on the front line there. Creepy Crawley Goosen, gold medalist. One gold in his life, and he crawled on the track to get there. So he's always had the name Creepy Crawley Goosen, but running for Dolphin Coast Striders, my club.
40, how many?
I think he's running his 43rd or 44th. There he is.
There he is, yes. Well, a notable absentee among those who've done so many. He's been on the start line 50 times. David Williams didn't manage to qualify this year, sadly.
Yeah.
He was going to look for a 44th medal. He says he'll try and get there next year. But and I think you might also just be there next year, Barry.
Oh, yeah.
We won't let you go, though.
That's what I'm aiming at. Yeah.
We need Barry here.
So, well, these are humans of, well, disciples of discipline, sacrifice, commitment, and habit. It just becomes part of your life. And the tension and the nerves are certainly apparent on many faces. And in just under 30 seconds, this batch will be heading off. Remember that each of these batches will have a specific cutoff time.
Yes.
So it's going to be...
So everybody's got 12 hours to run the race.
Everybody has 12 hours to complete the race.
Yep.
A nervous smile ahead of the start of the Comrades Marathon.
Yes. Standing on the start line there, Karel Nolte, board member.
And the Councillor Cyril Kaba, the Mayor of the City of Durban, fires the gun and the cannon sounds as our second wave of runners, Batch H leading them off, heads off on the 50th up run, the 99th edition of the ultimate human race. Maritzburg awaits up the road. It'll take them a lot of pain, a lot of suffering, and huge commitment. But running onto the lawns at Scottsville race course in 7, 8, 10, 11, 11:50, 11:59.
Yes, indeed.
It's all the same.
If plan A and B fail, Just come in sub 12 hours,
That's
please,
it.
you guys.
Just get home safely.
Yes.
So those of you who are joining us for the first time, a 12-hour cutoff is the ultimate cutoff at the finish line here. So every one of these runners has 12 hours to complete the 85.777 kilometers this year. The route has varied in distance over the years, over the last few years, mainly due to the enormous amount of roadworks that are going on between Durban and Pietermaritzburg to upgrade the highway. And as a result, the race does fluctuate in terms of distance. But the unique factor of the Comrades Marathon, and what a brilliant piece of planning it was to switch directions every year.
Yeah,
Yes,
wonderful. And that's just another part of the tradition.
I'm still trying to find out who thought of it. But the interesting thing, the first Comrades was down was Bill Rowan.
Yeah.
The second Comrades was a win up run, Arthur Newton.
Yes,
You know, the father of the race.
Yes.
And so I think that helped to solidify the tradition as
Oh,
well,
man.
because he became such a great that he helped to grow the race.
Yeah, Arthur went on to become one of the greats. There's only 6 people in the history of the race who have won the race more than 5 times. 5 men and one woman, of which we've got one of them sitting with us here. So Arthur was the first of those to go to 5 wins. Fantastic.
And we're going to see the monument to Arthur later on
Yes, we are.
in the race.
We are.
And been talking to
And we
lots
must
of
say
clubs.
good morning to Arthur.
We have to as well, but I'm talking to lots of clubs, running clubs like Adele, and I always tell them about what they have to do when they get to Arthur's seat. But that is later in the race. And I think, Gerald, one of the most motivating factors for some of these runners is that they are going to catch some of the Wave 1 runners later on. They will. Some of the runners from that first wave that went off are going to have overdone it, possibly struggling. And some of these runners, that is an incredible boost when you come around the corner and say, wow, you know, I'm catching someone who started 15 minutes before me.
Yes.
I think it's the momentum that you also want to build gradually in a race, you know, just finding yourself bobbing and weaving through the crowds, you know. I mean, it's a stacked road. There's pretty much no place to move. But once you get that momentum and you can see people slowing down and you start getting into your rhythm, it gives you that extra edge, that extra motivation as well. But I mean, it is quite a long way down, and you know, just being patient. Sticking to your race plan, how important is that? You know, there's a lot of excitement, especially when that gun goes off. You want to get to the front. You want to show that you're ready, like we saw Mahau going out, a novice runner who's currently in the lead. Well, it was when we last saw. What goes through your mind in those times there, Bruce? Is it, do you go for it? I know you usually start as a coward, as you said, and then work your way to the front.
Every one of these runners will have a plan, a pacing plan, a goal. And they'll want to keep discipline and stick to that. Don't get carried away. And you know, the emotion is one thing. You can get carried away with the emotion and the excitement of it.
As Bruce said earlier, Gerald, you got to get out of Durban slowly. You know, we've often said start slow and get slower.
Well, let's find a little bit more about Max Trimborn's cockcrow.
We love the rituals of the start line. The anthem. Shosholoza. The silence before the gun. They can move you to tears. All but one. One is just ridiculous. In 1948, Max Trimborn stood at the start, unable to contain his nerves. So he did the only thing he could think of. The next year, he did it again. And the next. Every year, we remember him. First the crow, then the cheer, settling the nerves, making us smile. Thanks, Max.
Yeah, Max Trimborn's cockcrow set them all off, and the final batch will also have the honour of Max Trimborn's cockcrow sending them. This is Mahau Rasoho of Impala Marathon Club in the northwest province of South Africa, a novice runner, and he's put himself out there, and this is also part of the tradition of Comrades Marathon.
Well, Yes, a novice runner in front of some of the most experienced runners in the world, I would be frightened and nervous to do. There have been some novice winners. There have been some novice winners, but they are novices with enormously impressive CVs, like Alberto Salazar, for instance.
Correct.
You know,
He went on to win it in his novice year.
His novice year, but his, you know, we'd have to see here this runner. What's his CV? What's his marathon time? And just personally, I would never run ahead of a group that included Tete Gijana, Piet Veersma, and all the favorites. I would rather be behind them and watching the wise runners, experienced, crafty runners, and seeing what they're doing rather than telling them, chase me.
Absolutely. But maybe it's one of those runners who are looking to also, you know, get that Cell C hotspot where, you know, there is that incentive for guys that actually go out there and run a bit hard and, you know, try push the pace. It's a bit risky, of course, because there's still a big wave coming and they're going to be looking at him and chasing him as the target.
That hotspot 60 kilometers away. It's a
long way away. He wants a head start.
Be hot for a long time to get it. And then you still have to finish. You can't collapse.
Absolutely. Well, he wants the head start, and he definitely does have it at this point. And just more of the people at the starting line there, you can just see the excitement. I mean, that's the beauty of the race. It is the ultimate human race, but when you get on that line, I think everybody's so excited. Everybody's looking forward to just have a good day on the road. I mean, family's going to be watching. People will be watching on the stream. Everybody's is just looking forward to sharing in this moment. Those dances way off late into the race, but I think those memories are what will carry you end of the day.
I'm going to bottle this energy and just dip into it in about 7 hours, 8 hours time and refuel, because they've certainly got that energy down on the start line. This is our last of the start waves, just around 5,000. Paula Kwani in the north of South Africa is represented there as Mahawa continues to lead. He went through the timing mat at 45th cutting in 18 minutes and 21 seconds. Just behind him, Jobo Kotwane at 20 seconds or a couple of seconds behind him, and then there was a big batch behind, but we'll keep an eye on that. We'll just get our final batch. Look at the smile of energy and excitement on the faces of these athletes and these runners. It's all come down to this very day, the arguably, without doubt, in fact there's no doubt, it is the greatest day in South African sport. It unites this country like no other event has ever done.
Absolutely.
Regardless of how big an occasion it might be in other sports, this is something that brings us together quite brilliantly, quite beautifully. They can't wait to get underway. They would have been here early on. Remember that the first batch left 23 minutes ago from the start. So these runners would have been up early at the same time as them. They wouldn't have built that time in. They would have said, we've got to get there.
But you know what's so incredible here, Gerald, is that each one of these runners it's their own journey. It's also special, with no disrespect in any way to the leaders and Bruce and Adele and the wonderful runners we've got around us. Most of these runners don't really give a damn. They're here for their own journey, their own whatever gets them up in the morning at 4 o'clock in the morning to go training, etc. They're just absolutely having a ball out there.
And I always joke, Barry, that these are the runners who didn't select their parents as carefully as they
Now you chose your parents so well.
Genetically are not as gifted as Gerda and Tete and Pete, and yet they're extraordinary human beings because they're going to meet the challenge. And some of these runners, by the way, many of them are starting in the dark now. Guess what? They're going to finish in the dark later on today.
Yeah.
And some of them, their sunburn's going to have sunburn. They're going to be out there for a long, long day. But what a day of triumph for them. What an absolutely glorious journey.
Yeah, whether you are front runner or in the last batch, everyone is completing the same distance. And that is what makes this so extraordinary. And I always put these runners on top of the elites because, like I tell people, I want to run and get it done with. But these guys are spending 12 hours on the road. That's amazing.
My advice to all of them is whatever you do when the gun goes, make sure it is a step in the direction of Pietermaritzburg. Do not stop. The reason you missed the final cutoff gun is because you sat in the shade, or you sat on a bench just for a little bit. You chatted to one of the people at the second tables. No, do not stop. It doesn't matter if you walk. Doesn't matter if you walk slowly, but keep moving to Pietermaritzburg.
Yes, and what will help them is the timing buses. So every batch, every time allocation, there's a bus, sub 8 hours, sub 9, sub 12. And if you see a bus ahead of you, get to that bus and you stick to that bus, because the bus driver has worked in appropriate walks versus jogs.
And perhaps we should explain the bus to some of our viewers who may not understand. It is a group of like-minded runners who want to run the same time. So let's say it's 10 hours. And there will be an experienced runner with a flag, something to show everyone that's the driver. And they are the bus driver. So people who are not sure of their pace join that group. And some of the buses are huge. And we're going to see later on the last bus come in. That will be an enormous bus with lots of passengers.
I mean, it's a big responsibility, you know, driving that bus. I mean, you've got people's hopes, you know, the whole year's ambitions and, you know, their goals, personal based targets, you know. It's so sad when you get to the cutoff and people are maybe 10 seconds late or 2 seconds late, and you know, you feel for them, because if they just stuck a bit to the pace, they could have made it in time.
Yeah. And I tell you that the buses now this year, again, innovation, trying to take it forward. Buses in the past have been just like, well, you know, yeah, you're a bus driver, you're fine, you know. Now we've actually interviewed them.
They're an official part of the race.
We've checked, can you do, if you're saying I want to do a 9-hour bus, I'm going to do a bull rowan bus, can you run a bull rowan? Can you actually do that? You know, otherwise you're going to disappoint maybe 50, 60 people with you. You're going to break and destroy their dreams if you don't make it. So we've taken a process now of they're actually interviewed and they're officially appointed. They're not just random.
They are one little small part of the stories we're going to be relating to over the next 12 or so hours, a bit more. We've also got runners out there who we've designated and tracking through the day. We'll be catching up with them. We'll hear their stories, their why, as to the reasoning behind them running this wonderful event and being part of this extraordinary day. And we'll be monitoring them. And Rory Betze on the start line. Kate Nokwe was there. They'll be out on the route, as well many others we've got out on the route. Our crew will be catching up with those runners, of course, front and back. And that's what makes this so special, so unique, is that it is the very best of the best in the world. And we have got, I think, 7 of the top 100-kilometer runners, fastest 100-kilometer runners in the world in the men's race in this field here. We may not even talk about 3 or 4 of them because they might not feature, but we'll highlight that young lady's story and bring it to life. And those runners will tell us why they get up at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning to run before going to work at 6 o'clock and working for 10 hours a day and coming home and feeding the family. These are the stories that we'll be hearing today and bringing to life here at this wonderful Comrades Marathon, the ultimate human race.
I think it's
seconds away from the start, the final start of today's journey from Durban to Pietermaritzburg. It's balmy in Durban, certainly beautiful conditions to start in, and predictions are that throughout the race the temperature is going to be very favorable for these runners. The energy, they want to get going.
5 seconds.
I would say
ready to start the clock.
Behind the bucky, you're going to keep nice and tight behind the bucky. Okay. That's it, start slotting behind.
And Councillor Cyril Kaba sends them on their way. The last of the batches at the 2026 Comrades Marathon Up Run is leaving Durban on its way towards Pietermaritzburg. Space for all, place for all, pace for all. Beautiful scenes. Durban has done the Comrades Marathon proud with the start down on the Indian Ocean coastal city of South Africa. And can run across the line. They are Comrades Marathon runners. Even those 5,500 novices.
I'm just so excited for the novices. I think they're going to have such a party, a jol out there. I always said I also want to be one of the back runners just to have some of that fun. I always see the photos and everything that people do there at the back.
Yeah, and those are up here. We do a number of talks at clubs and things like that, and I'll always say, well, who are the novices? And the hands go up, and I say, well, you know, I'm really jealous of you guys. How could you be jealous of us? And I say, because by definition, you're only a novice once.
Yes.
So, and that special thing. You stand on that start line for the first time once only, and that's so incredible.
1.5 times, because the race changes direction. I always say, you're not quite a novice because you know what the distance is about.
Yeah.
But the up and the down runs
totally
different races.
Two totally different races. Yeah.
And so I say yes. You sort of 1.5. But it is very special, Barry. And I look back to my first run, treasured memories of going into the unknown and thinking, can I actually do this? How arrogant am I that I think I could do it? And then towards the end, realizing I am going to do it, and having tears in my eyes and a lump in my throat, realizing I'm going to finish Comrades.
And if I think back, Bruce, how running has changed, you know, I think the guys coming into the club systems now, the club systems are so much more professional. The new runners are mentored. They're given programs and pacing charts and stuff. Now, when I started running, they just said, well, Durban's that way, you know, run. Stand on the start line and go, you know.
I mean, if you speak about, you know, when you started running and you look at how far the running has come, you know, since that very first race. I mean, technology has played an enormous part in making that the runners run better, training better, nutrition. You know, there's gels that the athletes take. There's all these different nutrition that they take. You know, electrolytes. All these things were probably swear words back when you started.
No, we didn't have that. None of that. We didn't have smart watches and I ran with a Timex. My first watch on my hand was Timex.
But I want to take it back to the novices. What is also such a special tradition with Comrades is we have a back-to-back medal.
Yes.
So if you run 2 consecutive races, you get that medal.
You do indeed. There is a very significant runner in this race, because that is the very back of the field, the 12-hour bus, which is a critical phase of this, critical part of this race, getting to that finish line in under 12 hours. It's perhaps the most dramatic moment of the entire race.
You must finish in 12 hours. It doesn't matter how far you've come or what hills you've conquered. The cutoff doesn't care.
Down the field, the cutoff at the Drummond, the halfway mark.
I was actually supposed to come through at 5 hours, and it just never happened.
Cutoff coming awfully close.
Well, the gunmen ominously looking at the guys.
Seconds to go now before that dreadful cutoff down at 5 o'clock, 11 hours.
You can cross the line.
The gun is gone.
Many still do. Maybe you consider yourself a finisher. Maybe you don't. But ask anyone watching, and they'll tell you. You're as much a part of the Comrades story as anyone who does.
It's a beautifully rich journey and a great deal of pain in the legs, and perhaps now for these athletes, pain in the heart. The last post is what will be played at that finish line 3 times today with 3 12-hour cutoffs, and it is truly emotional for everyone. Just a brief word, because we did catch a glimpse of Shahida Makitongo heading off there as the bus driver of the 12-hour bus. She's from Soweto. The 49-year-old has traveled a long path, and she's now running her 9th Comrades Marathon, and she will be guiding that 12-hour, one of the 12-hour buses. In fact, it looks like the very last one. So she has got a big task on her hands there. There are a couple of others with her, but it's a tough job to do.
The most responsible. I think the most responsible bus driver of all.
Yeah.
The final one that comes in. And her journey has just been extraordinary, about how Comrades has helped her. And her saying that I love so much, she said, Comrades is not a race, it's a journey.
Yeah, it's a journey. Absolutely. Yeah.
So our leader is still charging up the road, a novice runner. And, well, he will learn over the next couple of hours just how tough this marathon is, because that is all that's in his focus just at the moment.
The time to have the police escort and the flashing lights is in the last kilometer. That's when you want the police escort, because then you know you've done it. But still, you know, everyone's entitled to run the race they feel like the way they want to, and hats off, go for it.
Yeah.
Enjoy it in front. It's an extraordinary thing. You can say whatever happens to you that day. I once led the Comrades Marathon.
I led the Comrades. And, you know, at the end of the day, Bruce, one of these, you know, guys might work out and
Yeah,
stay,
who knows?
Stay and win, you know.
Jobo Kotwane here is pacing just behind. He, of course, does have some pedigree, 2:28 marathon runner, but this is Gerda Steyn. And Shelmet Baruki's in there as well, our leading women.
Yeah, next to is Nupokosi Chuma. So she's from Zimbabwe, and she actually went to Kenya this year for some high altitude training, so she's really gunning for it this year. So I'm also excited to see her race unfold as she's gained some experience.
So this is the stage of the race where all these leading runners are feeling themselves out. They're saying, what do my legs feel like? How's my breathing? Do I feel comfortable? And when you're going to have a good one, at this early stage, it should feel like you're floating, that you're not even aware that you're running. It's just so easy. It can be a big hill in front of you, and you just cruise up it. And I always just think, please let this feeling stay with me for the whole day. Unfortunately, it doesn't. And later on, reality hits in.
But I mean, if you look at the top athletes, if you look at Gerda running there, we talk about form.
Beautiful.
You know, a runner's form. It's very difficult to create form. You've either got it or you haven't.
Yes.
You've got. I mean, Gerda looks just magnificent. She's just so relaxed.
Yes.
Everything is just working just perfectly.
Relaxed, but the first half is terrible for all the favorites because you don't know what's going to unfold. And so it's almost a patience game. It's like waiting for the paint to dry, because you've got to get through Drummond and then get up in Chunga Hill afterwards, and then the race falls into place and you start to see who the contenders
but
are.
Bruce, you were the master of that. You know, you were incredibly patient. I mean, how often were you in the top 10 going through halfway? Seldom. Maybe
Hardly ever.
Yeah, hardly ever.
But that's, you know, it's that waiting game.
Yeah.
Because everybody's holding their cards close to their chest, and you glance at the favorite next to you and say, well, he's sweating. But he's not really breathing very hard, so that's scary, because in other words, he's cruising. You know, you're looking for some sign of weakness in the runners, and in the early stages, there's no weakness at all. Everybody's loving it.
But I think that's the mind game that comes with, especially, you know, Bruce running against some of the competitors or challenges that you know capable of winning. You don't want to show, you know, that you're going through pain or that you're feeling anything. I think everybody looks like they're just taking an easy Sunday run, but inside, obviously, the engines are revving, and you don't want to show too much as well.
If you're going through pain now, you're in for a long
day.
And sadly, there will be one or two runners who have started the race with an injury, and they're hoping beyond all hope that the injury doesn't play up. And my heart always breaks when you see them walking later on with a rigid leg, and you understand, oh no. Yeah, so There's many races that you can start with a possible injury. This one, you can't.
And Bruce, you can never pick it as to how you're going to feel.
Ready, set, let's go. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up.
Whatever you're running for, nothing should stop you. Celsi, official partner of the Comrades Marathon.
Somehow we're here again. You show me your love again.
Can we go play now?
Again. There you go. Again.
What I like about the Comrades Marathon, it has really placed the city of Durban on the map, and today we are who we are because of such events that have international attention. To us, is an economic asset, and I foresee a number of employment opportunities arising from this activity. We wish to welcome all our visitors. We also ensure that when they are in the city of Durban, they not just feel safe, but they feel the warmth of both our people as well as the hospitality industry.
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
The new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Stelmach.
And we're live.
Dominica Stelmach in that lead group of women, which is pretty much still all together at the moment. Early days, of course, in this race, 43 minutes into it. They're approaching Cowie's Hill, 15 kilometers in, 2 kilometers long, 93 meters of elevation gain, average of 4.7. And this man has already gone through Cowie's Hill, our overall race leader.
So Cowie's Hill is one of the 5 major registered hills, but it's the earliest one. And if you're struggling on Cowie's Hill, then you're in a lot of trouble. You should cruise up Cowie's Hill. Enjoy the fact that lining the sides of the streets are people who've come out of their houses and they're cooking breakfast. You've got all the scottles out. They're cooking breakfast. Later on, it's going to be braais and lunch. But there's a huge crowd support. And unusually, because of the very early start, it's still dark.
Yeah.
In your day, Barry, it was light by now.
Yeah, well, but Cowie's is a hill that is certainly worse on the down run. So the Pinetown side of Cowie's is a lot steeper than the Durban side. So in terms of the up run, Cowie's is not too much of a challenge, and it's very early.
Yeah,
very,
it's early.
very
Your legs are still feeling fresh.
Absolutely. So it's not a major challenge.
But if you're breathing hard here, the day is going to be very long for you.
A long day, yeah.
Yes. So there we can see our front runner, Rasogo. He is running at a pace of 3 minutes 22 seconds.
Yep.
So that is quite fast going out of the gate.
Yeah, he's not holding back at all. He looks very relaxed. I mean, I'm sure that raw 10,000 meter speed that he's used to, on the track, as well as a few shorter races, half marathon. So he'll be feeling very good. And I think maybe that's the challenge, how much do you hold back? You know, especially as a novice, you feel good. So should I just go or should I wait? Whose pace should I run on? I think that'll be the hard part to navigate through.
Yeah, I can't see him holding 320.
322 a kilometre is too fast.
It is too fast.
It's faster than record pace.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're going up Cowie's Hill.
That's quick.
So it's almost like training how to run slower, Bruce, for somebody like him.
There's an art to running slowly. It's a relative term, by the way. You know, slowly is a pace that many runners could only dream of.
Absolutely.
322 is too quick, especially going uphill.
To put it in perspective, so Joe Fukuda, he runs for Wings, racing for Run for Wings and Global Run, and he won it this year. And he is at an average pace of 3 minutes 53 seconds.
Sheesh.
So he's really holding back. And then also just how gender-based, how ladies have developed and evolved from year to year. They are average 4 minutes 8 seconds. So yes, not that far behind.
But I mean, sorry, but if you also look at the pace, obviously this is maybe slightly much more easier. You're feeling much fresher. That pace obviously will slow down as the race progresses, as they obviously attack those tougher hills as well. So it does eventually balance out. But like you said, it's currently running at a pace of 3:23, just too fast.
Yep.
So Rasogo, and then it's Malloy and Kotwani who are heading this race at the moment. Cowie's Hill is where they are approaching, and it is going to be where those hotspot runners will be still dominating the race at the moment. It was named after a British farmer, William Cowie, as they head towards Pinetown. Trees, blue gum trees mainly around this route as they head away from Durban. And the first of the 15 kilometers into the race, 2 kilometers long. It's a 93 meters of elevation gain and average of around 4.7 meters gradient. Legs are still fresh here, as commentators are saying, so I don't say it won't be felt, but it'll be the first little test that you know you're on the up run and you are heading on this long journey up towards Pietermaritzburg, bending to the task are these runners. Dominique Estelmach is in that group of women, and they're all around about 5 of them all together in that women's lead group at the moment, separated by a couple of seconds.
Yeah, super important here. It's still early. Run the hill, don't race the hill. Stay patient. Your patience will be rewarded.
Race of patience, is that what the essence of the Comrades is about in many ways?
It's a waiting game. It's a waiting game until the last third, or maybe the last quarter. And then it all falls into place.
Comrades rewards patience and punishes excitement.
Exactly, and it's almost like if you have this analogy, you're given a book of matches at the start of the race, and you've got to light those matches as you go through. Now you're going to light all your matches in the first half, or you're going to keep some matches towards the end. And the ones that really do well are the ones that light their matches slowly.
Yes.
Not yet 6 o'clock, and look at the people lining the streets as well, lining the road up Cowie's. It's again, that is another exceptionally special aspect of this road. The runners are a very big story, of course. They're the main story. But the thousands and thousands and thousands who sit, some of them enviously, shouting support to the runners going past. I would love to be there, or I want to be there, or I will be there. It's such a wonderful part of this drama.
It is a South African race. I mean, South Africans love the Comrades.
Unbelievable.
You don't want to miss out on it. No. You want to be part. You want to actually, I mean, this is the 99th one. Next year, we're touching that 100.
I can't ever lead a stage of the Tour de France, but I know what it feels like, because when you run through Cowie's Hill in the front with the screaming crowds, there is a narrow corridor for the runners to go through, and everybody's screaming, and they stay there the whole day. For the back markers as well, it's not just watching the leaders. They stay for the whole day. It is you are a special person running Comrades. On that day, you can ask any spectator for anything. I mean, at the risk of exaggeration, I want soup. and they'll run into their house and make it for you.
Sure.
You try and do that the next day, they'll have you arrested. but on the day, you are, all they want is to make sure you get to that finish. And every spectator is willing you on, cheering you on, and then enjoying the experience, and also all quite envious because they all want to be out there. They'd love to be out there.
I think it's a special bond. It's a unique relationship between the Comrades runner and the spectator. It's almost like you have this millisecond relationship, and then that's gone, and you're on to the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and you're feeding off those spectators. And yes, they might give you something, they might give you whatever, but what they give you is encouragement. They give you their enthusiasm for you to get to the finish.
Malloy and Kotwane, the second group. Kotwane from Lesotho, 2:28 marathon runner, and a familiar face around the marathon scene here in South Africa. And Gerda Steyn is with Dominic Castelmach, Nobukosi Chuma, Dikeledi Majara, Shelmith Baruki, Yvette van Sail, Loveless Madziva is also in this group. Naomi Robinson a little bit further back. Carla Molinaro hasn't yet reached the top of counts.
Yeah, so looking at the spectators, so we have the 5 big hills that the athletes have to run out, but there's also 5 very nice areas for the spectators that they go and watch, and Cowes Hill is one of those big areas. Like you said, Barry, they are there with their braais, already offering hot dogs or sausages for the runners out there. So these athletes are going to have such a great time with so many spectators spread around every single kilometer, and that just fuels them. What is quite special as well is, irrespective if you are an elite runner at the back, your name is on your bib. So just hearing your name being shouted as you run, that is such a fuel.
Wonderful
for their bellies.
Absolutely.
And we saw them there running through one of the aid stations, the watering stations, seconding stations we call them. There were the volunteers handing out the sachets of water or drinks for everybody. And the tables at the Comrades Marathon, the aid stations, as we call them, are just breathtaking in their abundance, is the only word for it.
49
there is
of them,
everything there.
49 of them.
49 of them with everything.
And that relates back to the start of the Comrades, of course, because there was one station every mile. And the Comrades used to be 56 miles, not the kilometers we now recognize as the distance. And that was an aid station every mile.
So yesterday I drove the route, and already I was so amazed that all the water stations were set up. There were heaps of water sachets available. So for the runners out there, they will be in abundance. So whether you're in the front or at the back, you will get something at any aiding station.
Yeah.
Just a glance as they're approaching Kloof here. The Soho is way up there, 323 kilometers.
Sheesh.
Malloy, Kotane, Molo, Suso, Volkov, the first of those in lights, if you like. Is in there. Charlie Lawrence is a 100k runner of some repute as well. Yamaguchi, these international runners, and there are many of them here who come every year and decide to take on the biggest ultramarathon in the world.
Yeah.
And find it a lot tougher. A lot of the 100k routes around the world are flatter.
Very flat.
Or some of them are lap races.
Yep.
This is unique.
It is unique, absolutely. Sorry, just to jump in here. When you just look at the 100k that you mentioned, you know, the likes of Fukuda, and you look at the interesting thing is that those who win the Comrades, actually, when it comes to going to run the 100k, you know, they find a field day of it because it's so flat and it allows them to run so much freer, so much more easy and more relaxed. But this one here, it's until you've done a Comrades, you've never done a Comrades. It's just so unique.
But Bruce touched on it earlier. You know, the first half of the Comrades up run is the hardest marathon in the world. Not South Africa. It's the hardest standard marathon in the world. As a mass participation marathon, I'm sure there are some harder ones around, but have got 200 runners. But I mean, And we'll be talking through the morning about the 5 famous hills. They're famous and they've got a name, wonderful. But it's the all the other hills that haven't got names that break you. They slowly but surely they break you. They haven't got names, but they're still breaking you.
Well, I mean, as you all know, you run along the spine and look to the right after Chunga and after you look, and it's the Valley of 1,000 Hills.
Exactly.
You are right there.
And you're got its name. It's the Valley of 1,000 Hills. Quite
So I take a group tour, a bus tour across the route on Friday. I took it on Friday. Mainly foreign runners who are coming to Comrades. They're so excited as we embark on our journey. They take photographs under the start banner. They take photographs of each other. It's buzzing, the excitement. And as we grind, and I'm using that word advisedly, through the gears and climb up the Comrades route, they get quieter and quieter. You can see them adjusting their times. Okay, I'm not going to get a Bill Rowan. Let's go for 10 hours. And then exactly what you said, Barry, they say, what's the name of that hill? That's a monster.
No, it hasn't got a name.
That hasn't got a name. But if it was in any other marathon in the world, it would be called Coronary Thrombosis Heights or Heart Attack Mountain, or Lungbuster Edge or something. But it's got no name, and that's what destroys it. You're prepared for Fields Hill. You're prepared for Bothers Hill, but you aren't prepared for the nameless hill, the third one after Camperdown, which is 750 meters long, by the way, and very steep. No name.
No name.
Yeah, so in total, these guys will have 1,700 meter elevation gain at the end of the run, which is astonishing.
No, it's a lot of climbing.
We are watching Yvette van Zyl from the Hollywood Athletics Club, teammate of Gerda Steyn. They're all together here, the 38-year-old from Pretoria, Yvette, a 4-time Olympian, went to Paris in 2024, and took to marathons just before the 2012 Olympics, and went to London, ran that as her first Olympic marathon. She was 4th last year, 6:11:25 on the down run. But when we reference historical results, there's a clear definition between an up run and a down run, and this again reminded is the up run. It's from Durban to Pietermaritzburg, and Adele has just referenced the elevation gain over this 85.777 kilometers, and that's what differentiates this event. So they are very different events, and some are more suited to down and some are more suited to the up. And some can run more, like the gentleman sitting to my left.
Thank you, Gerald, but I still had my favorite. Up run for me. I never could work out the down run properly. That sounds very arrogant, because I did win it, but it was but the up run. I just love the up run. Because
you know the lovely thing about the up and the down, and it's accepted by all Comrades runners, is that you run the distance put in front of you. What you get that year is what you run. And it's changed, as Gerald said earlier, it's changed across the years. You can't go through Pinetown, so they make it longer. And then the next year, the next 2 years later, you can go through Pinetown. So the winners, and they've set the records. It's just accepted that the record is the record on that given day.
And I've been teasing the runners this year, because this is 85.7. It's one of the shortest, if not the shortest ever. So I've been teasing them, saying, guys, you don't deserve a proper medal this year. We're going to cut the medal in half. 85 kilometers, that's not a Comrades. Up run should be 87, 88. And they're not sure whether I'm being serious. And here you are, our back markers from the third wave, and already they're walking wisely.
Well, it is walking up early on the climbs, and it's a tactic. It's a way of approaching this. You may well have planned that. I will walk these hills, and I will run these hills. It's part of everyone's plan here at the Comrades Marathon.
Relative, if you.
But going back to
just a look back at some of the drama, some of the energy, excitement, and emotion from the start of the 99th edition of the Comrades Marathon. They headed off the first batch of some 9,500 runners from the Durban City Hall. And men heading out very early on and setting that wicked early pace. Second batch followed 15 minutes later, led off by the green numbers. Each batch those who run 10 or more Comrades Marathon right up to 50. Surukama sent the last batch away at 5:30 South African time this morning as the race was underway. Mahara Soko was the front runner. Samuel Malloy and Jumbo Kotwane was the two athletes in pursuit of him. I don't really think they were pursuing him as much as just keeping pace, their own pace. And that is another key here, is running your own race. And we've seen a big group around Gerstein. Adele, you've been in that environment as we're keeping an eye here on our front runner, Mahara Soho. Went through Cowies Hill in 40 minutes and 35 and a pace of 3:24. Breakneck speed, which would have him finishing in 4 hours and 50 minutes. But that's not going to happen. But Adele, running your own race, and particularly when you have a runner of such dominance, how difficult is it to...
It is quite difficult because you control the controllables.
Yeah.
You controlled your training and you know what you have put in. You don't know what your competitors has done. You can maybe only hope that something goes wrong for them. It's terrible to say, I know. But that's the only way for you then to break through. Because if you are running outside your capabilities, you're not going to make it. So control the controllables. Caroline Woesman, in 2015, she won it by having a run-walk approach. And that worked for her. So if that's your way to go, get the heart rate down, recover a bit, train it, do it.
Here we see the runners who are adopting the walk-run strategy.
Cutoff used to be 11 hours and pushed out to 12 hours, and it's been a wonderful success. It's brought more and more people into the event, and more people wanting to challenge themselves over that.
Well, I know Barry and possibly me were a bit anti the 12-hour medal to begin with.
I mean, when it came in, it came in at the millennium.
You hardcore chaps,
No, absolutely. No, we said no. This is not Comrades. This is you can't have 12 hours. Comrades is 11 hours. I've now run one of those over 11 hours.
Very proud
I'm
of it.
very happy. very happy.
We're big fans of the 12-hour cutoff now.
I'm very happy.
So what was quite interesting now on the video was there was a child holding a poster stating, "You are doing this for free potatoes." So the runners will be astonished by what will be handed by the spectators alongside the route, from oranges, cooked potatoes, energy gels, sweets, and then even pharmaceuticals.
Oh yeah.
Aside from those 49 aid stations along the way, in between those, there's bacon and eggs, there's
oh, you've got everything.
There's potatoes, there's bananas, whatever else you might need.
There are children handing out their little pieces of chocolate. There are people holding cups of water. There are people with ice that they want to give you. And sometimes you feel so bad running past them and not taking some.
Especially the little kids.
Yeah, the devastation
they're so
on their
excited.
faces. So it's just a huge community race.
They're in Pinetown, and it is our race leader, Mahara Soho from Impala, who's gone through there in 62 minutes and 28. And on his heels, not quite, because Kotwane and Molloy are keeping a more perhaps respectable pace, 3:37 through Cowies, whereas Soho's going at 3:23. Here he goes, no doubt, just feeding off the noise and the energy of those runners, and blocked off and thinking, well, I'm leading Comrades Marathon right now, and looking very composed.
But at the end of this road through Pinetown, and it's called the Pinetown Flats, but they're not flat, they're all
flat, no.
At the end of this road is Fields Hill, the longest climb in the whole of the Comrades Marathon, the section of the race where you say to yourself, right, this is my litmus test.
Yes.
What do I feel like? How strong am I? Am I enjoying it? So I say to runners, if you can talk to the runner next to you, if you can look ahead of you and say, look at the view. If you can say, I'm running the Comrades Marathon, this is magic, I can't believe it, you are going to have a great day.
Yes.
But if you are struggling on Fields Hill and you're thinking, wow, this hill's going on a bit long, not saying you're not going to make it, but it's going to be a long day for you, and you're going to have to adjust your finishing time.
Yeah,
Fields Hill is the litmus test.
Fields Hill doesn't decide the winner, but it exposes impatience.
Yeah, it does indeed. It does indeed. And if you've burnt too many matches already by Fields, you're going to be in trouble.
I like that. I like what you said there. It exposes, you know, a lot of impatience. And it is a patient game. There's Rivet van Zyl, always a strong contender for this race. She's such a phenomenal athlete, you know, and, you know, the day she gets everything right to the tee, she'll be one of the athletes that really contends for that gold medal or the victory as well. So Rivet running in the colors of Hollywood Bets there, a phenomenal athlete.
So those ladies were approaching the top of Cowie's Hill. And they're about to look down into Pinetown and then drop down the other side of Cowie's Hill into Pinetown.
So there's a reflection on where the race is now. The race being those up front. And again, just to emphasize that the race up front, in other words, for the overall victory, is a race of two halves. We've got those who are chasing up front. They're perhaps chasing hot spots or just feeling good. But after halfway, after Drummond, and as they head up Mchanga, it takes on a very different complexion as the race favorites start coming through and running their race. The women's race is a little different. They tend to run a slightly different race, although Gerda Steyn is an outlier in that, and she can break and run away and won't be seen again. But at the moment, they're all pretty much together. It's Dikeledi Majara, the Lesotho runner, in the colours of Nedbank at the moment. She went through Cowie's at 5:17 together with Gerda Steyn, Dominika Stelmach, and Nobukosi Chuma, the Zimbabwean athlete. Also Shelmith Buriki from Kenya. Rivet van Zyl was in this group as well. So they are all together at this stage.
Quite often, Gerald, the leading contenders like to find each other. They like to find each other early on because then it takes the stress and the worry. Like, where's Gerda? Where's Gerda? Where's Gerda? Oh, okay, there she is. That's fine. And so they find each other and they find comfort, in a sense, in running together, because then everyone can say, okay, we're running the correct pace. It seems to be right. It's the men's race is always different. There are always a couple of runners who shoot off into the lead, but the leading women tend, and I'm sure Adele you'll agree, they tend to find each other and then stick together and try and stay together for as long as possible.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, you should be conscious of the gap ahead of you. So if you run your own race, be cautious of the gap of the front runner, because if you want to chase that last bit, you have to do that within your own capabilities.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But also, you know, what happens even when you're sort of further back down the field, if you're a silver medalist or a Bill Rowan runner, if you're in a group and there's a strong runner kind of leading it, I'm not talking about a bus now, but just within a smallish group, it takes a huge amount of pressure off you. You don't long, you know, you can stop doing the thinking. You still have to run. You are still running the same distance. But it's just taken away the...
Oh,
no.
Oh, there we go.
Our front runner cramping.
Oh, that's very early drama for our race leader, already sitting down and needing attention.
Wow.
10,000 meters, this is not.
It is not a 10,000 meters, and the pace that he ran very early on, that 3:23, really showing that he had to pay the price for it. I mean, he came through Pinetown at 62 minutes and 28, and now the cramps just starting to
and probably only about 62 kilometers to run.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Well, these two now find themselves in a very nice position. They'll pass Mahao Rasoho if he hasn't recovered yet. That is Jobo Katone, as well as the man who is Samuel Muloi, and they're currently doing very well now, and they're working together, which is much easier than trying to do it alone. They say if you want to run fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together.
You're feeding off each other.
Absolutely.
Other one taking the pressure.
And taking it back to the ladies' race, if you can find a front runner, or even the front runner just finding someone, and you run side run alongside each other, it really helps you, because if you are a lady in the front runner, you are not allowed, and the men as well, not allowed to run next to the ladies. So there's this whole mind games going around. You have a referee on the bike stating you can't pace the first lady, second lady, third lady, but if the ladies can combine it and run strong the first half and feed off from each other, that really helps with the mental aspect.
And we just saw the runners go past a board that said 66. And that's very interesting, because Comrades is quite sadistic. In all the road races around the world, they know how to motivate you. You run for a little bit and you go past a board that says 1. And you've just done 1 kilometer or 1 mile. Little bit of motivation. But in Comrades, the distance markers are in descending order. And so we just went past one that said 66. Means 66 Ks to go. It means, what does that mean? Just means it's far. It's a long way.
But what's interesting about that, Bruce, is that I think at the start of the race, it's quite demoralizing. 6 kilometers to go, my God. Straight. But when you get into the end of the race and it says 5, 4, 3, and you're counting down, hell, it's amazing.
Most of these runners will never ever have seen 66 Ks to go in any other race, and it's pretty difficult to deal with, I'm sure, particularly those 5,500 novices.
Well, I tell them not to look at the distance markers. Run the race in landmarks and 5 major hills. So you get Cowies behind you, you get Pinetown behind you, you get Fields Hill behind you. Those are the big ticks. Ignore the distance markers, because some runners are going to see the 56K to go. And guess what? They're going to say to themselves, I'm on the start line of Two Oceans. And if I felt like this on the morning of Two Oceans, I wouldn't start.
I think it's daunting because, you know, after running so many kilometers, you'll get to 56 and you're not sure, is this how far I've run or is this what's left to go? So I think it's just about just focusing on those, you mentioned those major landmarks, the major hills, and just taking it one part of the race at a time, and just
But I
section by
used to
section.
use those K boards as a like a motivator.
Yes.
Exactly what you just said now. 56. Okay, I've only got Oceans left. I mean, only, and then I've only got a marathon. And then you know, hold it. It's a long Sunday run, 35 Ks and so forth. You know.
Well, we just caught a glimpse there of a big bunch of men around Gerda Steyn as she keeps her own pace, and we often see that with Gerda Steyn. A lot of men wanting to run with her as long as they can, and that is the key. And at the moment, she is with 5 other women leading that women's race there. Look like 2 men up front leading here at Comrades in 2026.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow. Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
South Africa is such a melting pot of cultures and diversity. And then we get to actually see that come together on Comrades Day. So I think it's a unifying thing. Well, sports betting got involved with Comrades because our values align. We believe in people and in communities, and to find that our charity work with WSB Cares completely aligned with that, and we wanted to touch the lives of runners and athletics as well as all the supporters, hence why we went for the charity angle into raising funds on the BDBD, because those two just tells a perfect story of the spirit of Comrades. We're a nation of unity. We are a diverse nation that is just always making history, especially in sports. Let's stay united, because I think sports is such a unifying thing for us, and we do magic when we come together.
Back live here at Comrades Marathon in 2026, and we're running with our leading women, Dikeledi Majara of Lesotho here. She was still in that lead group together with Gerda Steyn, Nkosi Chuma, as well as Dominika Stelmach, also in that Shelmith Maruki, and Yvette van Sail also in that bunch. But they are keeping a steady pace as they head now going through and towards Fields Hill, and that very, very tough climb of Fields Hill, which is approaching. Look at this, it's just amazing, the spectators out on the roads.
Incredible. And bearing in mind that they've got up at Sparrow, you know, to get out here, because a lot of the roads are closed, and so it's difficult to get there, but they're there. Unbelievable.
Now,
then they've delivered their runner to the start.
Yes, exactly. Now, what we just caught a glimpse there was our leading two runners, Samuel Malloy of South Africa, Jabo Kotwane of Lesotho, and they have inherited the lead thanks to Mahor Rasogo, who was the early front runner, but through Pinetown, just getting through Pinetown, we had a brief shot of him sitting having treatment. 67 kilometers to go, and Majara looks as though she is on her own here, Adele.
I hope it's not too fast too soon. Like I said, she might still be feeling fresh, and Gerda will definitely have her eye on her and be cautious. Like Gerda said in the interviews, she trained as if this was her last race, so we know she will be prepared.
It could be that bunch in front might well be the rest of that leading group. That this could be that Majara has drifted back off this group at this stage.
It looks.
But we will get confirmation of that. This is, though, our leading two runners, Samuel Malloy and Jabo Kotwane, up, and you can tell where they are now, Bruce.
Climbing Fields. Climbing Fields. 3.2 Ks. Bruce said the longest hill on Comrades.
And
but it's not that steep, Bruce. Fields is not that steep. I think it's a comfortable hill, and it's a constant gradient.
But it's long.
It's long.
And when they tell you you've got to the top, you haven't really got to the top, because it carries on after the top in inverted commas, it's climbing slightly.
Past Maytime stores there.
So with my up run, so with the seconding team, I usually ask them, listen, I want some caffeine, some coffee at the bottom of Fields Hill. Pass them, take a sip, caffeine, and then I'm like, okay, let's do this.
Yeah.
Fields Hill, here we come.
And unusually, because of the new starting system, which, by the way, I think went off spectacularly, it looked like it really went off well. The sun is only just rising.
Yeah.
Barry, we were running in the sun when we in broad daylight.
That was our marker, fair enough. As we came up, because you sort of go under the bridge at Pinetown as you get to Fields Hill, and then you go up what is the on-ramp to the freeway. And as you went up that on-ramp, that's when the sun was coming up. And that was always your marker. You knew I'm at Fields, sun's coming up.
But on the other hand, 20 Ks in, these guys would need some fueling already, and the runners in the front, they've got their own seconding teams and tables set out for them to hand them their bottles, and in this darkness it can be a logistically nightmare because you can't identify your club, your table, or the person handing it to you, so you might miss a fueling station.
Yeah, that could be detrimental as well. I mean, the interesting thing at the foot of of fields, it's actually 360 meters above sea level, and within 2 or so kilometers, you find yourself at around about 541 meters above sea level. So it's actually quite an incline when you look at altitude, and that obviously plays a big difference.
You know, and again, what Adele was touching on now, the top runners have got their own special feeding station, and that's another innovation that's come in now only in recent years at Comrades, where, you know, to align the race with international best practice. So, you know, if you go and run and race the Berlin Marathon, then the leading runners have all got their special bottles on the tables, etc. And obviously, Comrades now brought that in. Which is a fantastic step forward.
Barry, my first Comrades Marathon, my family drove alongside me and handed drinks out the window of the car.
Wow. That's ideal.
2,000 people with cars following. But we did.
And there wasn't those special gels that we get these days that are made from 30 grams of carbs.
Caffeine.
You got your glass of Coke.
Yeah, that
was it.
We ran on Coke and water. Coke and water, that was it. But when I started running Comrades, there were no tables. None whatsoever. Unless you had a personal second, that's it. You were going to die out there.
Yeah,
so no tables at all.
Chabo Kotwane on the left-hand side there, and Samuel Malloy. And they are just on the...
It is the top, but it continues.
Just doing it. And 3:35 a kilometer.
In front of them, 1 hour and 23.
We're leading the women's race, it looks like now at that stage. Also a good win in the N12 Ultra in the Northwest 50k race early May, 3:18 in that. But now we're with Kotwane from Lesotho, the Max Elite athlete. Yeah, they've clearly got an understanding here.
Absolutely. These guys have decided to work together. It is much easier, especially when it comes to pacing. They will have obviously a big group of men that are going to be hunting them down later on in the race, but if they can maintain this as long as possible, I think it will work to both their favor instead of trying to break away from each other this early in the race.
Here's Malloy looking as though he's pushing a little bit here, and Kotwane is saying,
come back.
Don't go yet.
I need you still. Let's work together.
They're on that section now. That's the top. You've reached the top of Fields Hill, but you haven't reached the top.
Yeah.
You can see there's a bit of a conversation between the two, and Joba just saying, listen man, maybe you should go without me, but Samuel just adamant on having him come with him. but it's tough, Adele.
Look, they're talking. As scientists, we usually say if you can have an easy conversation next to someone that's running, then that's your easy pace. So let's hope they are busy with an easy pace and not pushing too hard.
It looks like a negotiation more than a conversation, but still.
But I must say, in terms of the up run, having just sort of crested Fields Hill, this is an inverted commas easy section of the up run. From now through all the way to the bottom of Boerters. This is a much easier section, much quicker.
Well, if you're just joining us, a reflection on the 2026 Comrades Marathon. An up run from Durban to Pietermaritzburg. It started in balmy conditions in beautiful Durban outside the City Hall here, with the elite runners heading off at 5 o'clock, leading the first of 3 batches away from Durban, and some 9,500 runners in their wake. And early on it was the front runners who struck out, the women sticking together. But fortunately for our early pacemakers, it wasn't to be for the man up front, Maha Rasogo. His boldness would come back to haunt him, and he needed treatment for cramps. And so Kotwane and Malloy inherited the lead, and this is digging in deep into Fields Hill, which is where they are now, the second of 5 named hills. There are those other hills, hidden hills along the route that, as Bruce was alluding to a little earlier, in other events would have big names and big reputations, but not so here.
No, the hills with no name, and we'll point them out, because
the
all of them are tough. And in many ways, those are the hills that break a lot of runners, because when you know there's a barrier coming, you're ready to meet that barrier. But when another barrier is thrown in your way before you've got there, or there's a ugly surprise around the corner, that's what starts to break your spirit. So I always say to runners, if you can and you have the time, please drive or travel over the route.
Travel the route, yep.
There are many runners who say, no, I don't want to know what's coming. I think ignorance is not bliss in the Comrades Marathon. You want to know what's coming.
But Bruce, on that note, it looks completely different if you're driving the route versus when you're running the route with all those spectators. I almost want to say they mask the names, Cowie's Hill, the board, everything, they mask it. So you are still, you don't know, you're still in unfamiliar territory.
And even if you're an experienced runner, you've got to remember it's 2 years since you last went up. So you forget whole sections of the route. There are concertinas in your mind. You think, yeah, I can do that. And then you come around the corner and you go, oh no, not that bit. I forgot that bit. Or I forgot that ugly stretch. Oh no. But you're right, Adele, with the runners and all the advertising and all the braais and everything on the side, it does change.
Yes.
It does change in appearance. But I tell you what doesn't change. Polly Shorts is still just as steep and just as long as it was in 1922.
But you know, we're seeing the leaders here now on their way to Hillcrest, but we've got to think about the mob coming, and that those novices and the runners in that mob that are maybe have only run a down run, for example, as Bruce and I said just now, these are 2 totally different races, up and the down. But those that are climbing up towards Westfall now, I mean, that is, I just remember thinking, we're just climbing and climbing.
Yeah.
And Westfall hasn't got a name. That hill up to Westfall hasn't got a name. You're just climbing up to Westfall.
Yep.
It's just up.
It really doesn't stop.
But Hillcrest is also a very nice area for the spectators to watch the athletes run past. Left and right hand side, as you can see there, people coming out, they have the camping chairs, they're really making an outing on this, and that is really a nice spot if you want to see your loved ones running.
And Tani's Samuel Malloy is just loving it out here. It's his maiden Comrades, so it's a novice run from him. Kotwane's got a couple of medals behind him there, but he's let him go and let him set him free.
Yeah, you could.
He's a young man who's here's my chance.
Yeah,
I can lead Comrades Marathon for a little while and see what happens.
Time will prove now whether that's the best move or not.
He looks comfortable.
Does
I have to
indeed.
say, he really looks comfortable running.
And if you look at his time, I mean, he came through proof at 1 hour 27 and 25 seconds. there was that bit of a talk between them. You could see Job was almost saying, listen, I can see you look more fresh, you look better. Go, don't wait for me. I know it's easier to work together, but just take it. Might be his chance, it might be his opportunity, but he looks good, and you could see him just waving, enjoying himself, communicating with the fans as well. So the signs are good, Adele, as you mentioned. If you can talk, if you can wave, if you can...
Exactly.
Well, you made reference, Barry, to the masses further back, and as the light starts to brighten up, they are making their way up. The 72% of this field have run 4 or less.
Wow.
Comrades. So, and as all of you know, it takes a long time to learn how to get the best out of yourself and out of this route, and you only have every second year on the up run or the down run, whatever it is. So yeah, it's a tough ask. This is Majara, who is leading the women's races, heading up Fields Hill, the Lesotho athlete.
But it does take a long time to learn this course. When you'll say to a green number, you've run 10. You haven't. You've run 5 and 5. You've run 5 up and 5 down. So after 5, you barely know this course.
Yeah, so here with Fields Hill, micro damage within the muscles are going to start taking place. Your glycogen consumption is going to rise. So glycogen, that's the fuel that your body uses while being active. Calves, quads, glutes, they are under a lot of load currently.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't, take for granted how much work goes into preparing for this. I mean, the strength work. I think gym work has become one of those important things.
Here we go, having fun.
You can see.
Well, plenty of energy.
Absolutely.
But just look at the shuffle. We call that a shuffle. That looks just lekker, like we say in Afrikaans.
You compare the form of those runners to the form of the guys at the front. I mean, it's almost not the same sport.
Yeah.
As you say, these guys are shuffling along, having a ball.
And then I want to ask, why all the kit? Why all the gear, the long sleeve shirt, the camelback, whatever it is? They've got all this kit on them, making it even heavier as the shirt gets drenched with sweat.
How far they have to go.
That is huge motivation.
But Barry, like you said, there's 49 fueling stations, so why carry a water backpack with you? It's extra weight that you carry.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Doesn't make sense.
I think for social runners, there's a lot of these trends.
But whatever makes you happy, really.
Hey, you're gonna make it through.
As there are cameras out on the route, this Mabuti Molo of South Africa, he went through Kloof at 1:30.23 and 3 minutes behind that lead group of Kotwane and Malloy. He's struck out on his own.
61 Ks to go.
If you're feeling good, if you and you are let's go back to this. You're a novice. You're out on your first Comrades run.
So Gerald, I was a veteran long ago, said to me in the Comrades Marathon, when you're feeling good and you get the urge to go, don't. And 20 Ks later, when you're feeling good and again the urge to strike, it strikes you to go, don't. And you will have a great run. You just never surge in the Comrades Marathon. Well, possibly at the end, the last K, the last kilometer maybe. But this is patience. This is holding all your cards close to your chest and keeping your energy and your strength inside you. You don't ever surge.
Well, this is now confirmation. We were following Dikeledi Majara, but in fact she's a little bit off the back. Gerda Steyn, as is habit now. Of course, Ichuma, the Zimbabwean, Shelma Ruki from Kenya, and then Majara from Lesotho. So Gerda Steyn doing the front running, and Mabuti Molo in his maiden, also a novice runner from Max Delete, is sitting in third place at the moment. Look out for Nikolai Volkov. Third place last year. Charles Lawrence is in there, the American. Piet Wiersma, first sign of the defending uprun champion. Yamaguchi, Fukuda, Duma, Kumalo. That's the top 10 at that stage. And they keeping their powder dry, the likes of Wiersma, Volkov and the like.
Absolutely.
And
so let's find out more about the multiple runners, the Green Number Club.
Every one of these tells at least 10 years of stories.
That is the beautiful picture of the Comrades Marathon.
I can hear you, Gerald.
Days
Yes.
you won't forget.
I've lost you now. I've lost you now.
Maybe even moments that made you.
Emotions on that face.
Why on earth are you running?
My main thing is my green number today.
So this year, if you are one of the 614 runners making your way to Maritzburg for one of these,
We're going to do it together.
We're going for green. Going for green.
Yes, you are. Congratulations.
That smile says it all.
This is a wonderful run from an ageless performer.
soak it all in.
Andrew Crawford going to fetch his green number.
Green Number, congratulations.
She will take every ounce in her body and crawl over the finish line.
So I'm happy to let them run ahead. And then we'll let this pack behind us pass. Well, if you stop on the side here, let them get past and we'll go across. Okay, let's go to the first woman. Keep going, directors going, first woman.
Bidding to join that club today, so we'll keep an eye out for them. And of course, we've got one runner running who started his 51st today. That's Louis Massin. We'll be keeping an eye on him as well.
And the green numbers, Gerald, are proof of the fact that Comrades runners cannot keep their promises. Because every Comrades runner, when they're out there, and when they've just crossed the line,
I'm
will
never
say
doing
never,
this again.
ever again. Never, ever again, and yet you come back 9 times.
Or 49.
49 times.
49 times.
This is Dikeledi Majara from Lesotho in that lead pack, just off the back of it, probably by about 5 or 8 seconds off the back of that lead group, being headed by Gerda Steyn, who, as favourites go for a Comrades Marathon, is right up there as the outright favourite. Adele setting out with a runner of that calibre.
Yes.
What's your mindset? How do you? We've talked about running around it, but how do you deal with that?
Look, like I said earlier, you have to be in control of your own controllables, and you can't control what they are going to do and produce on race day. If you are chasing the person in the front, you have to be cautious on what's the gap going to be. And these athletes will definitely have people giving them information to say, listen, this is how many minutes Gerda is in front of you, or listen, Gerda might be struggling, or position number 2 might be struggling. They will also get information that what's going on behind them. Position 4 is closing the gap on you. You have to pick up the pace, for instance. So they will be very cautious and know exactly what is going on around them within the field.
Samuel Malloy is our race leader. He's a novice runner in the Comrades Marathon, 59 kilometers to go. He's put himself out there.
Yes, putting yourself out. There's one expression that's been known as hanging yourself out there to dry.
That's an awful long way when you think about it.
And the problem for Gerda is that she will have this group around her all the time, which can become really irritating because you can't get into the tables to get your drink, or get your drink, in her case probably from her husband Duncan. She can't get to him because people are around you all the time. People accidentally tap your ankles, and yeah, there's nothing she can do until she just drops them all, which can only happen in the second half.
And it also gets quite hot in those groups. The body temperature, the body heat from the people around you. So that is another factor to consider. But on the other hand, if there might be a slight draft or windy conditions, they can shelter you as well.
I think it's difficult being Gerda because people love being around her as well, you know, and I think she has to be so disciplined and constantly look at her watch, because you can also get drawn into the momentum of the runners next to you on your shoulder, and obviously she's one of those targets, as the ladies are looking to her as you know, almost a guide and a lead as to how fast they're running, whether they should hold back or go. But also the men, some of the men who are looking for certain times will use Gerda as well to just have a very well-drafted race.
She's a target for men and women, because they know if I want a sub-6, just follow Gerda, run alongside her. She is my bus driver for the day.
Sub-6 is what you're going to have to run if you stay with Gerda, which means you get the Wally Hayward medal. You get the Wally Hayward a silver and gold medal, a beautiful medal, but you've got to stay with Gerda, and she's going to up the pace later on.
You've got to run your own race here at the Comrades Marathon, particularly if you are looking for those prize medals up front. The Wally Hayward, one of the toughest to earn. The women have a similar one, the Isabel Roche Kelly. We'll talk about those medals as this race progresses.
When your name has been stained like mine has, a stain on the track is nothing. But I have an unbeatable spirit and Omo to take care of stains while I keep winning at life. Omo, stay unbeatable.
For. Nothing should stop you. Celsi, official partner of the Comrades Marathon.
What I love about the Comrades is just seeing dedicated runners, and you know, Comrades is called the ultimate human race because of the inspiration, because of the dedication, and the spirit of Ubuntu and community and togetherness. I love how Comrades promotes health and healthy lifestyles and bringing people all over from all walks of life. And what I love about Comrades also is the alignment of the Comrades values with GEM's values in terms of promoting healthy living and healthy lifestyles. We are so excited to have this partnership with Comrades. This is our 4th consecutive year. And what we love about this partnership is the shared value. Healthy lifestyle, promoting health and wellness, and really for us it was a perfect partnership. We also wanted to make sure that we make an impact in people's lives through the Comrades Runners Village, where we're able to provide shelter and food for runners that would otherwise not have a place to stay. A long time ago, there were runners that would sleep on the streets because they couldn't afford accommodation. So it is such an honor for us to partner with Comrades to make sure that we have accommodation and food and support the runners as much as we can. We also understand that there are people in South Africa that cannot afford to go see a doctor or a nurse, so we've got health stations outside to make sure the runners get checked out before they run tomorrow. Being South African is really something to be proud of, because when we come together, coming together for marathons like the Comrades coming together for sports, and we really come together as a nation. So let's keep it up, let's keep supporting each other, and we are a really great nation. So thank you to South Africans for always showing up and always having that sense of community.
Comrades Marathon 2026, welcome to it. If you are joining us from all around the world, it's wonderful to have you on this, the most dramatic, emotional day on the South African sporting calendar, and perhaps anywhere in the world, because it really does deliver in emotion, drama, triumph, adversity, and conquering all of those. It is a wonderful event, and I'm sitting alongside Bruce Fordyce, Adele Broodryk, Barry Holland and Themba Madima alongside here, enjoying this wonderful spectacle that it is as this race unfolds. I can tell you that the defending champion on the uprun, Pietermaritzburg, was 7 minutes and 56 seconds behind where Samuel Molloy is right now in 2024. That illustrates him pacing himself, running his own race, these runners up front, and we're now with Dikeledi Majara in the women's race. She's behind the leading group of women who are headed up by Gerda Steyn. But it is about pacing yourself through the whole 85 kilometers, not just to Drummond or to Nchanga or to Umlas Road. It is about getting through the entire race.
And we've discussed those distance markers, and they're huge warning signs to you. 61 to go. Again, what does it mean? It just means it's far. It's a long way.
Long way.
What are you doing racing at this stage? And there's some big hills ahead. I like the way Majara's dropped back, by the way. I think she probably doesn't like being in that bunch. Getting jostled, you can't get to your drinks, as we said, and then worst is when you have one of the runners who wants to chat to you. And you sort of try to get into the zone, and the next thing the runner next to you says, I've got a very sore knee. What do you suggest? You just see a physio.
Or just their breathing.
Or everything.
Sometimes their breathing is so unrhythmically, you actually feel like
terrible. Isn't
you feel
it terrible?
Yes.
Oh, it is the worst.
I don't get my rhythm.
Absolute worst.
Something interesting with Pietermaritzburg is that he's currently in position 6. But I think he's a bit cautious on Nikolai and Charles Lawrence, because he will know his competition outside, and he will know those two runners are also strong runners. So being cautious, holding back, but not opening up the gap too much.
I think Piet's a very clever runner. Very, very clever runner. He's got this thing under control. He knows what he's doing. He's running his own race.
Running very well as well is Samuel Molloy. I mean, if you look at his time through Winston Park there, 1 hour 47 and 25 seconds. So he looks comfortable, and you can just see well within himself there as well, and showing really good signs of being in control and not really getting too flustered in the moment, and just being present and taking the race as it comes. The man from Pantane.
Running very relaxed. You can see in his arm swing, relaxed shoulders, relaxed breathing. I think he might have a good day out there. Maybe not winning the race, but we will definitely see him finishing. I believe so.
In his maiden Comrades journey is Samuel Molloy from Pantani Athletic Club, and he's not quite. Here we go. There we go.
Sheesh.
Just slowing down to pick up his designated bottle.
And that's one of those elite tables.
Yes.
So he's clearly an elite runner. I mean, he's running at the front, and that's how the system works. Your bottle is there, you can spot it easily and then grab it.
And these runners will have a fueling plan set out for the complete race. What should be taken at what kilometer mark, purely science-based. We work it out according to your body weight, according to your race strategy. So what is in that bottle is pre-made just for him.
Second in the Durban International Marathon at 2:11 this year, this man. So clearly in some good form.
Yeah, good form. And if you look at his the time that he crossed Winston Park, he's 3:13 inside Shestoff's 2008 record pace. So he's doing very well. It could be a bit alarming knowing that you're running record pace. Especially at this stage of the race, yeah. But he does look good, and you mentioned he does have that speed. That 2:11 is fast.
marathon, means he belongs there.
Exactly.
But it's just I wouldn't put myself there in front of everybody. I'd rather hang back and be disguised and camouflaged in the group somewhere and wait until the second half
use
of the
your
race.
speed later. He's obviously got speed. He's obviously quick.
But he knows Tete also has a quick finish. We
Yes.
know he's dangerous with the fast finish.
Yeah.
But I think what he just has to tell himself is there's 2 oceans left. We just saw the 56 to go marker. So tell yourself, this is now the start of a 2 oceans race. Let's do it.
And I'm going to put my head on the block. Commentators curse early on, but never have I known conditions to be so ideal for a record. For both the men and women's race.
Wow.
First of all, it's short. Let's not go on about embarrassingly short. It's short. So
short is relative.
Secondly, I mean, we're sitting here in our little studio outside commentating. It's chilly.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Perfect, yeah.
And the race just looks great. Conditions look great. And if ever there was a good shot at getting another record, it's today.
I think it's today. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Short is relative.
I think the records are under massive threat here.
Because they started in slightly warmer temperatures that they're going to maybe end in. Pietermaritzburg is quite colder, and you want to prolong the feeling of fatigue, the fatigue of the central nervous system,
And
as
you know,
long as possible.
If you ever want to see the speed the runners are going at, I love the aerial views, because when you see a runner alongside or from in front, as we look to the screen on right, they're running. But when you see it from the air, you understand how they're just devouring the ground.
How quickly
they are flying, and they're going to do that for another 56 Ks. It's just astonishing.
Piccadilly Majara on the right-hand side, and the screen there, and that on the left will be Clara Stein's bus. And this is Samuel Malloy, who is leading the men's race right now at a cracking pace. And he is a novice in this race, and all the main contenders. We've got a field that is stacked. Viesma, the 2024 champion, Mativi, the 2019 champion, even Bonmusum Tembu, the 2017 champion here. Then we've got Tete Dijana, still a man we have yet to see. Nikolai Volkov, who was third last year, going down to Durban. Joseph Manieri, last 2 up runs, 5th and 4th. He's a man to look out for. Alex Milne from the United Kingdom is a real contender here. He's 9th in the up run. 2 goals from 3 starts, a real contender. David Khatebe doing his 12th Comrades Marathon, a down winner in 2016. So as a man, there are plenty of contenders. So that man up front certainly knows he's going to be hunted down if he can keep that pace. This is where they are on this beautiful route as they head towards Pietermaritzburg on a truly glorious day today. Bruce has just alluded to the weather. Beautiful, warm, balmy start in Durban. It's a little bit cool in Maritzburg, but by no means cold. I think the temperature might get to around 23, 24 degrees centigrade at its highest today. They couldn't ask for better.
Yeah, so you can see there's Samuel approaching Buerta's hill there at the end, or just behind him. That's the third of the big hills. Rolling terrain where you want to approach Drummond, which is halfway.
But that's a hard section. When they've come through Hillcrest, as I said earlier, that's a bit of an easier section of the uprun. And then after you drop down after Hillcrest into the dip at the base of Buerta's, then that section is pretty difficult, all the way through to the top of Mshanga. That's, a lot of up and down.
There you can see them handing out oranges, bananas, And Comrades has really gone the extra length for these runners. Just to give you some stats, there's 2 tons of baby potatoes prepared, 4.5 tons of oranges, 700 plus boxes of bananas, salty cracks, 30,000 liters of Coke, which is available for these runners to take in to get your nutrition in.
Very important.
And to finish the race at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, the fuel is probably the most important part of this race over here. You want to make sure that your energy levels stay high as well. And I mean, the pace that Samuel is currently running at 3 minutes and 38 seconds per kilometer. I mean, he's moving, and you can see the pace is adjusting to a much more relative pace now, moving up to run about 3:38 from that 3:22 to 3:22 that we saw earlier on from Mahau. So it's getting into business end pace of the day as well.
We just caught a glimpse there of Majara in the women's race. At this stage, they've gone through Kloof in the women's race. And it is Majara who's a little bit off the pace of Gerda Steyn, Shelmet Baruki, Nobukusi Chuma. That is that bunch there. Majara just a little bit off that pace.
But still sub 6 hour pace. So the first 4 ladies all are on a sub 6 hours. So that's great. They've done the majority of the climbs. So from here, if you can preserve the legs, preserve your energy levels, and just enjoy the second half, I think they will have a magical race.
Yeah, they've certainly broken the back of the climbs. You know, there's still some big climbs to come, but as an overall profile of the course, they've broken the back of the thing now.
I'm just awestruck, Barry. When you and I started running, well, I'm younger than you, but when I started running, uprun, men, if you could break 6 hours, you would win.
Yes. Oh, yes.
You would win.
Yes. Yes.
That's what we always used to say. Break 6 hours and you're probably going to win. But you're definitely top 3.
Yeah.
And now look at these ladies.
Yeah,
and in 1975, they were only allowed to run women from 1975 because they were too frail.
Yeah, too frail.
And they couldn't run. They couldn't run 90 kilometers.
Those were the bad old days.
But there's still a long road ahead. So
no, for sure.
Let's hope they can pull it through.
Focused on his task at the moment. Malloy, he's running into the unknown. This is uncharted territory for this young man. Yes, he's a 2:11 marathon runner from earlier this year in Durban, but there's a lot more to run after this, as Adele said, just a 2 Oceans marathon, which is a 56 kilometer ultra marathon to come.
Yeah, the just that we hear in this room, it's just 85 kilometers. Doesn't count. It's too short. Come on, this is a Comrades Marathon. They still have to go up all these tough hills, and they're really showing that it's the standards are so high from the OGs. The OGs are obviously we've got the likes of Barry as well as Mr. Bruce Fordyce here. We've done this race so many times.
For sure.
Bruce, you made reference to a record-breaking day, and perhaps it will be, but it's still very early days for those sort of speculative thoughts. But for what it's worth, Malloy went through Winston Park 3 minutes 13 inside the 2008 record of Shvetsov. So but as we know, it's about the second. And well, for this group of runners, this is the heart and soul of the Comrades Marathon. They have certainly enjoyed the first part of the run because the conditions are perfect for them.
These are the warriors here. They have different mentality. They have probably the hardest task for the day. They're running much longer than everybody else as well, and it's about just staying in there. What type of motivation do they need compared to a top runner?
They're getting their entry money value for money.
Yes,
today. And they're going to be finishing in the dark.
30 medals. What's your longest run?
The longest Comrades that I know.
Longest time you had on the road?
The longest time I've had on the road.
Yes.
Do you really want to embarrass me? But
you had to bring this up at some stage.
10 hours and 8 minutes. So I've been everywhere. I've been at the front and I've been in with the...
Oh.
I'll ask the other side of it as well. Don't worry, you've got a chance to boast as well.
Yeah, so my worst on the road is 11 hours 42.
Okay.
I had 2 falls. It was very dramatic. I finished with blood pouring down my legs, and it was all highly dramatic. Yeah.
Like a Rocky Balboa movie, huh? Ding, ding, ding. Making your way to the line.
Doesn't Samuel Malloy look comfortable at this stage?
He does indeed.
Malloy looks very, very easy. Well, a 2:11 marathon runner, he'll be finding this very easy.
The pace,
what happens after 65 kilometers? It's 65 around there.
That's
some people are able to keep going and others struggle. The quality of the runner, as James Malloy is, as Malloy is there, it will get you to 65. But then can you go beyond that? Do you have the muscle fibers that take you beyond that? And have you gone too fast? If he's 3 or 4 minutes inside Schwetzhoff time, that's flying already.
Yeah, I think you could pay, dearly later on.
So, Comrades 2026 well underway. The race is starting to unfold. We still haven't seen the main contenders just yet, race favorites, but let's reflect on how this race has progressed through the day. Malloy and Kotwane took over once Mahau had pulled up in Pinetown, and so Malloy and Kotwane, but then eventually up Fields Hill and into Kloof. It was Malloy who headed off Dikeledi Majara, keeping pace with Gerda Steyn as Malloy started to surge away. Mbuti Molo was in second place, and Gerda Steyn doing what Gerda Steyn does, dictating her own pace, running her own race, as Malloy had to just slow to identify his specific drink, and off he went. The race is boiling up nicely here. He's on a record pace, but that is irrelevant at this stage. He's yet to get to halfway, which is where the race will really start for all the main contenders. All the pre-race favorites in Comrades in 2026 are sitting, biding their time, and they're keeping an eye on their own race and their own clocks.
This is the ultimate human race, Skafela Moya, which means your spirit, don't lose that spirit, keep fighting. And whether you're running at the back, trying to make it to that 12-minute cutoff, or right in front, trying to get that victory, it's a fight and a battle for each and one of these runners.
They're all different races.
Different races, but I think the most important thing about this is that personal bests. That's what I think drives each and every athlete. If you can go out there and know that you've really put together your best race possible, run your targeted times, that's something that keeps you coming back year after year.
That's the thing. Chasing time.
And you can see that is the man who is currently falling behind now. That's your leader. That is Samuel Malloy. And you can see him you can see he's slowing down a bit more. He doesn't have that bounce that we saw earlier now, but he's still looking around. It's difficult. He's running alone in front. It's his maiden Comrades Marathon. He really doesn't know exactly how to get things perfectly right. It's a tough place to be, Bruce. To be in front on your maiden race. How would that be, and how do you manage that?
Well, I've never been in front this early in the race.
I was about to say.
What advice would you give him, though?
Bruce
my advice would be don't be in front. Just ease off a bit, because what you're wondering is, I'm here, it's my novice run.
Yes.
Where are the guys who know what's going on?
Yeah.
Where's Piet Veersma? Where's Volkov? Where's Tete? Where are they? Well, they're behind you. So then what am I doing here?
You don't think
perhaps perhaps I've bitten off a bit too much to chew. What am I doing here? But then you really don't want to slow down. So you're almost hoping that the group will catch you, so you don't have to do too much thinking, and you can allow them to do the thinking for you.
Yep.
But on that note, Piet Veersma, like you guys saw a bit earlier, he's not in the top 10 anymore. So he dropped off from position 6.
Yeah.
So hopefully we will see him feature again. Hopefully there isn't something wrong.
Yeah, could be, of course.
And at what point do you say, listen, maybe I'm feeling good and maybe today's my day? You know, at what point does he say, you know, it might be my day to...
When you get to the top of Polly's.
When you get to the top of Polly Shorts, I agree with Adele. When you get to the top of Polly Shorts, maybe it's your day. This early on.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Anything can happen.
They're not at halfway yet.
No.
Not yet.
No. There's a long, long road ahead.
And you can see that beautiful sun starting
That's the
to...
sort of day they're in for here. Absolutely perfect. It really is. KwaZulu-Natal here putting on a show, and it couldn't be a better day for it, because Comrades 2026 is up and running, and the sun is rising. It will get to sort of 24, 23, 24 degrees centigrade as the day progresses, but these runners would have looked at that and realized that they are in for a perfect day of running today. Gerda Steyn doing her thing, and then she's got a bunch of runners around her right now, and so often do congregate around the queen of distance running in this country. Shalma Maruki's there, so there's Nobukusi Chuma. Lady Jara is a little bit off the back of this group.
Yeah, and if you look at the time that they came past Winston Park, 2:01:57 was Chuma, and Gerda 2:01:59. So still, you know, the ladies are still nice and bunched together there. Also Muruki with 2:01:59. So working together, as we mentioned earlier, very different from the men's race, where we've got much bigger gaps, almost a few minute gaps between the different
Adele
positions.
was saying earlier, I think everybody just keeps their eye on Gerda. They're just watching Gerda because she's the marker.
Exactly, and I think something that Nobukosi Chuma might think of is try and open a gap so that when fatigue sets in or cramping or whatever, and Gerda has a strong finish, the gap is sufficient. So I think that might be a racing strategy that Nobukosi and also Shalmuth Mariuki might have. But what is interesting is that they all picked up the pace. They were at a 5:57 finish time, and they've dropped it significantly to 5 hours and 53. So that is astonishing.
Yeah, picked up the pace, yeah.
Well, it's been a fascinating couple of hours watching this unfold. We're going to have a change of guard here in commentary very shortly, with our next set of experts moving in very shortly. But Temba, thanks very much for the time being. Barry, you're going to stay in and enjoy it for a little bit longer. Bruce and Adele can go and enjoy a cup of coffee very shortly, and we'll be bringing in our next wave of commentators very shortly. But enjoy it for the time being.
Absolutely.
Keep an eye on the race.
We will.
We'll be watching.
Meanwhile, Roy is on his way. Spectacular views and sights and sounds. Through the day, we get to bring you the stories that are unfolding on this road to Pietermaritzburg of the runners. We've got designated runners out there who are running with trackers. We'll be keeping an eye on them and catching up with them as the day unfolds. And of course, once the gold medalists are in and the winners of the race have been welcomed into Scottsville, we'll be resetting and bringing you the real story of this beautiful race, the journey that is unfolding for those who are chasing cutoffs, who are chasing medal times, who are trying to get inside particular medal times that are Optimum Charlie might be. It could be the Vic Clapham, which is of course the 12-hour medal, and those are stories of real drama, real heartbreak and endeavor and determination, all of which have been put to the test in their training, but nothing like race day to see it all unfold and work. So this is Butimolo picking up both as at the moment, heading up the climb. And they are 2 hours and 9 minutes into the race, and those three clocks are the three different start waves. 15-minute gaps between them. If you weren't with us this morning at 5 AM South African time, 5:15 and 5:30, and each of those start waves will have their own separate cutoffs through the day. So they have, every one of them, 12 hours in which to complete the 85.77 kilometers today. It is slightly shorter, one of the shortest in history, but it'll certainly be testing. It's never easy. Comrades Marathon is never easy.
Doesn't matter what the distance.
Always hard.
Absolutely not.
Doesn't matter what distance it is. You have to have prepared for it. So these runners have all done that, and they are on their mission to complete Comrades in 2026. So
beautiful. Look at that.
Next to join us, you'll be joined by Wes Botten, Barry Holland, and Mosabodi Whitehead will take you through the next couple of hours here at Comrades 2026.
Ready, set, let's go. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up.
Whatever you're running for, nothing should stop you. Celsi, official partner of the Comrades Marathon.
I2 Special Risks is proud to be the specialty insurance partner and a sponsor of this year's Comrades Marathon. For an event such as Comrades, I2 insures event contingency, liability, and prize indemnity. So behind the ultimate human race is the ultimate risk partner. Good luck to all of the runners.
Well, Comrade Marathon, it's one of those prestigious and historical human race in the world, of course. And it's where, as the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we get very happy because it's where we host the runners and also the supporters, especially the domestic and international runners. And we are excited because it's where we show off the beauty of our province. Is where we show off the landscape so that when they leave, they can also come back. Along the route, there will be teams that will be able to promote the province, and we are hoping that beyond the race itself, those that have been here as the first-time visitors will then be able to come back and still enjoy. And that is what we are looking forward to promote our province, to promote our packages. Well, all that we could say, enjoy the beauty and make sure that after the end of the race, don't go back home soon. Just go around and enjoy the landscape of our province. When you come back, don't come back alone. Come with your family and come with your friends. And as the warm province and the warm country, will be able indeed to make sure that you are looked after in the beauty of the kingdom of KwaZulu. So the province is calling.
You should be able to talk. You can start. Okay, just you have to
Welcome back to our coverage of the 2026 Comrades Marathon. You are watching the action unfolding here on the road, the 85.77 kilometer road between Durban and Pietermaritzburg.
And in the ladies' race, we have Dikeledi Majara looking to make history today as the first woman from the mountain kingdom of Lesotho to win a Comrades Marathon gold medal. Based for part of the time in the Free State town of Virginia, she enjoys mixed heritage from both Lesotho and South Africa, and will look to make a name for herself as one of the very first in a long line, possibly, of women from Lesotho to earn gold medals. This is the men's race, though, and to talk us through it, we are joined by Wesley Botten and Barry Holland. This particular section of the race, Barry, still early days yet, and still too early to say whether or not Samuel Kachimbi here in picture is looking good enough to go all the way?
Yeah, look, it's still a long, long way out, and we know that Comrades truly unfolds only in the second half. You know, we had previously with us Bruce, who famously was seldom in the top 10 at halfway, and then went on to win on numerous times on the uprun. In fact, he won, I think, 6 upruns. So yeah, it's a long way to go. A lot of running still to do. A lot of tactics still to be folded amongst the top guys. Whether he can hold this, yeah, that's a question we can't answer right now.
Samuel Kachimbi has led from, Kachimbi Moloi, I beg your pardon, has led from Fields Hill. Now, he's known more as a marathon specialist, having run well at the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon in previous years, but this year finishing in second place at the Durban International Marathon, which doubled as the national championships, whereas you have been to many a national championship and know what some of South Africa's elite marathoners are like. The contrast then between an elite marathoner over the standard distance and someone attacking the Comrades Marathon looking for victory.
Looking really comfortable, but as Barry has already said, this race kind of gets split into two. I think the first 60 kilometers you're just going through the motions, usually around 30 kilometers today. That sort of second half, in my mind, the last third, will be 25 kilometers, but that's really where it starts to hurt. And as comfortable as Moloi looks right now, you've got to think that around 60 kilometers in, that pain's going to start setting in, the fatigue. We have seen it before. I remember back in the day in 1994, Alberto Salazar going out really quickly and holding on to the end and managing to pick up the victory.
To win it from the front, yeah.
It hurt him so much that Salazar never raced again, and he was an incredible 2:08 runner back in the 80s.
Correct, correct.
So, you know, comparing him to Samuel Moloi is challenging.
At 2:11, you know, he's a proper so runner. But the Comrades is not a standard marathon. It's 2 of them. And the same, one after the other. So physiologically, what happens after the 60k mark, you know, we've always said, Comrades, the start banners at about 60, 65 Ks. That's where the start banner is. Because that's the race. That's the, you can if you can race for the last 20 Ks, 25 Ks, then you can win the Comrades. But if you can't, and you know, so he's unproven at this stage. You know, which is.
Well, Samuel Moloi this year enjoys a new start in his career. Traditionally, he spent a lot of time in Soweto, being coached by the very great Michael Seme Brasponge. And so he does have a little bit of Comrades pedigree, because he trained alongside Skhumbuzo Seme, who is Michael Seme's son, who finished in 11th place a couple of years ago in 2022. So he will have some knowledge of the race as we get back to him and focus on the women's race for now. Dikeledi Majara continues to look good, and she's running very confidently for someone who is running her very first uprun. Is it different the way you tackle an uprun and a down run, Barry?
Absolutely. As we've said a couple of times this morning, they are 2 totally different races. So the uprun requires a lot more caution. If you look at the profile of the Comrades, as we've said, the first half of the uprun is the hardest marathon that you'll run in the world, let alone South Africa. So caution, patience, playing your cards very, very, very slowly, keeping them close to your chest, and so it's a patience game. On the down run, completely different. You can let it go from the start, afford to be ahead of time. I would always caution most runners I would speak to and say, listen, if you get to the top of Nchanga on the up run and you are behind time, fantastic. Actually, you're really going to have a great Comrades. If you're off your schedule by 3, 4, 5 minutes, it won't matter at all because you're going to make it up in the second half.
Shouldn't I be putting time in the bank? You always run with guys, especially back in maybe 10, 15 years ago. They say, let's put time in the bank, let's get to halfway early.
I think in a marathon, maybe you can do that, but in the Comrades, you're playing with fire. Really you are, because it's, patience is the name of the game, especially on the up run.
Nine times winner Bruce Fordyce likes to say, if you feel like you're running too slowly in the first half of the up run, slow down. And a bit later, if you feel like you're running too slowly, slow down a little bit more.
Exactly.
And absolutely, you don't want to go too quickly. It hurts too much in the closing stages. You know, we talk about in the second half of the race in Changa, just after Drummond, and then you've got Ashburton and Polly Shorts near the closing stages. But it's really a rolling race. There's hills all along the way. We don't have names for all of them, but the second half is tough.
We've touched on that a number of times this morning. It's not the 5 big hills. The 5 big hills are relatively easy because they've got names, because you know about them, because you're coming up to them. Mentally you're prepared, you get up them, it's not a problem. It's the hills with no names, the ones that really, really hurt you. And there are lots of those, lots and lots of them.
Yeah. Sounds like the title to a famous rock song, The Hills with No Names, and they are cresting one of them now, Gerda Steyn, flanked by Shelmith Muriki of Kenya, who became the first black woman in history to finish on the podium at the Comrades Marathon during the era in which women were awarded medals. That was just last year during the down run. The Kenyan now running alongside Gerda and has an excellent pedigree over 50-kilometer races in particular, done well at the Total Sports 2 Oceans Marathon, and because of that confidence she is not afraid. Between them is Nobuhle Nobkosi Chuma, who has spent 2026 training in Kenya for the Comrades Marathon, and she has spoken about the sacrifice of doing so, leaving her kids behind here in South Africa and spending many months in Kenya preparing for what she calls the race of her life as she attempts her very first podium finish. So lots of firsts here today.
Yeah.
Another one being Dikeledi Majara here looking for a first gold medal, but it's the first against the very first being Gerda Steyn looking for a first 5th title, and this man here looking for a first finish at the Comrades Marathon. Tsichimbi Muloi, we mentioned his background. Now, training alongside Comrades successful runners in the likes of Skhumbuzo Seme, who took 11th place a few years ago, will mean that specifically when it comes to long runs, they would have done some of their long runs together, and perhaps that gives him a deeper insight into trying to keep his powder dry. As it is, he enjoys quite a substantial lead.
Yeah, look, it is such a long race that you need to allow it to unfold. You just can't rush this thing. So it's going to be very to see how he holds his cadence. It looked to me at the moment like he might have just dropped, but he is climbing a hill now. So yeah, we'll just watch him closely and look at his form and see how his form changes, if it does change.
I think the problem for an athlete who's as good as he is over the standard marathon distance is that this is a really comfortable pace for him. He's running just outside 3.5 minutes a kilometer. That's sort of what he would do on an easy training run.
Correct.
And I think because of all the supports along the route, it's so easy, especially the first time you run the race, when you don't realize how much it's going to hurt in the closing stages. You get carried away.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all these people applauding you. He knows he's live on TV, and I think it's easy just to push a little bit harder than he should, and maybe that's all he needs, right? An athlete like this just needs to run a hard Comrades once, and he'll come back next time and he'll know a little bit better, and he'll be a little bit more cautious, like we've seen with Onalena Konkobe twice now, leading the Comrades Marathon until the closing stages. We know that he's capable of winning the race, but just getting a little bit too carried away.
Yeah.
Well, I think at Comrades, knowledge is power.
Yeah.
Knowledge is huge power. It really is. It's not like a standard marathon. The standard marathon, relatively speaking, is short and it's quick and it's over, and the international ones are mostly flat. This encompasses all the hills, and there's just so much more to it. So knowledge here is very, very powerful.
and the knowledge that Mbuti Mollo will need to go all the way is there, well, in the deep wells of experience of Martin Ngwenya, the elite manager at Max Elite. He's been involved in the race for about 20 years now. And Mbuti Mollo, who comes from the northern Free State town of Frankfurt, where they train alongside the Sbeko brothers, will know this race through Martin Ngwenya quite well, based here in Durban. And of course, Mbuti Mollo won a few standard marathons, for example the Rand Water Vaal River City Marathon. He usually does quite well at that in September, and won that in 2025. So another one who is quite solid at the standard marathon, done well in 50-kilometer races as well. But this man here, Samuel Moloi, will also, when you speak about knowledge is power, benefit from Ndu Khumalo, who founded Pantane. And you will know that Pantane, of course, Gerdestein has won a title in Pantane colors.
Yeah, it's very interesting, you know, Mozabodi, that we talk about, you know, he's now got a 2:11 marathon. Now that's good marathoning. That's very quick. Bruce's PB over a marathon is 2:17. So he's a long, long way behind this runner as a standard marathon runner. But Bruce was the king of comrades. So it just shows the difference that you know, you don't have to be a lightning fast marathon runner to do really, really well at the comrades and dominate.
Just a recap of what's happened this morning here at the 2026 Comrades Marathon. It's the 50th uprun and the 99th edition of the Ultimate Human Race. Sumptuous visuals of what took place this morning as over 20,000 runners left Durban on the road to Pietermaritzburg. And this is the man at the very sharp end of the field, Samuel Moloi, chased by Mbuti Mollo, and we saw the face of Gerdestein as the drama continues to unfold. When you watched him, Wesley, at the Durban International Marathon, did you get a sense of a man perhaps who was preparing for an ultra marathon? Because when I saw him run the Baldwin Run Series Dolphin Coast Half Marathon, which he won in March, he was very tight-lipped about his ultra marathon prospects for the rest of 2026.
I certainly didn't get the feeling that he'd be here today. Like we said, I mean, it was last month, and you want some time to recover after running a 2:11 marathon. You got to feel that that's still in his legs. These are elite athletes, and they recover quicker than most of us. But still, you know, running a hard 42k race like that, you would expect him to maybe take a 2 or 3 month gap before he tries to run an ultra marathon. But at the moment, still looking good. But like we keep saying, it's still early in this race, and there's still a very, very long way to go. And I have a feeling Molloi's wheels are going to come off at some point.
Yeah, we would hope not, but more likely than not, I must say. Yeah.
Absolutely. We don't want to be too negative, you know. Obviously, the guy is an incredible athlete, and he's looking very comfortable. But yeah, I mean, it's just we'll see. We'll see in the second half of the race. The most exciting athlete in this entire field, though, is Gerdestein. She's so unbelievable. Like I can't remember ever seeing Gerdestein have a bad run, and you can see how many of the men in the field who are really good runners themselves looking for a sub-6 are sort of keying off her.
They key off her.
Because she's so good at pacing herself.
She is absolutely solid. She's so solid. I mean, she never looks flustered. She always looks like she, you know, belongs on the front cover of Vogue magazine instead of running a Comrades Marathon. I mean, she is just so wonderful, and her form. I mean, I love watching her run because her form is so beautiful. She's so relaxed and such rhythm.
They call her the smiling assassin because she doesn't stop smiling. And I used to think maybe she was doing that on purpose, just to agitate the people around her.
I just think that's her.
I think that's her personality, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's really what it's all about, being the best version of yourself. And that's what the Comrades Marathon brings out, not only for our elite athletes and our top runners, but for these runners here whom we see now only going down
into Pinetown,
Cowie's Hill, into Pinetown, and then they will start the ascent up Fields Hill. So that puts them more than about 25 kilometers behind our current leaders, and they'll need all of those oranges, salted oranges. Try them if you ever run the Comrades Marathon. It slaps differently, as they would say, but these guys have no time for that. Mbuti Mollo running well, and I think perhaps so far as Mr. Price are concerned and the Max Elite team, Mollo could be one of those, with Joe Khatwane having dropped out, who will be given the baton to try and get close to the front, because there is a little bit of gamesmanship between the professional teams about whether or not he's a rabbit, he's a pacemaker, will he finish, and that's all part of the tactics of the elite men's
very
race.
much so. Yep. But what's wonderful now is that you're talking about those runners, as we saw, coming down Cowie's Hill into Pinetown. And then we watch Gerda here, it's just streaming away. It's just totally different races. And that makes Comrades so incredible. Those guys coming down Cowie's Hill are running their own race. It's their own journey, their own special day. And they love Gerda and they admire her incredibly, but they've got their race to run. And it's what makes this thing so amazing.
Precisely, and that's exactly what we see unfolding in the women's race, because many of the women around her, Shalmith Miruki in particular, Nobuhle Nobukosi Chuma, admires Gerda Steyn, has spent time training with her at the University of Johannesburg track, but has said that she's come to run her own race and she won't be overawed by the occasion of running alongside Gerda. And you see her there just tucked in, running behind Gerda Steyn as she waves to the crowd. Chuma clearly enjoying this run. I've never seen her wave to the crowd during a run before. I think the crowd might be shouting for Gerda, but she's taking those wonderful chants as well as they run towards halfway now. And that is the bunch of many women and men. And we get back to the men's race now with Molo, who currently lies in second place behind Samuel Moloi. This is a particularly lonely stretch of the race heading in towards halfway.
Especially if you're on your own like this, it makes it so much more difficult. I think it's a lot easier if you have a little bit of company, maybe one or two athletes running with you, as we saw with Gerda Steyn, surrounded by a group of people. Unfortunately for Moloi, he's all on his own out front, and of course this gentleman in second position also running on his own. It does make things a lot more challenging. But I've got to say, Mosibodi, as you were saying now, Nobukosi Chuma is looking proper good. This is her debut. We didn't know what to expect from her. She is a podium finisher at the Two Oceans ultramarathon, so we know that she has the legs for an ultra, but at the moment looking great. And good to see Shalmith Muriuki from Kenya also trying to go with Gerda Steyn, not letting her get away, and maybe trying to have a go of it, because you would expect, you know, as we've seen so many times from Steyn, not only at Comrades but at Two Oceans, she just completely dominates, and no athlete is ever going to beat her unless they give it a go. They've got to try, you know, they've got to go with her and try and hold on.
Where's 100%? You know, if you these athletes are not running for second, they want to win, and Gerda is the marker. So they'll be looking at her. They'll be trying to try and stay with her strategy, as it were, to try and, you know, and then understand that if they are strong enough at the end, you know, when they get to polys, to have a go. Well, that's it, you know. But right now, she dominates. She absolutely dominates.
Absolutely. She's so difficult to beat, and she's so strong in the second half of the race as well. Her pacing is absolutely incredible. She's meticulous in her planning, and she always seems to get it right. You know, she doesn't share her race plans beforehand, but it's clear that she's able to. She runs like a metronome. And I don't think she even needs to wear a watch. You know, whatever pace it is that she sets herself, she knows this course so well, and that's why, like we've said, you know, you've got so many athletes keying off her, and already some of those elite women just not able to stick with her. You can see that she's starting to pick up the pace now in the latter stages of the first half. But yeah, good to see at least Muriuki and Chuma.
And that gets so demoralizing for a runner, you know. So,
well, back to the men's race and the women's race. We've seen Samuel Moloi taking the guise of the dominant figure up front, and Dikeledi Majara continues to track the lead women. Not too far behind, it seems, Gerda Steyn and the two Nziga athletes. But no doubt about this man now who goes past the world sports betting activation there. Samuel Moloi still looks quite comfortable enough to take some of the applause and give them a thumbs up, as his cadence, you mentioned, Barry, still looks good, especially when he goes downhill. He's a man with an impressive pedigree, not only over the standard marathon but over the half marathon as well, and he's also trained alongside Stephen Mukoka, one of the legendary South African marathoners, a 206 marathoner. So clearly when it comes to the speed, he'll have it, and the knowledge of the race he'll get from Skhumbuzo Seme. But also importantly, Ndu Khumalo, who is based in this part of the world and has hosted many elite long runs before the Comrades Marathon. For example, Yvette van Zyl joined one of them last year, so he'll have prepared. And even though he's based in Gauteng, he has spent a lot of time in KZN now that he's running for Pantane. They are behind the leader, and these are the guys going for your silvers and Bill Rowans, what we call the racing snakes in the Pan-African colors, which is a club that has been birthed by John Hamlet, one of the famous coaches of the Comrades Marathon.
Yeah, indeed.
You can see the sun coming out now, starting to get a little bit warm. I think for the people at the back of the field, it's going to be a long day out there. Pretty hot, as we see images there of Yvette van Zyl, a little bit behind those lead women. Van Zyl is an absolutely incredible athlete. We've seen her pushing Gerda Steyn all the way to the line a couple of times at the Two Oceans Marathon in Cape Town last year, making her debut on the down run here, finishing 4th. She is the record holder at the Soweto Marathon. She's a former Olympian over the marathon distance, and she's made of steel, is Yvette van Zyl. I remember some years ago when she was 7 months pregnant with her second child, running a 34-minute 10-kilometer in Durban. I don't think there's many people in the world who could achieve something so incredible. And when she gets it right, Yvette van Zyl is almost unbeatable. And coming into this race, it felt like if anybody was going to be able to challenge Gerda Steyn, it is this woman, the tall, slim, blonde figure of Yvette van Zyl, but she does have a bit of work to do to catch up.
And you know where she always looks to meet.
Somehow we're here again. You show me your love again. Can we go play now? Hide again, but never ever get far.
Whatever you're running for, nothing should stop you. Celsi, official partner of the Comrades Marathon.
So the Comrades Marathon brand is a national treasure in our country. You know, people love being part of it. I think it's just about the values, the history, the traditions, and what it means to runners and the general public. You know, everybody's a fan of the Comrades Marathon because of how diverse the race is and what it does for runners. It changes their lives in many ways, and it's, as our slogan says, the ultimate human race. We are very proud of all the safety and security enhancements we've made, and also with many of the new sponsors that have come on board. There's direct benefit to the runners. So an example is a sponsor such as Vaseline that the runners are going to benefit from on the route. And also just proud of all our volunteers, all our staff as to what we've achieved all these months of planning. And we're looking forward to ensuring that the race is going to be a success. Comrades is just extra special to runners, to supporters, to fans of Comrades. It means a lot to so many people that are associated with it, and particularly to the runners and volunteers that are involved, with all our staff and our sponsors and partners. Yeah, as the name says, the ultimate human race, because it is the ultimate and best ultramarathon in the world.
tough. It is indeed, as we see Yvette van Sail once again with a couple of men for company. Yvette's looking really good. We'll see if we can get the gap, the size of that gap that she's going to have to close if she wants to catch Gerda Steyn, who still has Nobukosi Chuma from Zimbabwe for company, as well as Shalmith Muriuki from Kenya. And we've seen a lot of athletes, particularly from Europe, Russia especially, coming out and competing in the women's race, doing really well. Dominika Stelmach from Poland competing again today. She's very consistent, but it's so good to see African women coming out and competing as well. We've got Majara from Lesotho currently in 4th position. So the top 4 athletes at the moment from 4 different African countries.
Yeah, wonderful. Isn't it? And that's the magic again of Comrades, the whole international side of things. And you know, as a Comrades and as a board member, I can tell you that we are really going to be working very hard to actually promote this race internationally more and more and more. You know, we've got a dream to have a runner from every country in the world. There's 204 countries in the world. To have a runner from every country in the world, that would be just incredible.
That would be incredible.
And it would be incredible if Samuel Moloi could go all the way and win the Comrades Marathon. It would make him the most famous person in the world for a day. Samuel Moloi leading the elite men's race, and these are the leaders in the elite women's race. The two in the colors of the Nsiga Athletic Club that flank Gerda Steyn, Shalmith Muriuki, top 3 last year. Nobukosi Chuma finished in the top 5 in 2024 during that up run. Remember that epic battle against Carla Molinaro as they came onto the Hollywood Bet Scottsville race course. But in the middle, in the center, is the woman they've all come to watch, wearing the dark glasses and sporting her trademark smile. Gerda Steyn continues just to, as Barry Holland describes, float along as she makes the climb into Inchanga look quite easy. And Gerda Steyn will have to watch the record quite closely, especially during the second half. That 5:51 could be under threat. Yvette van Sail, known for her exploits over the Standard Marathon, over the 56 kilometers of the Total Sports 2 Oceans Marathon, is a little bit behind Gerda Steyn and Shalmith Muriuki and Nobukosi Chuma. But given her strength in terms of climbing, she says she enjoys the hills, but importantly, during the pre-race press conference on Thursday, spoke about her learnings from 2025. She said she made mistakes, and her aim today is to make less mistakes. She knows she will make some mistakes, given that it's her first up run, but she aims to make less mistakes. And so Yvette van Sail is running quite well at this stage, looking comfortable. That is her gait. She always looks to expend a little bit more effort, but running quite comfortably there with one man alongside her for company. And at this stage, looking like she could finish strongly inside that top 5.
I like that she's running her own race. You know, we did say that it's good to see some of the women, Muriuki and Chuma, trying to stay with Gerda Steyn and give her a go. But I think Yvette van Sail has planned this race well. She knows what she's capable of. And I think at the end of the day, because of how good Gerda Steyn is, I think van Sail really understands, you know, if she's going to beat Steyn, she's got to kind of hope that Steyn has a bad second half and comes back at her. Yeah. And she's gone out conservatively, which is what you want to do on the up run. And she's allowing Steyn to go ahead and do her own thing, and then just hoping, I suppose, that for a change, maybe Gerda Steyn has a bad day out there.
Yeah. And this now is...
Well, let's hear more about some of the people that makes the Comrades Marathon so special. Who will complete it in under 5.5 hours. This is one of them. Samuel Moloi, if he goes on to complete the race. And that's what everyone watching will be waiting for the answer to that question. At this stage, no signs of any weariness developing. The gait still looks good. The arm carriage still quite comfortable there. And Samuel Tsijimbi Moloi is making a name for Pantane here. We've seen a woman in the colors of Pantane winning the race. Gerda Steyn did it. Could we see a man, the very first Pantane athlete, to win this race? So the halfway split just coming up, not too long, 2:45 on the clock. And as we watch Samuel Moloi, let's learn a little bit more about the people of the ultimate human race.
This crowd welcoming yet another runner through. What a vibe down at the side of the road. What a day for all these runners.
Once a year, on the road between Durban and Maritzburg, South Africa shows up. Yay! We always have.
You can do it! Well done!
Some have done this for 30 years. Some are here for the first time. We're here to cheer the fast ones, the slow ones, and everyone in between. We're here for ourselves and each other. We're here because this is what our country does on Comrades Day. We show up.
You got it! You got it! You got it! You got it!
Yeah, that's what makes it special. It's South Africa's gift to humanity, the Comrades Marathon. And you want to stay tuned for this entire 14-hour broadcast here for the very first time going around the world on YouTube, because that's where you will see those very special people of the race during the second half of this. But for now, we focus on the first half, the sharp end, where some of the elites are taking close order. And this looks like it could be the bib of Ayanda Ngobo, who is there in the chasing bunch. But this is the back. Wesley, you've been there before.
Yeah.
But let me not call you the back, because I think you do own a Bill Rowan medal, am I correct?
Something like that, yes. I'll take ownership of that. But I know what it's like to be at the back. Before we came into the commentary booth, I heard them talking about your worst performances at Comrades, Barry. You said you ran 11:42.
Correct.
I ran 11:44, so I'm a little bit slower than you.
Got me.
And I ran 11:57. But this is not what we're talking about now. The guys in the front looking good. And if we're talking about 11:44s, 11:42s and 11:57s, this looks like it could be well under 6 hours. And I think that's a real feature of the race, Barry, how the women's race has become quite so deep. To earn a gold medal as a woman in 2019, for example, you needed to run somewhere around about the 6:50 mark to get the 10th medal. Last year, or in 2024, let's use the uprun, the 10th gold medal for women was 6:28. So half an hour faster on 2 consecutive upruns. Can we say Gerda Steyn, as we watch Samuel Moloi, is the reason that the women's race has gotten so competitive over the last 5 years?
I think it's deeper than that as well. If you look at world marathoning, what's happening with women's running in world marathoning, how they have got faster and faster and faster. They, you know, as a percentage, they're getting quicker than the men are. And I know that, yeah, they off a slower base, and I understand the stats of that. But no, women's road running in the world is on an absolute up. And Gerda, in terms of Comrades, no doubt setting the bar, you know, all the time. But she's also just keying off world marathon running as well, and what the women are doing with that.
Spot on. Marathon running in general in the world has become revolutionized, I beg your pardon. You cannot talk about a marathon in 2026 and not acknowledge the sub-2 that we saw from Sebastian Sawe at the London Marathon, and it's influenced world marathoning. For example, we look at Samuel Moloi in picture here. 2:11 10 years ago would make you an elite marathoner. Now no one even looks at you with
Yeah,
that
yeah.
time.
You're not elite.
You're not elite anymore, exactly. They say, well, that's a lady's time. But this man here, running 2:11, will now be forced to run a few more ultras if he needs to make a good living for himself, because 2:11 just doesn't cut it, but it still makes him one of the fastest in this field. And I think certainly makes him a contender if he can go all the way to perhaps end up in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, a top 10 finish at Comrades is nothing to sneeze at, especially if you don't have a lot of experience. I'm sure at the start line, if you gave Samuel Malloy the option, do you want a top 10 finish today? I think he would have taken that.
Yeah, and also, I mean, there's a top 10 finish, but there's also a little bit of, sometimes the elite clubs have an incentive for how far you get as a leader. So we know Unalena Konkobe led until 71 odd kilometers, and you get a bonus for that. So perhaps something of a similar sort is available for Samuel Moloi today as we continue to enjoy the race.
How's it going? No, so far it's looking good. Looking good. And your legs a bit tight. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. But I'm hoping that I'm gonna be there soon. No, you're almost there. Let me tell you. Yes, yeah. Any special reason you're running today? Who are you running for? No, I'm just running for my sister who passed away, who was supporting us a lot. So that is why I'm running today. Wait, your sister passed away? Yes, she was a part of the Comrades when we are running. I'm so sorry, man. Yeah, so now I'm trying I'm trying to make a silver for her today, just to honor her. So that is why I'm running today. What is your sister's name? My sister is Makosi Tumabuke. Makosi? Yes. Go get your silver for Makosi. Go, man. Go.
Oh, that was fabulous. Rory, the Minister of Champions, speaking to a champion there. And Rory really tested there because that man is an A-batch runner chasing silver. Rory last year ran 11:50 something, so he's got to run quite
Rory was
fast.
hard-pressed to stay with the guy.
And the guy's still talking. My brother, beautiful story that he's doing it for his sister. And every single one of these runners will have their own reason for running the Comrades Marathon. All of the 20-odd thousand, including this man here, and his reason for continuing to meet out this metronomic pace. Mbuti Mollo will be to catch the man in front of him, who is Samuel Mollo in second, and Shell Miriki there alongside Nobukosi Chuma and Gerdestein. Now seems to be easing ahead ever so slightly, but still not much in it as the women head to halfway.
No, absolutely.
And we also have lots of comments from around the world, some people tuning in from the UK as they catch this broadcast, which comes for the first time on YouTube of the Comrades Marathon. Tekiso all the way in the UK says, thank you. Now we can comfortably watch from the UK. The race we love so much as South Africa, now based in the UK, but this, of course, has global interest. A race which is 100 years old and is the most loved ultramarathon, and you can see that from the throngs of spectators. Have you ever stood by the side and supported someone, Wes?
I have. Back in the day, before I was allowed to run this race, there is obviously a minimum age limit. I think it's 20 you have to be to run Comrades. When I was a kid, my mom used to run. We used to come out and support her on the side of the road.
Oh, wow.
And it's really special being on the side of the road as part of the Comrades Marathon support group. There's hundreds of thousands of people braying along the route, and it's just so festive. And there's certain areas when you're running where it really sort of lifts you, you know. I love running through Hillcrest. It's always very festive over there.
Those crowds are fantastic.
Absolutely. Drummond is incredible. And then obviously as you're approaching the finish in Pietermaritzburg as well, so many people coming out to support.
Unbelievable.
And this portion of the race, very important because you can see the wall of honor behind on the right of Gerdestein. Barry, your name will be up there as well as one of the legends of this race.
It's a wonderful place. They're wonderful to have your plaque there. It's a nominal cost, it really is. And every runner can have their plaque up there, and it's just, again, another marvelous part of the traditions of Comrades. What makes it special? They're just about to approach Arthur's Seat now. The event now will be at Arthur's Seat very shortly. Just wonderful, wonderful traditions of Comrades.
And Arthur's seat, if Yvette van Zyl wants to have a good race as she runs past the wall of honor with all the race numbers of some of the race's most famous names there, she'll just have to tap Arthur's seat, say good morning to Arthur Newton, one of the founding fathers, the forefathers of this race, and he will then bless her with a good race. As we see Yvette now going to go past Arthur's seat, which will be on her left in the little crevice in the mountainside.
Yeah. Legend tells us that that's where he used to stop and have a little break along the way. Did five-time winner Arthur Newton back in the 1920s.
And you drink what, tea?
Is it an urban legend? Is it what? Was it true?
Do we know if it's true? I'm not sure, but we believe it is.
We heard he used to drink something, maybe a cup of tea, maybe something stronger. Those were the early days of the Comrades Marathon, when we had people running the race on 2 big portions of steak and a big jar of milk, and saying that that's what will get you to the finish line. And it's just amazing how over the years it's become more and more doable for the ordinary person. It was believed to be the maniacs only that would run the Comrades Marathon 80 years ago. But as we watch Yvette van Zyl going past Arthur's seat,
One of the best stories about the Comrades is the former Springbok rugby player Bill Payne.
We'll hear more about Bill Payne after we hear about Arthur's seat.
This is the Comrades' most cherished shrine, and this its most celebrated tradition. Legend would have us believe that this is where Arthur Newton, 5-time champion, would take a break on his training runs to light his pipe and take in the scenery. Legend also says, leave a flower, or tip your cap, or say,
Morning, Arthur. So you got to go show your respects for Arthur, and he'll get you through it.
Those who ignore him do it at their own peril. So to this day, the flowers pile up, the greetings resound, and runners leave this patch of road lighter than when they arrived, just because they took a moment and said, "Good morning, Arthur."
Arthur Newton, an absolute legend of this race, the first man to win the race 5 times back in the 1920s. And as you saw, people along the route, people competing at this race every year, just taking a moment to appreciate that man and putting a flower on Arthur's seat. As we were saying before we learned a bit more about Arthur's seat, back in the 1920s, Bill Payne, who hadn't played yet for the Springboks but did compete in provincial rugby, decided after a dare the night before Comrades to head out and compete in this race, running in a pair of rugby boots. We believe that he had a full meal at around halfway, yes. I think somewhere on both his heel, just before halfway, and a bottle of peach brandy, I'm told.
That's it.
Still managed to finish the race, and I think played a game of rugby in running shoes the next day because his rugby boots were broken.
Yeah. They will be. Well, thankfully running shoe technology has come a little bit quite some way since then, and these thousands here will be wearing all the various different running shoe brands to carry them through this, and they will have been through maybe 2-3 pairs of running shoes in the training for the Comrades Marathon, and lots of smiles on their faces as they still continue to tackle the first third of the race, as our leaders now of the men's race certainly begin to climb out of halfway, and it's still Samuel Kichimbi that leads. He was through Drummond at 2 hours and 35 minutes, and there he is, Samuel Moloi, 2:35.28 through Drummond, and he will climb out of halfway now. And this is a lonely part of the race up front. If you've ever run one of the higher medals, you'll know that it tends to be quite quiet. Drummond very noisy, lots happening, and as you climb out, you have time now to consider the challenge that really lies ahead.
Yeah, in Changa is a really tough hill, really tough hill, and you've come out of the people of Drummond, as you said, and then there's not many people on Changa. It's very hard to get to, but it's 2.5 Ks, but it's steep, especially the first part. As you come out of Drummond, the first part of Changa is very steep. It's quite a shock to the system. Suddenly get there and say, wow, this race is now properly started, you know. And I always talk about the up run, saying get to the top of Changa before you even think about what's going to happen today. You've got to know what you'd like to be feeling like at the top of Changa, and if you're feeling good, then you can really start to open up a bit. You know.
I feel like Changa can break you. You know, we talk about polished shorts in the closing stages of the up run, but we don't talk enough about Changa because it really can hurt. And you know, there's a story from back in the 1980s. I think Bruce Fordyce was running that day. Alan Robb was in the lead group going over the top of Changa, and they saw a sign on the side of the road that said 42 kilometers to go, and Alan Robb pointed that out to the rest of the lead group. Just a marathon to go, boys. And apparently half the lead group dropped out, because it's demoralizing when you're struggling up a hill like that and you do see a sign that says 42, 43 kilometers to go. It starts to set in what you're in for in the second half.
The mental side.
Yeah,
the mental side.
Absolutely. And I think for the lead runners as well, Changa is a very important part of the route, especially down the back of Changa. I think once you get to the top, some of the athletes maybe push a little bit too hard down that downhill on the back of Changa, and they end up paying for it in the closing stages. So it's really, I feel like, where the race really begins.
You've got to be very careful there. The back of Changa is long down, lovely gradient. You can start to go, but at your peril do you go too hard. You know, you really have to be careful, you know.
Absolutely.
There's a lovely little thing on Changa, just about 500 meters from the top. There's a little NCC man. It's the Natal Canoe Club, a little, like an Indian, red Indian type guy, painted on the rock. And it's green and black and red. And when you get past the little NCC man, you know you only got half a K to go to the top.
So there they are, the multitudes that continue to make their way through the first third of the Comrades Marathon. This is the 99th edition of the most loved, the most famous ultramarathon in the world. And this is South Africa's gift to humanity. A train of people, and you can see the enjoyment on their faces. What happens in the first half of the race, if you've ever run, is people are singing and talking and chatting. And then the second half, after 60K, is like a graveyard. Dead silent, and all you hear is the shuffling of feet and the heavy breathing. So this is still that first half when people have time to talk and chat and say, oh, how's it going? Well, I had a good training run. I ran a good 50, so I'm looking forward to my target of sub 11 hours. As we see the colors of Soweto Cabals, many clubs from across the country there. But in the end, Witsi, and there's Witsi, someone you know well. Witsi van der Veste is in Barry Holland.
Indeed, yeah. What a wonderful runner. What a wonderful guy too. He's really super.
One of those going for, I think, he's 38th Comrades Marathon medal.
Witsi?
Yes.
No, he's running his 46th today, 47th.
47th, and he's also up there at the Total Sports Oceans Marathon.
Yeah,
close
absolutely.
to that. Yeah, so he's a man who's been running for many years. And in 2020, when the Comrades Marathon didn't take place, he famously ran the race on a treadmill. The entire Comrades Marathon on a treadmill in his house. And Witsi van der Westhuizen, based in the Cape, absolutely loved this race. This is the sharp end of the field there. We just saw Samuel Moloi. And now this is Yvette van Zyl. Still looking good, as is Samuel Moloi. And the longer he goes, the more he believes, doesn't he, Wes? What do we think? Are we saying that this man could go all the way here?
No, stop it now. We'll see. I mean, let's not write him off completely, but we have to be realistic. And he's still, like you say, he's looking pretty smooth. I don't think he's dropped his pace at all.
No.
But yeah, he's still got 40 kilometers to go. It's it's going to be a tough day for him. I'll be very impressed if he can hold on for a gold medal, finish in the top 10.
Yeah, if he
and,
holds it, yeah.
you know, there you see him glancing back, which is always an indication that an athlete's maybe starting to struggle a little bit, wondering where the other athletes are.
Yeah.
So maybe he's starting to feel it now as they go past. Is that Etimbeni School on the back of Inchanga, the school for children with disabilities? We were talking earlier about some of the more uplifting parts of the route, and I've always feel like Etimbeni School is one of those areas where it just raises your spirits a little bit.
There's only one word to describe that. It is absolutely fabulous. You run past there, if you're not running a foot off the ground, it's absolutely incredible. Those little kids there, and they put their hands out, and they're all sitting in their wheelchairs, and some of them have got crutches, and it warms your heart. It really does.
Absolutely. Yvette van Sail still looking strong. Running alone now. None of the men around are able to keep up anymore, I think. One of the rules in terms of this race, or in road running in general, is that the women aren't allowed to be paced.
Yes.
So there has been certain athletes who have been sort of punished for that or warned for it over the years. But especially in the second half of Comrades, I don't think that there's a single man who is pacing these women. I think it's the other way around. I think the women are setting the pace and the men are just trying to hang on.
Yeah, I agree.
So Yvette van Sail now having shaken off the attentions of the men that were around her during the early part of the race, is left to climb this
now
hill
she's
alone.
climbing in Changa. Yep.
Yeah, and now she climbs in Changa, and you can see just the way she leans forward and uses those arms. This is textbook climbing technique. Lean into the hill a little bit and use those arms to pump you up and down. And this man here definitely now starting to slow. Looks like Samuel Moloi beginning to tire. 1:05, 65 minutes he ran to win the Baldwin Run Series Dolphin Coast Half Marathon. He won the Durban International Marathon, and he's previously run 2:14 at the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon. And if you want to know how it's all unfolded this morning, how Samuel Cicimbi Moloi enjoys this lead, let's have a look at the recap. So we started in Durban. It's the 85.77 kilometer journey from the coast in Durban to Pietermaritzburg, which is roughly about 900 meters above sea level. So it gives you an idea of the climbing that will have to be done throughout this race. And it was Gerdestein with the likes of Nobuhle Nobukosi, Chuma, and Shelmith Miriki around her. We also saw Dikeledi Majara of the Nedbank Running Club and Yvette van Sail of Hollywood there. But this man has led for quite some time after going past Muhau Rasoho of Impala. He left Mbuti Mollo behind him, who continues to chase, and still Samuel Moloi leads this 2026 Comrades Marathon. Not known for his ultramarathon exploits, although he has run the Total Sports Two Oceans Marathon before. But 86, almost 86 kilometers versus 56 kilometers.
Chalk and cheese.
Yep.
Chalk and cheese. Yeah. No. Different. You know, Oceans is a proper ultra marathon. Comrades is Comrades. Comrades is, it's by its own definition, that's what it is. It's yeah. I think that he's. I wouldn't say he's gone, but yeah, he's not. His cadence has certainly dropped dramatically.
So Samuel Maloi's cadence has slowed. These wonderful warriors in picture now, their cadence slowed to a walk. And this is the walk-run tactic. Walk before you're tired is what you're always told. Don't walk when you're tired, because then it's too late.
Yeah, walk before you have to.
Precisely. As we see one of the men from Toti, Amanzim Toti, here on the south coast in KwaZulu-Natal. And he runs for Toti, lots of different clubs there, including Azania from Limpopo. So they come from across South Africa and indeed the world. And this man here from KZN in the colors of Pantane. And there's an additional prize for him, because in addition to the 925,000 Rand for being first across the finish line, there's also some additional money for being the first KZN athlete across the line.
Absolutely, and there's also a hot spot along the way in.
At
If he
Camperdown,
leads
yeah. So
at Camperdown,
if he holds it to Camperdown, is another 55k richer.
Absolutely, he does have to reach the finish to get that hotspot prize.
Correct.
But he'll have a long time to be able to get to the finish. He could probably walk all the way.
He could walk home.
Absolutely. And talking about walking, you were talking about the runners a little further back in the field there. I think if you're going to be doing a lot of walking in the Comrades, which is important, as we see Samuel Malloy's race, I think has come to an end at the front of that men's field.
Here we go.
And Malloy has probably decided to call it quits.
Yeah. He's over and out.
But in terms of walking, I think it's important for anyone who wants to walk in this race, which is crucial for a lot of people, is to practice walking and training as well, because if you're not used to it, you're using completely different muscles, and it can be quite painful if you do a lot of walking that you're not used to.
So Samuel Malloy has just stopped there, and we might get a few comments from him there. So his words there, "I am done." That's all he said. Samuel Malloy says, "I am done," and his race is over. So he managed to get up almost to the top of Injanga, and which means that the chasing bunch behind him will also get information, because they are fed information throughout the race. And Klijimbi Malloy, who was 19th at the Total Sports 2 Oceans Marathon in 3 hours and 16 minutes this year, his Comrades comes to an end in roughly the same time, 3 hours. So it looks like perhaps this was, they said to him, go out and run for 3 hours and see how far you can get. And it will count, it will count as a long run for his next marathon there. But these ones, well, they're intending to finish, aren't they?
Absolutely. They are. They're deep into this race now, and most of them still absolutely loving it.
And most looking to earn a Comrades medal. Now, if you have never taken part in the Comrades Marathon and are watching this broadcast on YouTube from somewhere in some corner of the world, whether it's in Japan in the Far East, or you are watching it in Mexico in the West, well, we won't talk about football if you're watching it in Mexico, because we are in South Africa, but you will know that if you've never seen a medal before, the medal that they will all earn, it is the smallest medal, and I was shocked when I first ran Comrades. I was expecting a much bigger medal, but it is so special that I wouldn't have it any other way. Buti Mollo now is our race leader, with Samuel Malloy having pulled out, and he possibly will look to finish, although he's another one who's more of a marathon and 2 oceans sort of a runner. That medal, though, is one that's quite special as we watch Buti Mollo. And what do you do with your medals, Barry? You've got almost 50 of them. Where are they? In your home? What have you done with them?
No, they're all just in a box.
Come on, Barry.
Just in a box. No, they never got put up or mounted, or we just don't do that. We don't do memorabilia. It sounds crazy, but we don't. We don't have anything up framed.
Yeah, you're like me. I also have all of mine in a box, but my idea is one day to put them up somehow, not quite sure where. And if he can earn a gold medal, then that'll be different, because the gold medal is slightly different to the normal medal. They get, what is it, a 3-ounce gold medal that they get?
Oh, it's spectacular. It really is wonderful. We need Bruce here to tell us about those, because he's got lots and lots of them. But yeah, it's look, the gold is very, very special. But you're quite right about that little small medal. Means so much. Eh?
It means so much. And Mbuti Mollo will be looking to earn his first year running in the colors of Max Delete. It's been some years since the Max Delete runner won the Comrades Marathon. Of course, you have to go back to 1995 when Sean Micklejohn won for the very first time in the red vest the Comrades Marathon for the Mr. Price team, which has then since morphed into the Max Delete Club and has spent 30 years with this famous race. Can he put them back on the map, Mbuti Mollo? As we watch now, looks like Dominica Stelmach there as we glare into the sun. That looks like she could be making up some of some ground on the women in front of her.
Naomi Robinson.
Oh, Naomi Robinson.
Like, from the UK. I wonder where Dominica Stelmach is, because she's probably been the most consistent Comrades runner in recent years. aside from maybe Alexandra Morozova and Gada Steyn. So we'll see if Stelmach is still there or thereabouts. But good run so far from Naomi Robinson, who I think is back in 5th position.
But this is a classic situation, guys, where you look at how what Comrades does to, and especially the sharp end of the race. I mean, that all those women were all together in a group, and now they spray painted over the second half, going into the second half of Comrades now. That's what Comrades does. It's not a marathon.
Yeah. And I think Naomi Robinson will know that last time out in 2025. 15th position was Naomi Robinson. So she earned the Isabel Roche Kelly medal. She ran 6:32. And so she now knows that how to attack the race, given that it was her debut. But this will be her first up run, and looking a lot stronger on that up run is Naomi Robinson. Butimolo continues to lead, but do I sense a little bit of slowing down here?
I think his cadence has changed slightly, not dramatically, but we have to watch him because say it again and again and again. It's just the attrition rate of the second half of Comrades is just dramatic. It's a geometric curve of tiredness.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Bruce Fordyce says for every minute that you make up in the first half of the up run, you're going to lose 10 minutes in the second half.
Absolutely, and it's so true. It is so true.
So we'll see if Butimolo can hold on here. He's got a big gap at the front, a little more conservative than we saw from Samuel Molloy, who has now, I think, dropped out of the race.
Yeah. And we'll just have to see how that unfolds. It's so much further to go. so much further to go.
And I think we're going to see a lot of changes, not just in the men's race, but at the front of the women's race, I think, as well. Naomi Robinson coming through nicely. Looks like Ovette van Sail trying to close that gap on the 3 ladies out front. It is still Gada Steyn alongside Nobukosi Chuma and Shamith Muriuki. And I see Gada Steyn went through halfway on record pace, which is absolutely unbelievable. Her record here is 5 hours 49 minutes on the up run. If she can run quicker than that, obviously this year a little bit shorter than usual, but it looks like Steyn is also on target to run the fastest average pace in the history of the women's race. If she can do that, she's going to take home a total prize purse of more than 2 million rand.
Yeah, and so deserved. So deserved. I mean, I often compare our wonderful sport and what our top athletes earn versus, say, not a Grand Slam tennis winner, not a Grand Slam winner, just a guy that's in the top 20 in the world, and what that person earns versus what our top athletes earn, it's frightening. And golf is the same. So our athletes are, inverted commas, poorly paid as an international sport,
And I think the Comrades organisers and the sponsors have done really well in the last few years to try and change that, right?
Pushing it up, absolutely.
They really have pushed it up a lot.
Yeah.
The Comrades is easily the highest paying road race in Africa. There's not a single event that pays anything close to this sort of prize money. And like you say, well deserved. I mean, to come out here and even finish in the top 10 is incredibly difficult to do.
So wonderful to see the sponsors involved, and in particular, I think Wesley alluding to, I beg your pardon, the involvement of Cell C, whose involvement in the race has seen the prize money go up quite a bit.
I think Mosibori needs a bit of water there. Here you go, dude. As we see Naomi Robinson back in 5th position, looking pretty comfortable and running very strongly. Started conservatively, and we'll see if she's able to close that gap. It will be her first gold medal at the Comrades if she's able to come through. And like Mosibodi said, getting a bit of experience last year, settling for 15th position. But like we've said, the up and down runs are so different, and it's not always the same athletes who come through on the up and the down, and maybe she's just better suited to these hills.
Back again after this short break.
again. You show me your love again.
Can we go play now?
Again, but never ever again fall.
Life can get messy. When your name has been stained, like mine has. A stain on the track is nothing. But I have an unbeatable spirit, and Omo, to take care of stains while I keep winning at life. Omo, stay unbeatable.
I love everything about the Comrades Marathon. I've loved it since I was a child, standing on the side of the road. To me, it's more than just a race. It's a celebration of heart, not just the heart of runners, but the heart of the supporters standing on the side of the road, cheering every runner past, the volunteers that give of their time and their efforts so selflessly. Flora is visible along the route. We're on our second year of hosting a refreshment station. This year it's in Kloof. We have over 100 staff members who will be volunteering their time to support the runners. So what am I looking forward to on race day? From a brand perspective, I'm really looking forward to how Flora is going to show up meaningfully. And that is not just from a sponsorship perspective, but how the runners will remember us going forward. And they'll see us again next year in Kloof. And then for myself as a runner, I always look forward to this day. It's always exciting. I know there's going to be ups and downs, and I'm looking forward to learning a little bit more about myself. My message to South Africa is anything is possible if you trust your heart.
Ready, set, let's go. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up.
You're watching history unfold. It's the very first global broadcast of the ultimate human race. The Comrades Marathon coming to you live from Pietermaritzburg at the finish line. An 85.777 kilometer journey from Durban. This is the ultimate human race. And today, for the very first time, we are broadcasting on YouTube as we go around the world. Good morning and welcome. And thank you so much for sharing some of your comments with us as you enjoy the race. We have people tuning in from the UK, from Australia, from India. A large Indian contingent take part in the race every year. Brazil as well, where many people are tuning into this race. We have people tuning in from all around the world, and they are watching the magic. If you're just turning on to see what's happening, we can tell you that our early leader in the men's race, Samuel Titimbi Muloi, has dropped off. Mbuti Mulo now leads the chasing bunch there behind him. Gerdestein is there in the women's race alongside Nobukosi Chuma. But let's take a look at this.
It's the best of the year.
Best day of your life, eh?
Well, I don't know about that. But it's great to be here. Number 7.
Number 7?
Yeah.
And what are you aiming for today? Anything special?
Maybe down to 8, I'll be happy.
Okay, any special reason you're running?
I've got a friend who died, Kiwi. He died a week ago of cancer. So this is today for him.
I'm so sorry. What is his name?
His name's Paul Eichhardt.
Paul what?
Eichhardt.
Paul Eichhardt?
Yeah.
Just give him a...
Paul Kiwi.
Kiwi?
Yeah.
Okay, this run is for him.
Today's for him.
That is so special, man. Give me 5. Go for it.
So Rory, our Minister of Champions, talking to the champions who will finish this Comrades Marathon. I love the confidence early on in the race. Many saying they will go through and get the job done. And let's hope that most of them do. We'll talk a little bit later. Barry Holland, best placed to advise us about the drop-off rate, how many people start and how many people generally finish. But that is a slightly different equation for the men up front because they are not all running to finish the race. Some have been sent out by their elite teams as rabbits in a bit of a pace-making tactic. Is Mbutimolo of the Maxed Elite Running Club, who currently leads the race in picture now, going to finish this race? Or is he, like Samuel Molloy, going to stop at some point and announce that he's done, Wesley Botten?
I assume the latter will be the case, as we see a little bit further back Majara from Lesotho, who seems to have slipped off the pace in the women's race, currently in 6th position. We'll see if she can hold on. She looked pretty good in the first half, but Mosibori, I think Mbutimolo maybe is in the same way that Samuel Molloy wasn't able to reach the finish. I think he might get caught as well. We'll see if he can make his way all the way to the finish line and earn that Cell C hotspot. At the moment, still looking reasonably comfortable, but so did Molloy before he pulled off the road, and it'll be interesting to see who it is that's lurking behind him. We would assume that there's a group of athletes trying to chase him down, and over the next 10 kilometers or so, we might see them making some inroads. And there we see, I think, the athlete currently in 2nd position in that men's race.
And I think that will be the important positions in the men's race that you just mentioned, because the chasing bunch is likely where the winners will come from. And there he is, George Cush, the man who has set the road alight in 2026. He's been breaking course records all around the country. He won the Biogen Half Marathon in January, smashing the course record and beating Unalena Konkobe there. He also won the Baldwin Run Series Peninsula Marathon in 2:15 back in Cape Town in February.
Yep.
And he also won the My Way Wally Hayward Half Marathon on the 1st of May, and the following day went out and did a 60-kilometer long run. So this man, who took 12th place last year on debut, is certainly one of the favorites to finish inside the top 10, George Cush.
Absolutely, he's got quite a pedigree, and yeah, he can certainly do it today, no doubt about it.
So that is the view from above, and this view gives us an idea of just how large some of the chasing bunches are, and whether or not they're sticking together or beginning to break apart. As we've seen quite a bit of Dikeledi Majara today, and I think this suggests that she could end up in the top 10 as she tries to make history. But importantly, when asked in the Elite Athlete press conference on Thursday, she says Comrades is not that difficult. She ran for the first time last year and she doesn't know what everyone's on about. And she thought, okay, she's had a look last year, she's trained properly, and this year she'll go for gold. Guys, it's that simple, isn't it?
It's not that simple, but when I first ran Comrades, I think I went into it expecting it to be absolutely horrifying, and I actually had a decent run. And it was the worst thing that could have happened because I was way too confident coming in for the second one, and that one really, really hurt. So I wonder if perhaps that's what's happening to Dikeledi Majara here, because she was looking a lot more comfortable a little further back, able to stick with Gerda Steyn in that lead group, and she has now been passed by both Yvette van Sail and Naomi Robinson from the UK. So we'll see how much longer she can hold on. If she can just hold on to this pace, she should be able to hang on for a gold medal, which will be an impressive performance from her.
She has spent some time in Dulstrom with the Nedbank Running Club in their high altitude camp, but as you say, hold on, the question here, and you know this quite well, don't you, Barry, that the wheels can come off terribly in those last 20 kilometers in particular, and you can lose a number of positions. So
quickly, so quickly. It can go pear-shaped so quickly because it's a little bit like an hourglass. You turn it over and everything's running perfectly until the last couple of grains of sand that go through the hourglass. When they're gone, they're gone. So that's exactly how long distance running unfolds. You know, you've got to turn your hourglass over at the start of the race and make sure that the last grain of sand pops through when you hit the finish line here, and not before. And you're quite right. The last 20 Ks are on the down run. Pinetown is 20 Ks out, and we used to say that at Compton Circle, there used to be a circle on Compton Street, and at Compton Circle, if you look up carefully, you'll see the start banner. And that's the start of the race with 20 Ks to go. 70 Ks on the down run, 70 Ks of warm-up, and 20 Ks of racing. So it's very similar here. This racing starts at Umlaas Road, basically.
Yeah, and so Dikeledi Majara with still a lot of work to do. And if she's losing 1 or 2 positions now, well, she'll have to work quite hard to maintain a top 10 finish. Therapy was also an option, says one of the sides alongside the roads from the supporters of the Comrades Marathon. As we head back to the men's race now, and George Cush starting to get busy.
He's running strongly.
He really
is.
is.
Running strong.
He's such an interesting athlete. George Cush, as a teenager, was a middle distance specialist on the track, went to the United States to study, came back and decided I'm not good enough to become an Olympic 1500 meter runner, so decided to call it quits, and then figured if I'm not going to do track, I might as well try some road running. And over the last few years, he's come through really nicely. He's gotten stronger and stronger. Like Mosibodi said, ran 2 hours 15 minutes at the Peninsula Marathon in Cape Town earlier this year, and that is not an easy race to run. It's usually very windy, running into the wind on his own.
Correct.
And won that race comfortably, just showing how strong he is. He was 12th last year on his debut on the down run, and considering how strong he is on hills, perhaps a little bit suited to the up run.
So we'll watch more of George Cush here as we find out a little bit more about the Comrades Marathon.
You're one of the happiest supporters I've seen here all day. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
Good, and what is your name?
Aiden.
Aiden, and how old are you, Aiden?
I am 10.
You're 10. Tell me the message you're shouting to the runners now. What are you shouting to them?
You can push yourselves, carry on going.
And tell me, one day you're going to run Comrades Marathon?
Yes.
You're going to do that?
Yes.
I love it.
Thank you.
Any message to the runners? Any final words to the runners running today?
You can make it, guys. You can push yourselves. Hope you have a great day, guys.
Aiden, you're a champion. Give me 5.
Come on, mama!
Hoping to have a great day will be all of the over 20,000 runners here. This is one of them. And she has enjoyed pride of place in the 2026 Comrades Marathon. Seems to pop up whenever the camera is close by. Dikeledi Majara still looking fairly good.
Looking very good.
And yeah, the arm action is quite good. And she said after she didn't have such a good 2 Oceans in April, she redoubled her efforts and decided to take on the Comrades Marathon up run for the first time. Can be a blessing in disguise, Barry, given how close those 2 races are, 2 Oceans and Comrades. Perhaps not to have a good 2 Oceans and try and regroup for Comrades.
Yeah, look, very, very hard to race both. Almost impossible. Obviously, that whole thing disproved completely by the great Derek Price, who won twice, won Oceans and Comrades in the same year. Very, very, almost impossible to do. So at your peril do you go and race Oceans and then think you'll have a great Comrades. It's very rare. But yeah, if she's had a preparation at Oceans and then uses that as preparation for Comrades, that's fantastic. Yeah.
And someone else who's also disproved that is Gerda Steyn in picture right now. She frequently wins both 2 Oceans and Comrades, but I guess it's a little bit different in the women's race, especially because Gerda Steyn has been quite so dominant. And once again,
and might I say, Mosibodi, that there's only one Gerda Steyn.
Fair enough, which is where we're going to call in Wesley. I mean, he continues to be impressed by her, but I think perhaps where you might have even better insight, Wesley, is you've spent some time talking to her at a number of media events. What makes her so special in your estimation, just in terms of her personality?
She is a super special person, and you know what's really interesting about Steyn is that she was not even necessarily a late bloomer. She was just a late arrival to the sport. She only started running at the age of 24, used to work as a quantity surveyor out in Dubai, and after starting to run, discovered that she was pretty talented at it, and by the time that she was achieving Comrades Marathon gold medals, decided to quit her job, become a professional athlete, and she's achieved so much. She's broken the national marathon record twice over the 42-kilometer distance, 7 times winner of the 2 Oceans ultramarathon. If she wins today, she'll become the 7th athlete and only the 2nd woman after Elena Nurgalieva to win Comrades more than 4 times, which is absolutely incredible. Like you say, doubling up in 2 oceans and Comrades has become the norm for Gerda Steyn, and she has so much versatility, and there's a reason they call her the smiling assassin, because she doesn't seem to stop smiling even in the closing stages of a grueling ultramarathon like this. And she is an absolutely stunning person. She has an incredible personality. She seems very meticulous in her approach to everything. You can tell that she worked as a quantity surveyor as a living, and that shows in her performances on race day as well, because that planning is so meticulous, and she manages to stick to it like a metronome and become, she's become almost unbeatable.
Yeah, unbeatable is the word when it comes to Gerda Steyn. Planning and execution. Planning and execution is what Mbuti will do. They keep their cards close to their chest about whether or not this man has been tasked to go out and set the pace for some of the maxed elite athletes coming behind him, or whether or not he intends to finish it. The man from the Free State, Manawa Frankfurt. And here we have the woman we've been talking about for quite some time. I think an opportunity now to have a look at Nobukosi Chuma behind her as she moves her shoulder action. Will tell you a story. The man in Impala colors here on our right, they produce a number of able Comrades runners, but the important man there in the colors of Ikale to the right of Nobukosi Chuma is Sandile Kumalo, and he often runs alongside Gerda. He's a sub-6 man at the Comrades Marathon, so this gives us an idea of where they are operating. So certainly they will be there and thereabout, and I think in the second half she'll kick on, and we could see something close to that record of hers of 5:51. Gerda Steyn, now 36 years old, with a collection of 4 Comrades victories.
But Gerda wins today. We're talking now, we're getting back to the mystique of Comrades. If she wins today, she becomes only the 7th person in the history of the race, men and women, who won the fabulous Club of 5. That used to be the Club of 5 with the men, 5 men who won 5 or more times. Obviously only 1 woman in Elena, and now potentially today Gerda. Absolutely fantastic to think that she joins a very, very rarefied air group. It's very special.
And richly deserved if she can go all the way, but it's not over yet. Anything can happen in sport, and as much as the South Africans, indeed the world, love Gerda Steyn, you know that everyone loves an upset or a close race, and we remember just how Morozova in particular pushed her in the second half of last year's race.
Yes. That was a great race.
It really was.
Superb race, yeah.
It really was, Morozova, and I think she's here watching the race because I did see her on about Thursday around, so it also shows just how much this race is loved. She may not be competing, but Morozova and the Russian contingent will often come down and support their fellow Russians and watch the race, and they certainly are picking up the pace now, aren't they?
But the Queen, look at the Queen. She's like a metronome. You used it just now. She is like a metronome. She doesn't change, her cadence doesn't change one bit.
The only difference between this Gerda Steyn we see on screen and the one we normally see is I don't see that trademark smile right now, and I think she's starting to get a little bit worried maybe about the woman who's on her left, Nobukosi Chuma, running absolutely phenomenally on debut. It does seem like Chuma's starting to grimace a little bit. She does seem to be working a little bit harder than Steyn. But if anything, it's Chuma who's pushing the pace. And Steyn at the moment, maybe just holding on a little bit. Steyn, of course, does have the experience at this race, and Chuma does not. And maybe that'll work in her favor in the closing stages. But we could be in for a close battle here.
We could indeed. But Gerda's got a devastating finish.
Yeah.
Devastating finish. And she would have factored all of that in. She'll know exactly where she is. I saw her look at her watch now. She just knows exactly.
Yeah, Chuma, of course, has been a winner at the N12 50 kilometer. She finished in the top 3 at the Total Sports 2 Oceans Marathon powered by BYD this year, and has got a Comrades Marathon gold medal back in 2024, even though she didn't participate last year. So she has some experience, but nowhere close to the experience of Gerda Steyn. And Yvette van Zyl on her uprun debut, now starting to pump those arms. And if anyone falls out, Shelmith Miriki or Chuma or even Gerda Steyn, Yvette van Zyl is coming from behind, and you can see that she is just gradually working. And this, for me, is a very well measured first half of the race from Yvette van Zyl.
I feel like that's her plan here, you know, just sort of sit back, let the other athletes do the work, and then hope that they come back at her.
Like a war of attrition.
Absolutely.
That's the way she runs it.
Yeah, who can hold on the longest. And she's looking great at the moment. She has a lot of work to do if she wants to close the 3 athletes who are out front. But I think certainly in the case of Nobukosi Chuma and Gerda Steyn, if they continue to race the way that they are, they might break each other. And if they do, if the wheels come off in the closing stages,
then there's an opportunity.
It might be an opportunity for Yvette van Zyl.
Yeah, precisely, because a podium is at stake here. It does not mean that the 3 up front will automatically end up on the podium, because there is still a long, long way to run here at the 2026 Comrades Marathon. In excess of 30 kilometers still remain for these elite athletes, so much can happen between now and the end of the race in Pietermaritzburg. But at the moment, it is these 3, and it is indeed Nobukosi Chuma from Tembisa, the Zimbabwean, a resident in the township of Tembisa in Gauteng, which is the 2nd biggest township here in the country, and the biggest one in Ekurhuleni. Has produced a number of notable runners, including the likes of her husband, Givmo Munziganyama, who won the Total Sports Two Oceans Marathon back in 2023. And we've got Johannes Kekana, a Comrades Marathon gold medalist, also from that part of the world. So lots of success coming from there. Could we see more here today? This man from the Northern Free State. It also gives you an idea of just from different parts of the country where all the various runners come from. And Butimolo training alongside the Sbego brothers, Pule Sbego and Simon Sbego, known for their exploits over the 42 kilometers and 56. Simon Sbego also a more than able half marathon runner, so he'll be able to run quite hard. And one thing about Mbutimolo, even when he runs 42 kilometers, he often comes from behind. So he's someone who paces quite well. I've seen him at the Randwater Vaal River City Marathon coming from behind late in the last 5 kilometers to win the race. So he's quite a good pacer. We just have to see whether he's been instructed to pace all the way to the finish.
Or to have a go.
Or to have a go, exactly.
Exactly.
And that graphic gives us a fabulous idea, because the yellow is what's been done. The black or the gray is what is left, the charcoal, shall I call it. And that's where Butimolo still needs to go.
You can see the challenge coming up. You can see that from where he is now, all great, you know, Umlast Road, all the way down, Ashburton, all of that. And then you've got the pollies, the little one and the big one. And that will test any human being. All of them. Gerda, the whole lot.
And good to see some of the graphics there of the chasing men. Lloyd Bosman, you remember him. He's been in the top 3 at Two Oceans, a man who started out as a 1,500-meter runner. Dewoselo, the man from Lesotho, perennial gold medalist at the Comrades Marathon. Piet Viersma, our defending uprun champion. We've got to watch him. He's got to be the slight favorite here, but this man is looking good.
Strong.
George Kush.
Looking very strong.
And he reminds me in his build of Leonid Shvetsov, who is the uprun record holder. George Kush, very similar, muscled individual.
Very powerful.
Yeah.
Powerful.
That will serve him well there.
I feel like the danger man in that men's race has got to be Piet Viersma. He is the defending champion, and over the last couple of editions of the down run, pushing Tete Dejana all the way to the line, losing in a sprint finish. And I think you know an athlete's strong when they're able to compete both on the up and the down run. It just shows, you know, the quality of Piet Viersma, and in the closing stages, I think he might be dangerous.
Absolutely. Yeah, he is almost an uprun specialist. You know, well, as Bruce has said many times, you're not a Comrades champion until you can win up and down. That defines you as a champion. Up and down wins. But Piet is certainly, he's very good on the up, and he plays his cards slowly, holds them in his chest. And, you know, if he gets to the top of pollies in the lead, it's done and dusted.
It's, as you say, it's lighting those matches as we look at the people enjoying here. What's he saying? Well, Party Island is what they call it. Is champagne flowing early in the morning? And looks like some mimosas there as well.
I think it's not just a long day for the runners, it's a long day for some of these spectators when you're drinking champagne at, what are we, 8:45 in the morning? I think that gentleman is in for a long day as well.
Well, as we enjoy the
like
visuals
he's having fun.
from Party Island, let's recap what happened this morning as we enjoy the 50th uprun of the Comrades Marathon. Started at 5 o'clock in the morning with the first of 9,000 runners. The second start at 5:15 of 6,500, and at 5:30, 5,000 runners got underway. Gives us a field of over 20,000, and for much of that time, Samuel Moloi led until coming out of Drummond at the top of the climb of Inchanga. He announced that he was done, the man from Pantane. It means that Mbuti Moloi now leads the race there in the red and black of Max Delete, being hunted by this man here, George Kush of the Nedbank Running Club. The women's race has turned out to be a battle between Gerdestein and Nobukosi Chuma, as well as Shelmith Miruki of the Insiga Running Club, with Dikeledi Majara and Yvette Van Sale behind them, chasing them down. So that's what's unfolding here at the Comrades Marathon, which brings us back to the race proper now, as we continue to have a look at just who is keeping their powder dry for the longest. Isn't that the question? Because the further the race goes in, so too the temptation grows to say, that guy leading out there, I can't let him lead any longer. It's time to chase. Or in the women's race, let me attack, is what Nobukosi Chuma will be saying as he tries to attack Gerdestein now.
But you know,
when we come back from the ad break, who are we got our money on, Barry?
I tell you what, in terms of the ladies' race right now, Gerdestein, there's a psychological side to the massive psychological side to this race, and it's that fear factor. It's what Fordyce used to have.
The fear factor. Back in a moment.
Ready, set, let's go. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up.
Life can get messy. When your name has been stained, like mine has, a stain on the track is nothing. But I have an unbeatable spirit, an Omo, to take care of stains while I keep winning at life. Omo, stay unbeatable.
For. Nothing should stop you. Celsi, official partner of the Comrades Marathon.
Comrades Marathon is an absolutely amazing race. I love the fact that it is possibly the most challenging race that any human being can actually get involved in. And the fact that it is right here in South Africa really is amazing. It's something to really be proud of. And I just love the spirit and the energy around the race that you see amongst South Africans and also amongst the international community as well. Brand South Africa is visible today in a variety of ways. We've got our colleagues from Brand South Africa, we've got volunteers, we've got our player part ambassadors who are assisting at various points. We have a resilience station where we are assisting to re-energize the runners, provide them with some nourishment, some encouragement, and at the same time, at the same resilience station, we are having interactions with the local community, getting them to support and energize the runners as well, and at the same time, getting involved in conversation around this milestone that we are commemorating and celebrating as South Africa. To those competing today, naturally, we have to say, keep going. keep going, keep going. It is a long race. It is the ultimate human race. We know you will do us proud. We know you will do the country proud. You'll do the marathon proud. And as we head on to a massive milestone in the next race, it really would be amazing to see a strong finish by everyone today.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the 99th edition of the Comrades Marathon taking place in KwaZulu-Natal. As you saw, the lead women have gone through that point in Nchanga, and we're now well into the second half of the race. Defending champion Gerda Steyn has Zimbabwean athlete Nobukosi Chuma for company. Out front in the men's race, Mbuti Molo still holding on as they approach the business end of this contest. And a surge now from former track specialist George Cush as the men start to wind things up in the chase for the finish line in Durban.
And the fact that we can follow them is due to all our technical and technological innovations here as we bring the magic of the Comrades Marathon to the whole world for the very first time here. And to talk to us a little bit about that and some of the innovations that we enjoy here today, which you are benefiting from, and many of you telling us that you're enjoying our coverage of the Comrades Marathon this year. We'll hear from Jack Davis of TNW, and they are here to talk to us a little bit about some of the innovations that we've seen here. Jack, good morning. First things first, before we talk about the work that's been done to bring this wonderful broadcast to our viewers around the world, you are a runner. And you are a Comrades runner, aren't you?
Morning, everyone, and yeah, thanks for having me here. Yes, I am a Comrades runner. Well, not today, but I am. Yeah, green number 47738.
Hey, a green number runner. So it must have taken a lot to get you to put that green number aside today, not run, and do this instead.
It didn't take that much. This is a dream come true to be involved on this side of the fence, per se. So yeah, I'm happy to be where I am today. Obviously, lots of friends on the road, but we're able to track them and follow them, and we'll be able to be here to welcome them when they come over the line from a few hours' time, all into the afternoon.
Tracking our friends, but in particular tracking some of the elite athletes as we continue to tell the story of the Comrades Marathon. Requires significant investment, technical in particular, and I know that we have some tools at our disposal, particularly Steenbridge, that allows us to view the race in a new light. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Yeah, there's been some great advances this year. Obviously, some of the tracking and the data you're seeing coming through on the broadcast has been really good. As we get closer to the sharp end here, we'll be able to get some really accurate splits and some moves happening at the moment, and pulling that data through is great. However, I think one of the really cool features this year is a platform that we've developed, and the viewers can go to comradescam.live, and there we have 20 full-time feeds that viewers can then click on their phone or on a second screen. And some of those feeds include a dedicated finish line feed. They include a feed inside the green number 10 for those family and friends whose runners are joining the green number. We've got various feeds at various aid stations along the way. The Thirsty aid station, the Celsi aid station, Mr. Price, and so on and so forth, where you can then tune into the activations. And then we've got additional cameras on some of the other runners that won't necessarily have the big cameras on. So 4th and 5th place have got a Steenbridge camera on them, and then behind the buses, all the cutoff buses, they'll have Comrades cams on them. So it's really cool, and something that we want people to go on as they're watching the stream on YouTube on their phone. They can then go on to comradescam.live and pick a stream to watch.
And that's exactly what I've just done as you've been talking, Jack. I am at Arthur's Seat, and I'm watching some of the runners fly past Arthur's Seat. Yeah, someone right into camera at the moment. He's gone flying past Arthur's Seat, and he just tapped. He said good morning to Arthur. He tipped his cap. And let me go to Kearsney College. where we have some of the runners going past Kersney College, inspired by the Comrades runners since 1921, I beg your pardon, it says. We also have Camperdown, Cell C, that's still to come, and of course the live broadcast. So lots of various different angles to see, and I think that's what makes it special. Barry, I mean, you've been involved in this for a number of years, the Comrades Marathon. This change, is it a leap forward for the Comrades Marathon Association?
Absolutely.
What Jack has described?
Well, first of all, to be able to share this with the world is incredibly special. If you think about how the coverage of Comrades was so limited in earlier years, where it was only maybe through SABC or whatever, and then it's absolutely stepping forward, and the sophistication of this coverage is just quite astounding. The number of cameras and the parts that are being picked up, because obviously Comrades there's 1,000 moving parts to Comrades, and to be able to hone in and pick up certain of those is just wonderful. Well, we'll wait and hear afterwards. We'll hear the feedback.
Long day to go still.
Let's get the critique afterwards and find out if we did a good job or not.
No, totally.
But from what I've seen already since 4:30 this morning, I think it's going very well.
I think on YouTube I saw a stat that for the start of the 5 o'clock race there were 35,000 people on the YouTube channel, which was great, and it's averaging around 17,000 people at the moment, something like that. So
fantastic.
So that's a good number. And then we want to get people across on the stream bridge, in particular this afternoon on the Comrades Cam, where they can watch that little spy camera up at the top of the finish arch and wait for their beloved ones to come over the line.
Fantastic.
So it gives us an opportunity to enjoy the race from various vantage points, and at the moment I am inside the Toyota lead car, watching the back of Gerda Steyn, Nobukosi Chuma and Shelmith Miriki in the women's race. So the view that we're getting side on, I am getting from behind them inside the Toyota lead car on that cam. So all you need to do is go to Comrades Cam and you can get more of that. Lastly, Jack, I mean, this broadcast, putting it together, what has it taken? Talk to us about some of the work that's got into finally arriving here today on the 14th of June.
Well, I think the most important thing is the foresight that the Comrades Marathon Association had to take a leap like this. Having a major South African sports event on a global platform like YouTube is a serious step in the right direction. So kudos to the CMA, to Sue, Elaine, the board, Carl, Barry, for taking that leap. And then for us to follow, we've had their support all the way along this journey. But it's been a hell of a task. And we've been working at it for about 4 months now, and got about 8 hours to go, I think, and then I'll be able to maybe have a beer at about 5:45. But it's been really fun, and to be able to work on a project that's a huge passion of yours is just so rewarding, and I'm just so grateful to be able to have this opportunity to bring this amazing race to the world.
Bringing the Comrades Marathon to the world, that's Jack Davis, a key cog in the machine that makes this YouTube broadcast, the very first YouTube broadcast of the Comrades Marathon, possible, and no better than for the 50th uprun as we build towards what will be an epic 100th running of the Comrades Marathon in 2027. Jack, thank you so much for your time, and you will be a busy man for the rest of the day. Hopefully you do get to have that beer around about 6 p.m. But for now, Jack has more work to do. Jack Davis of TNW, thank you so much for your time. Looking now at Courtney Olsen, I think this is Wesley Botten, and she is another one who would be hoping for a gold medal.
Yeah, Courtney Olsen, a very consistent athlete.
Yes.
One of the few amateur runners in this race who are capable of winning gold medals. Olsen works in the banking industry in the United States and has to train part-time, and still manages to come out here and compete for gold medals at this Comrades Marathon. She's done so in the past, as we see her Hollywood Athletics Club teammate Yvette van Sales still looking strong in 4th position. She still has a bit of work to do. Really interesting listening to Jack there in terms of the broadcast. I've got friends and family who live overseas, but they are South African, and unfortunately for them, they're just not able to watch the race anymore in recent years, and it's good for them to be able to You know, it's hard to explain to people, I think, especially from other countries, how important this race is to South Africa.
Yeah, what it means to South Africans, absolutely.
It's absolutely a very, very important day, not just in South African sport, but just in South Africa in general. And it's great for this to be broadcast across the world because it's such a unique race. There's no other country in the world that has ultramarathons like South Africa does. It's very unique to our country, not just Comrades, but Two Oceans as well. And I think we need to showcase that. I think we need to show the world. I mean, we have over 21,000 people here today running an 85-kilometer race. I think
it's crazy.
In other countries, they must think we're completely insane. And maybe we are a little bit.
Yeah.
But Comrades is special to us, and I'm glad that it's being broadcast across the world.
Well, usually a race this long will attract a few hundred, maybe 4,000 or 5,000 people, but not here. Nothing done in half measures at the Comrades Marathon, as well over 20,000 people run this race. Now Gerdestein starting to pull away, and for the first time, daylight beginning to appear between herself and Nobuhle Nobkosi Chuma, who is just tracking her behind her, not too far from her, but Gerdestein certainly now starting to strike away, and this is where she is most dangerous, isn't she?
Deadly, absolutely deadly. Her finish now is unbelievable. Just look at it, look at her cadence now. Now she means business. I can tell you, you can see it. Now she means business.
Well, she's picking up the pace, is Gerdestein, as is Courtney Olsen in shot there. Olsen, of course, a two-time gold medalist. And on the last up run in 2024, Courtney Olsen having run 6 hours and 8 minutes. So that was a more than handy run, the young lady from the United States. And she took third place on that occasion. So she is one who times her runs very well, does Courtney Olsen. Always comes from behind, and she's doing exactly that again. Now Mbuti continues powering forward, and it seems those that are tuning in here on YouTube think he can go all the way.
Yeah.
Someone says, yeah, I think he can finish in the top 10. I don't know. What is he looking like? Looks like a man who might be starting to labor.
I think a top 10 might be within reach, but last time we saw George Cush, he looked phenomenal.
So powerful.
Yeah,
so powerful.
He's just cruising. I mean, if you see his knee lift, it looks like he's just been jogging around the block. So I think it's only a matter of time before Cush catches Molo out front. All eyes now on the defending champion in the women's race, Gerdestein, looking for a historic 5th victory here at the Comrades Marathon.
The queen, look at her. Look at her run.
At this point, now that she's managed to shake off Nobukosi Chuma, who deserves some credit for fighting as hard as she did for as long as she did, you got to think Stein's got this wrapped up. You never want to write anybody off, and obviously she's still got around 30 kilometers to go, I think. But considering how good she looks, because of her experience, having shaken off Chuma, it's hard to believe that Gerdestein is going to do anything other than win her fifth Comrades.
Absolutely. I mean, just look at the way she's running. She looks absolutely fabulous.
Well, the men's race is also heating up. Mbuti Molo may still lead here with just over 4 hours gone on the clock, but I can tell you that the likes of Piet Viersma are starting to move up. He's not too far behind the winner. And Mbuti Molo is still behind that record pace. But interestingly enough, George Cush, his projected finishing time now of Mbuti Molo, who's no longer on screen, was 5:12 and George Cush 5:17. So I don't think that Mbuti Molo will go all the way and run 5:12 finishing time. So he must slow at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't see it.
Courtney Olsen also starting to pick up there. And she is also looking quite good. And I think it looks like that could be Chelmith Muriki behind her. So certainly picking up positions is Courtney Olsen. And Gerdestein, no doubt about her though, as she continues to lead. She's known so well that we can spot her just from her running shoes and her running gait. And that is a very good shot because it talks about the balance. Just look at how the feet of Gerdestein are landing almost dead center facing forward. Sometimes you find that runners have one of the 2 feet that points a little bit outwards or inwards, that pronates or doesn't. But look at how wonderfully balanced she was. And that means that the Achilles and the ankle take far less strain, because when you land on the inside or the outside of your foot, then that step over and over
Everything
again.
working in unison and perfect. I mean, she is as close to a perfect runner as you can get. Her form and her cadence are just fabulous. I mean, she just runs, as you said, so balanced. You know, her head doesn't move, her shoulders are square. Yeah, she doesn't shake her head around. She just runs superbly.
And that's why she leads the women's race, as we see from that graphic there. Butimolo ahead of her. He leads the men's race. And these two currently enjoy the lead here at the Comrades Marathon. But Mullo out there in front is being chased by George Cush in second, Lloyd Bosman and Siliso Mpagati running together in third and fourth in the colors of Intsiga. That is Gerdestein in short. Teboselo, Onalena Konkobe, Edward Mutibi, Piet Veersma. A big bunch of men chasing George Cush, as well as Siliso Mpagati and Lloyd Bosman. And now Gerda climbing one of those no-name hills.
As strong as George Cush looks near the front of that men's race, you've got to think that that chase group, as small as it is, are going to be able to work together and maybe close him down. And I wonder if his inexperience is showing a little bit here. Perhaps he could have held back a little bit, as we see Shalmuth Murayuki, who was third in the women's race last year, starting to struggle a little bit.
Yeah.
And we'll see if she can hold on for a gold medal. A former winner of the city-to-city ultramarathon in Gauteng, Murayuki, a very strong athlete. She does have some experience, but this is her first attempt at the uprun, and maybe now just hurting a little bit in the second half of this women's race.
Yeah, she's hurting.
Yeah, they're all hurting. And one thing about Shalmuth Murayuki, she's tough. She hangs on. She spoke after last year's Comrades Marathon that she had never raced such a painful marathon in her life. And it took all of her internal resources to hang on and try and complete the race, which she did. And I was just about to spot the runner there. I think that could be one of the best age group runners, who holds the 50-plus record.
See, he's got a 50 on his vest there.
Yeah, it's the man who's originally from Durban, based in Australia now. And he did run for the Nedbank Running Club, but now running for Hollywood, and trains sometimes with the happy bunch of Dede Dijana and Edward Mutibi.
You can see him just offering some support there to Shalmuth Murayuki. I think just telling her, keep fighting, don't give up. This is the hardest part of the race, I think. This is where you've got to dig deep. I think once you get over Polly Shorts in the closing stages with about 7 or 8 kilometers to go, you're close enough to the finish that you kind of get a second wind. It's between this point now and the top of Polly Shorts where you've really got to fight for it. And Mbuti Molo now struggling in the closing stages of this race as they approach the final quarter of the Comrades Marathon. Molo has worked so hard, but I think maybe just pushed a little bit too hard further back, and I think it's only a matter of time before we see George Cush closing that gap.
There we go. Looks like he might be stopping. Looks like he might be stopping. Mbuti Molo, who is about 13 minutes ahead of where Piet Veersma was at this time in 2024. So it gives you an idea of just how fast he's been running, and he's taking strain. He's taking strain. Mbuti Molo is forced to go to his reserves now, and walking before you're tired.
He's gone now.
Yeah, you must drink before you're thirsty.
And there it is. I think that's it for Mbuti Molo. He's still trying to keep moving forward, but I feel like when George Cush moves past, that might be the end of his road.
Then yeah, they're going to catch this guy. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's see the gap between him and George Cush at this point. It's almost about a 5-minute gap, so it's still quite sizable.
He still has a payday in front of him. If he can reach the finish and pick up that hotspot prize, there's more than 50,000 Rand in the bag for him. So even if he has to walk the rest of the way, he might be able to go home with a bit of prize money.
Yeah.
And spot on, especially when you consider that the average marathon in South Africa won't pay that much. If you go run a usual 42, the better paying ones might earn you 20 grand, but 55,000 for running the first half and then walking the second half.
Yeah.
I'll take, sounds like a pretty good deal to me.
I wonder if that might have been the plan for Molo. I'm sure that he was starting to think, maybe I can do this today, but I'm sure starting to realize that's not going to be the case. And there is George Kush.
There's the story. There's the story coming, guys.
Representing the
That's the
Nedbank
story
Running
coming.
Club. About to catch the Max Elite athletes ahead of him. George Kush looks so strong at the moment. But
Powerful.
as we've said all day, it's really the hardest part of this race is still ahead of him. He's still got to get up Ashburton. He's still got to get up Polly Shorts. He's still got to hold off that small chase group, which also includes Piet Wiersma, the defending champion. And there you can see on your screen the quality of athletes who are trying to catch him. Lloyd Bosman, a former podium finisher at the Two Oceans Marathon. Tebogo Selo, a very accomplished athlete from Lesotho. Defending champion Piet Wiersma. Edward Mutibi won this race back in 2019. And look at the man second from bottom on screen, Onalena Konkobe, the danger athlete. He's won the Two Oceans. He's won the City to City in Gauteng. He's won the Soweto Marathon. And twice, Onalena Konkobe has almost won the Comrades Marathon, and for a change, we've seen him taking a more conservative approach. And as good as George Kush looks here, he's got a lot of work to do. That is a very, very strong chase group that's trying to catch him.
A good, strong chase group. And if you were in South Africa and you were standing on the side of the road because you're somewhere else in the world tuning in on YouTube, you would hear people shouting, "Abanikazi bendawo," the owners of the race. And that's that big group which will have all of those gold medals in it. That will have the likes of Bong Musam Tembu, the likes of Edward Mutibi, the likes of Piet Wiersma and Tete Dijana. They will be chasing the man behind this man because he leads, but he doesn't lead by much, and he looks like a man who is running on empty. But you've got to admire the grit, the heart, because he continues to soldier on, just as the soldiers who fought in World War I, whom this race was run in honor of, did. And Mbuti Mlo continues to fight his fight.
Body language is not good now. Head going to one side always shows a tired runner. Yeah, starting to look behind a bit. Cadence has gone. Yeah.
We've got to give him his due. You know, he's fought for it, and we'll see if he can hold on and reach the finish line.
Can he reach the finish line? Well, let's see how it all started as we have a look at a recap of today's Comrades Marathon. Starting out in Durban, the first and early leader, there he is, Samuel Moloi, Kichimbi Moloi, led until just after halfway and said he was done coming out of Inchanga. This man then took the lead, Mbuti Molo, and he continues to lead, but he's being hunted by this man in picture, George Kush. Looks like the champion in waiting, or could he be, because there's a big chasing group. The women's race has been about Gerda Steyn, and she was with Nobukosi Chuma. She is alone now with the likes of Yvette van Sail and Dikeledi Majara behind Nobukosi Chuma and Shelmith Miriki. George Kush looking good, but they are the multitudes behind as they look to complete this race as fast as they can for a personal goal and a personal triumph. The triumph of the first man over the finish line yet to be settled, and just as we were saying, Barry's body language not looking good, but looks like he's picking up as he starts to go downhill.
Comrades seem like a very seamless partnership because it encourages South Africans to continue to charge ahead in the pursuit of their own personal goals. There will be physical challenges, there will be mental challenges, but you don't need to fear that. Those are actually evidences of your perseverance and your enduring spirit. So that is where we saw a seamless partnership with a race that embodies everything that OMO stands for. So OMO will be involved in multiple points along the race. We will be at the famous Rapture Rescue turnoff. This is usually the point at where physical endurance starts failing and your mental endurance really has to kick in to get you to the finishing line. We're also very excited this year to partner the Green Number Club, which are people who've run this race and are going for their 10th attempt. This year's theme was Uskafela Moya, which perfectly aligns to what we are saying as OMO, to say, South Africa, keep going. Life might get hard, but the ultimate test of it is that you continue to face whatever challenges that you are having in life with the spirit of knowing that this is part of the human experience. So we are going to be there saying, go at it, keep going. It only stops when you stop, and we'll be right there at the finishing line to celebrate your efforts, and we'll be right there in the cleaning moments afterwards to wash away all the sweat, dust, tears, mud, blood that you acquired on the day.
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
The new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
You're watching the ultimate human race, South Africa's gift to humanity. It's the 50th uprun at the Comrades Marathon, the 99th edition of the race, which was founded in 1921. And you are watching a 3D map of the route that over 20,000 runners have taken since leaving just outside the City Hall at 5 o'clock this morning. For the very first time this year, we enjoyed 3 starts at the Comrades Marathon. 5 o'clock saw 9,000 people get underway, 6,500 15 minutes later, and the last group of about 5,000 runners leaving at 5:30 this morning. Up past Berea, on through to the N3, and then getting off it, and they would start tackling the big hills. The first one being Fields Hill, the first very big hill after going over Kawi's, and that one is where we started to see, there we go, Fields Hill, a little bit of delineation between those who will end up in the top 10 and those who won't. Bertha's Hill has come and gone. They've also been through Drummond and halfway. In Changa was where our early race leader Samuel Moloi called it a day. It means that now our leader Mbuti Mollo leads the men's race, and he's forging ahead towards the last hill. Can he get to the very last big hill of Polly Shorts? That hasn't come yet. Gerdestein behind him. This is Mbuti Mollo, and still he continues to lead the men's race stubbornly. The man who's 28 years old, and it looks like he could be stopping 14th at the African Bank Soweto Marathon in 2025. He's more of a 42 and 56 kilometer athlete, and this could be the end for Mbuti Mollo, the man from the Northern Free State in Frankfurt. He's being chased by George Kush.
He's walked multiple times, then breaks back into a jog, and I think he'll probably hold on until Kush catches him. But once he slips back into second position, I think that might be the end of the day for Mollo. Yeah, we'll see if he can reach the finish line. And here is the women's leader, Gerdestein, looking for a historic 5th victory at this race. Also on target last time we looked for her own record of 5 hours and 49 minutes. We'll see if she can reach Pietermaritzburg within that time. It's going to be interesting to see what happens behind her in the chase for the runner-up position, but we're starting to think that maybe this is another day for Gerdestein to pick up a Comrades Marathon win. A lot still going to happen at the front of the men's race. Mollo looks to be done. We'll see if George Kush has gone too early, and if that chase group is able to catch him once he hits the front of the men's race. but I don't see much change happening here, Barry, in front of the women's race. I think this might be another win for Gerda.
I'm almost certain. You know, if she just holds station now, it's a done deal. You know, she just hasn't missed a beat. Hasn't missed a beat. She's like a metronome, your word earlier. Absolutely.
And I think we have to credit this lady from Zimbabwe, Nobukosi Chuma, making her debut. She really, really fought hard to try and hold on to Stain. She was actually pushing the pace a lot of the time, certainly just after halfway. And you can see how hard she's having to drive those arms as she climbs that short hill that she's on at the moment. She's got a long way to go now. She's going to have to try and grit her teeth and see how long she can hold on. It will be super, super impressive if she can finish second today.
Well, Nobukosi Chuma is known for her grit. In 2024, she fought hard against Carla Molinaro, and they fought very, very hard. And you'll remember at the Total Sports Oceans Marathon just a few weeks ago, she came in and had to crawl over the finish line. And that's how much she wanted it. So if there's anyone who has a big heart, it's Nobukosi Chuma. Does this man have a big heart? Does Mbuti Mollo have the heart it takes to run through the pain, to grit, to fight every ounce of internal resource that he has to drag himself to the finish line, or is it too far away?
Barry, perhaps you should speak to this, but I think it's hard to explain to people just how challenging the last 20-30 kilometers of this race is. What goes through your body? What goes through your mind?
We call it the geometric curve of tiredness. So that for every 1 meter further, I promise you, you're eventually climbing that curve. If it's on a graph, it's nearly vertical by that stage, because every meter further is so hard. There are no words to describe how hard the end of Comrades is. Absolutely, it really is.
Brutal, I think, is probably the best word. And Gerda Steyn is still smiling through the brutality. And this man that she's running alongside from Impala is a man who's trained alongside David Khatebe. So she's starting to catch some of the better men.
Yes.
David Khatebe, the former down run record holder. So that is the quality of Gerda Steyn in the second half of this Comrades Marathon, as Nobukosi Chuma now continues to grit, and we saw this in 2024 on the uprun from her when she raced against Carla Molinaro. It was here that Chuma, Molinaro and Courtney Olsen changed positions on a number of occasions, and once again she showed that she had all the guts and determination to end up in the top 5 on that occasion, but this time she's having to dig
But
deep.
if you look at the two runners, look at the difference in their form and their cadence. It's dramatic. I mean, Gerda is just flowing still, you know. So that's the watchword here. Just look how they run.
It wasn't long ago that she broke away from Chuma, and she's already opened a gap of more than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I think she's going to be winning this race by a much bigger margin than that. The question now is, can Chuma hold on for that second position? Shalmut Muriuki struggling a little bit behind her. And Yvette van Sail's got a lot of work to do. She's about 4 minutes behind Chuma at the moment. But if she can find something over the last 20 kilometers or so, we might have a South African 1-2.
And that would be the first time in quite a while that has happened. So an interesting women's race continuing to unfold, and Gerda Steyn just eating up another pretty good male runner there in the colors of Max Elite. So she is reading them in. And there's a joke that goes around in the elite men's clubs that you can't get a contract if you're beaten by Gerda. Many of the men know that they need to stay in front of her for dear life, otherwise they don't get signed next year. And on the uprun in particular, she might finish close to the top 20 overall if she continues to run like this. So it spells bad news for a lot of the elite men, as we watch now some of the sub-elite, shall I call them, continuing to run. And these are Charlie runners. Look, a lot of them looking like sub 10-hour runners. And this still takes some doing to run the Comrades Marathon in under 10 hours.
I think that's the most amazing thing when you look at this race. So we're looking at the Gerda and the incredible times that she's running at the moment. And you just got to go back to somebody running here today, a silver medal. You know, that person is a damn fine athlete. They really are a good athlete. They pale into insignificance versus Gerda. But I think we must always remember that right back through Silver, right back to the Bull Rowans, these are good athletes, good athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. But like you say, there's no beating Gerda Steyn. In the late 80s, when Frith van der Merwe finished 15th at the Comrades Marathon on the down run, there was talk during that race that maybe Frith was going to come through and pick up a top 10 finish, and we haven't seen an athlete of that caliber running the Comrades Marathon in the women's race since the 80s, until Gerda Steyn emerged, trying to pick up that historic 5th victory at the front of the race. Nobukosi Chuma from Zimbabwe, looking a little bit better now than she did maybe a few kilometers back. She's maybe finding a second win, does look a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, and she's one runner who tends to run better going downhill. Now we're looking at Nsindiso Mpagati, a man who's won the African Bank Soweto Marathon and finished usually in the top 3. He loves that race. This time coming to Comrades, last year he ran with the lead men until going down Fields Hill with that surge that David Khatebe threw in. Got rid of him, but he's running closer. He's just behind George Kush, is Mpagati that we saw there. Kush just behind Buti Mullo in picture now, leading the men's race. So the men's race also beginning to develop as we see gaps between 1, 2, and 3. But that big chasing bunch of lead men are still there. All the former champions in that bunch of Piet Veersma, Tete Dijana, Edward Mutibi, Bongmusa Mthembu, they are there. So the men's race still to develop, and this man somehow keeps on going.
Well, he's on his way down Ashburton now, so he's going down now to the base of Little Polly's. So that's where he is now. He's flying down Ashburton, but that's a lovely stretch of road.
He seems to have found a little bit more energy, has Mbuti Molo. And we've been saying he doesn't have much of a chance here of picking up the win. I wonder if he's going to pull off some sort of shock victory.
Well, you know, you get a second wind here, you know. Yeah.
Still got a lot of work to do after Little Polly's. Of course, the monstrous Polly shorts still awaits him before he gets into Pietermaritzburg. George Kush still fighting in second position. And Nsindiso Mpagati moving into third.
And with Nsindiso Mpagati moving into third, this could be a big day for him. Probably more suited to the up run than the down run is Nsindiso Mpagati, given the way he's climbed at the Soweto Marathon. Usually leaves them going up the hills. Even though he hasn't proven himself at the Two Oceans Marathon, it is possible, and we've seen it with someone like Edward Slender Mutibi, that he is the Soweto Comrades combination rather than the Two Oceans Comrades combination. And there are those runners who do well at Soweto and Comrades, but not so much at Two Oceans. And now, as we're about to have a change in commentary, joining us is Bruce Fordyce. We'll say goodbye to Barry Holland and Wesley Botten, and I'll be replaced by Gerald de Kock. But before that happens, Bruce, we're watching Nobukosi Chuma here struggling up the hill, and as she struggles up the hill there, she will need all of her arm action to try and climb, and will be taking in the energy of the crowd. This point of the race is an important race for trying to find the silence within to summon up the resources, and we can see just how Nobukosi Chuma is having to do that. The question is, all of your training, where does your mind go during this portion? As we have a look at Arthur's, I beg your pardon, the Wall of Honor. So that shows you quite how far back some of these runners are. They haven't gone past Arthur's seat yet, still going past the Wall of Honor. And as they go past the Wall of Honor and have an opportunity to have their photos taken, good to see that someone is enjoying the race out there. That this is a very special moment for many people. Of course, a number of novices also running this one for the first time. And this will give us an opportunity to tell you a little bit about the Wall of Honor.
Halfway to Maritzburg, just outside Drummond, there's a wall. The place where the road remembers your name.
We don't have camera, just me.
It's covered in small plaques, hundreds of them, each one a name, a number.
Every year I stop here, tap it like I do my Sir Archer. Good morning to myself.
Nice. Give it up. Cheers.
It doesn't go up without being earned. You have to finish the race.
Thank you.
Runners stop here. They find their plaque, or a friend's, or a father's. They reach out and touch it, because the medals end up in drawers. The green numbers fade. But this is the one place the road remembers you by name.
th edition of the Up Run here, and a change of guard we've had thanks to Mosabori, to Wes and to Barry, and back we've got Temba, Bruce Fordyce, Del Broderick, welcome back, and we've got a race on our hands here, haven't we, Bruce? What a race we've got here. George Kush is running himself into real hero status here.
Yes. While we were having our break, I was watching it on television, and his running looked like poetry in motion, to use a cliche. Yes. He was really flowing along beautifully, strongly, big stride, full of confidence, arm cadence, absolutely beautiful. So who knows?
But he's still got to catch this man.
Yes.
That's true. But I mean, he's running well, as Bruce Fordyce said, but I mean, Booty has been fantastic. I mean, he's made sure that you saw him stop for a bit with a bit of cramps, or something was not noticeably not right, but he's found his momentum again. I think he's starting to believe that, you know what, I'm still in it. I'm still in the lead. Until they catch me, I'm one of the favorites for the race.
You're in that position. You're in your first Comrades. You're thinking, well, yeah, I've got this close.
Why not?
Exactly. And it's a minute 40 for George to catch up. So anything can happen. We've seen it so many times. The last bit, you didn't win until the fat lady sings.
Well, we've got a real turnout here. We've got Lloyd Bosman in third place, another novice running himself into a bit of history here. Nsondiso Mpakati, a Soweto Marathon winner, he's in contention. Piet Wiersma, the defending champion.
Yes, interesting that Piet is in 5th position, but he is slowly picking up the pace and the position-wise. So, yes, we might have Piet versus George.
A clash there.
Yes.
Well, this is, though, the leader of the Comrades Marathon, Booty Molo, at the moment. Yes, he went through a phase where he stopped, he walked, he took on a huge bottle to try and hydrate. And has he got it in him to stay the distance and take what would be a very, very surprising win? Well, we'll wait and see. The time is ticking, 4 hours 32 on the road, and this is our leader. Keeps looking around, and that's always a worrying sign.
Definitely, but if we talk about the pace, I mean, Piet is our defending champion, and Piet is 7.5 minutes faster or in front of the time that he was in 2024. So it's not that Piet is not having a good race. Piet is actually also having maybe the race of his lifetime. So it is quite interesting to see what's happening there in the front.
Are we on for records all round here, Bruce?
Well, I think so. And it's been my theme the whole day, slightly teasing, of course, because the shortest ever Comrades, so there's your best chance, but also it's been beautiful weather, and the pace judgment has been correct. The pacing has been correct, so that's absolutely vital.
Yeah, like you can see there at the bottom, Gerda Steyn, 7 minutes 14 seconds ahead of her 2024 time. Her predicted time is 5 hours and 42, so she might very well end up in the top 10 for the men at this rate.
From Cato Ridge to Camperdown, George Kush will put 10 seconds a kilometre into the leader Mbuti Molo at that stage, and matching that pace really was Lloyd Bosman, who was also very, very strong over that section of the race.
He did at the Two Oceans where he finished second, so he's not one of the athletes not to look forward to or expect to do something great, which he has. And if you look at also Mbuti Molo, he crossed Ashburton 26 seconds inside Shvestov's 2008 record pace, so it's really unfolding very well.
And Gerald, if I'm not mistaken, they are now on what is known as Little Pollies. Okay, they've gone past Tumble in Little Pollies, and it's a tough section of the course. And for novices, quite a few novices think that they're on the big one. They think they're on Pollies, they're not, and it's the only time the veterans won't help you.
Yeah.
I love when you say little poly because there's nothing little about it. And really taxes the legs. And I think once you're done with little poly, you think, okay, I've gone through the worst. But as you mentioned, Bruce, it gets more and more
Lloyd Bosman,
Well,
this is trouble.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
This is the third place man, Lloyd Bosman, in his maiden Comrades Marathon, hitting trouble at the deep end of the race.
The thing about Little Pollies is that nobody feels strong here, so we can really feel for him. But the athlete suffering best is usually the athlete moving the fastest. So hopefully, yeah, they can come through for him.
Yeah, it's definitely taking a lot of strain here now, as you can see in your pictures. But I think it's just maybe just running it. What do you do in a situation like this, Bruce? Do you just keep running, or do you just make the decision?
So when you're cramping, and virtually every Comrades runner will cramp in the day, when you're cramping, you shorten your stride, you lengthen your stride, you go pigeon-toed, you go duck-footed, you do whatever you can to make a slightly different stride. You do not stop and push over a lamppost, because when that happens, your leg goes rigid and you get the big cramp. And if I'm not mistaken, our leader is now on Little Pollies. It's a nasty climb because it warns you about what's going to come. The reason you know you're not on Polly Shorts is there's a little break in the middle where it flattens and goes slightly downhill, and then it climbs again to Ashburton. And that, for novices, as I said earlier, they think they're on Polly Shorts. They air punch when they go over the top.
They're at the Wall of Honor at the moment, which is getting longer and longer. You would have seen it yesterday, Bruce. As and you drove the route as well, Adele.
Yeah, no, there's so many nameplates that's on there now. So such an honor for everybody to either have a plaque there or to stop and admire the history that's on that Wall of Honor. Gerda looking super strong. You can see she's gunning for that record. She's looking at the time watch. Yeah, she's on a mission.
The smiling assassin, that's what I like to call her.
Yes.
Always with a smile, kill you with kindness, kill you with a fast pace, or she'll kill you in many other ways. I mean, she's one of those athletes that every time she steps on, she barely gets it wrong.
She means business.
She means business.
And today, I think for her, it's not a smiling assassin towards the other athletes, it's towards her record. I think she wants to cement a time that's going to stand for a very long time.
And she's looking fantastic. Yes. She's on a fast section of the course that takes you down to Little Pollies. The frightening thing to think, imagine if you're the 10th male hanging on to the 10th gold medal and you say to your seconds and your helpers, what's the gap between me and 11th? And they say something like this, well, it's 2 minutes, but 11th is Gerda.
Yeah, exactly. So there we can see Nobukosi Chuma grimacing face.
Been a brave run from her.
It's really been a brave run from her. Oh, front runner being passed now by George Krushke. George having a fantastic race.
The lead has changed in the men's race, and it is George Krushke who goes to the front of the Comrades in 2026. He has gone past Mbuti Molo, who's finally given up. He fought hard and long at the front of the race there, but a real surge by this man, and he has put the building blocks together in very, very impressive fashion. George Krushke is running himself into victory here.
It is the critical point of the Comrades. It is where you win the Comrades Marathon. You don't really win it on Polly Shorts. You win it on Little Pollies. You break away there, and he will now be overwhelmed with the emotion. His goosebumps will have goosebumps because he'll be saying, I can't believe this. All this dreaming and planning, and fantasizing, and I'm leading the Comrades Marathon at the exact right moment.
And Bruce, you called it 2 hours ago. You saw one glimpse of George and you said he is looking fantastic. So, well done.
Well, I just said you're looking at the winner. I said you're looking at the winner, maybe.
Maybe.
What counts against him in my book, and maybe he's going to teach me something, is he has trained so hard, and in the opinion of many of us, too hard. And the key is that success in the Comrades doesn't go necessarily to the person who trains the hardest. It goes to the person who trains the cleverest.
Yes.
And being clever sometimes means having to indulge in that 4-letter swear word that all runners hate, rest.
Yes.
R-E-S-T. So that would be my only slight reservation with George.
Like you always
Heavily
say.
overtrained in my opinion, but he's proving me wrong.
It's like you say, Bruce, rather 10% undertrained than overtrained going into the Comrades race.
Again, at the risk of exaggeration, go to the start line slightly undertrained and slightly overweight than vice versa.
So the race has taken shape here. Gerda Steyn has taken a firm grip on the women's race as she gets away from Chuma. Lloyd Bosman struggling as he is fighting and hard, trying to stay in touch and put himself in the top 3. George Kushka has taken the lead at Little Polly's and is heading towards Scottsville and potential glory.
Well,
put his name in the history
there's
books.
one major hurdle. He's going to go through Ashburton, which fittingly the road in Ashburton is Wally Haywood Drive. He's going to go over Ashburton and then he's going to drop down into the valley before Polly Shorts. And there he is, he's summiting, and I'm using mountaineering terminology on purpose. He's summiting Ashburton, and now he's going to drop down, and there is that one mountain ahead of him. Polly Shorts, named after the owner of the pub at the top, the Star and Garter that used to be at the top of Polly Shorts. Portland Shorts his name was, but his nickname was Polly. And so now he's dropping down, and he will know that this could be his race. This could be his race. He looks to me very strong. But now as he starts to go down towards Polly Shorts, those quadricep muscles that look big and powerful, you can see they're rigid. They are going to be screaming at him. And I don't want to make viewers sick or feel ill, but he'll be losing a toenail or two now. The toenails start coming off because of the pounding.
So there's 2 minutes separating him and Piet Wiersma, so let's see how this race is going to unfold in the last few kilometers.
It will all depend on Polly Shorts. 1.8 kilometers long, very steep. And what you have to do is, you don't have to do anything fancy, but just 1 foot in front of the other, keep going. Imagine it as you have many times, you've mentally rehearsed it in your dreams and on training runs. 1 foot in front of the other. There's an S-bend that's very steep. You come out of another S-bend and then there's a central spine that is very long, that just climbs and climbs. And you go up that central spine. If you want to, you can count lampposts as you go up. One lamppost after the other. And then at the top, as to go back to the history of Comrades, the person who has summited Polly Shorts first has never lost.
Clive Volkov, I think, goes past Lloyd Bosman here in this battle for the top 3. Piet Wiersma is in the mix as well. Remember how strongly he can finish a Comrades, a winner and a runner-up. So this man knows how to do the business in the Comrades. Meanwhile, Chuma is fighting hard as well in the women's race here, feeding off the cheers of those at the aid stations along the way. And if you haven't greeted Arthur, you're in trouble.
If you don't greet Arthur, Arthur's ghost haunts you in the second half of the race. You will cramp, you will have stomach problems, you will fall over. You have to greet Arthur.
Arthur Newton, winner of this race 5 times, of course, and the father of the Comrades, winner of the second race and the first uprun winner as well. So, yeah, this is a moment of ritual, of tradition that runs deep through generations here at the Comrades.
Back in 2023, when I did my first Comrades, I didn't actually knew where all the landmarks were. And I will never forget it, Bruce. You were commentating and I ran past it and I didn't greet Arthur. And you said, oh, she's going to have trouble. And surely enough, when I started descending from Fields Hill, I lost all my toenails.
Arthur's ghost was haunting you.
definitely. The year after that, I made sure to greet him.
A little reflection on today's drama at the Comrades Marathon. Never before has Gerda Steyn really had this much opposition through Drummond, through Nchanga, and eventually she got away. Meanwhile, in the men's race, Buti Molo started cramping up and Gerda Steyn found her stride and got away from Chuma and from Shelmuth Buriki to start stamping her name all over this race. Others, though, took the time out to take the picture and the selfie at the Wall of Honor. And the smile broke out, the waves were there, it was all over for the early leader Mbuti Molo as George Kushka went past him on little pollies and surged away. Lloyd Bosman was hanging on to third and fighting for that position with Piet Wiersma. The race unfolding in dramatic fashion over the last third today.
Yes, Irvet has also now taken the third place, so great work from her.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
Comrades is as South African as a Sunday braai and a last-minute Springbok win. It's tough, emotional, unfiltered, but incredibly unifying. The partnership between Vaseline and Comrades makes sense because both brands are built for moments exactly like this. Vaseline is all about healing, protection, care, and resilience, and it's something runners have trusted for years to prevent chafing. So it's there when your body is pushed to the limit, helping protect and repair when it matters most. Rexona shows up in the high-pressure moments along the route. We have stations roughly at 30, 45, 60, and 80 kilometers, key points where runners are really being tested. At those moments, we're offering cooling stations and freshness to help keep them going. We've also got our man in the can, or man in the Rexona can, running the race to raise funds for the Childhood Cancer Foundation. Beyond that, we also have an awesome novice lounge at the end, and we're showing up at the expo and the pre-race talk for novices. Vaseline is showing up exactly where runners feel it most. We've got activation points at Camperdown, where the strain really starts to build, and again just before Poly Shorts, when fatigue and friction really kick in. At both points, we have product available, promoters helping runners reapply on the spot, and we've also got cheer squads bringing the energy. Then at the finish, every runner gets a Vaseline recovery blanket to help them and their skin recover after a grueling 90 kilometers. My message for South Africans on this day is that it's really days like this that remind us who we are as South Africans. Comrades is more than a race. It's a moment of unity, pride, and shared spirit. The whole country shows up, and that's something incredibly powerful.
Ready, set, let's go. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up.
And we're on Poly Shorts here, and it is George Kush who's making it look flat.
He is flying up this hill, and that is your race winner. That is your race winner, George Kushka. If you can run Poly Shorts like that, he's making it look so easy. Later on today, we're going to see people shuffling and walking up there at a dreadfully slow pace. he's making it look very
Small
easy.
steps, one step ahead. The body is negotiating with the mind, but there's no more strategy, there's no more calculation. This is pure courage, pure grit and determination.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's what makes George so special. I mean, if you look at George's history, he comes from track and field.
Yes.
Over the 800 meter, that's where he started off. He moved over to the 1005, where he was a double SA champion at junior level, and then he went to America, where he was breaking mile records at Nebraska University. Could continue that into
I'm good. How are you?
half marathons, I beg your pardon. Last year we saw him running at the Two Oceans,
channel on for
where
me,
he
please.
done very well as well. Last year in the Comrades, finishing 12th, and now
Perfect,
this
thank you.
year he says, you know what, my first climb, but I enjoy climbing, so why don't I
Hello,
climb better than everybody else and prove that anybody can do it.
And a 4th place in the Two Oceans half marathon in April. 4th place, you're not supposed to be there if you're a Comrades runner. You're not supposed to be that fast or that classy. And that was an indication to all of us.
Absolutely. He also has that 2:13 on the marathon, which also shows again he's right in tune, you know, to do something special and climbing like he's lived on the mountains his whole life.
2:13 marathon at Peninsula Marathon into a slight headwind, and he took a wrong turning. So I can just tell you that it is all over.
Yeah.
That is it.
Records in prospect here as well, Bruce.
Well, nothing would surprise me now. That is powerful running up Polly Shorts. 1.8 Ks, as I said. And when he gets to the top, there are still 2 more bumps, but they are literally bumps. And he will... Well, I just want to say to George, congratulations, welcome to the Winners Club.
Well, the other side of it is that Gerda Steyn is running, as Bruce says, down and down and down and down and down, and then she will begin the climbs up Polly's. But she has had to wrestle with this race today. She's certainly not had it all her own way as she has had in the last few years. There was opposition. She had company for a lot longer than in previous years, Adele, and eventually she was able to shake them off.
Yes, that was quite interesting to see how long the other 2 ladies could stick with her. So hats off for them. Now for them, this is a push to the end. Hopefully, Nopokosi Chuma, we will see her finishing strong, like she is currently doing. It looks like she actually got a second breath. So hopefully Nopokosi will finish this race and not fade out at all.
And if our camera shows George from the front, hopefully we will see the valley that he has climbed out of. He has climbed an immense amount of height.
It's a lot of climbing, and I mean, if you just look at the altitude change from when they were at Umlas, which is around about 825 meters altitude, it comes down to 750 at the top of Polly. So it is a bit of a change, you know, and I think as they climb down and down, it becomes a bit more easier for them to get oxygen. You're getting more momentum, especially towards that strong last finish. And Gerda Steyn, I mean, look at her.
Again,
Fantastic.
this is a hotspot for spectators to come out and to see your loved ones and top contenders racing.
So it's a long descent now for Gerda to the base of Little Polly. So she is approaching Little Polly's. She's got a long descent. Please, Gerda, look down, because there are a couple of speed humps there, and she's going so fast, those speed humps are going to knock her over. But George Kushka is basically summiting. He's just going over the top of Polly Shorts.
Well, it's been a quite supreme run by George Cushy here. He has really come strong in the second half of the race, learned the lessons of a year ago, and he has paced it absolutely perfectly. And he is looking as though he could well be not just on his way to victory here, but on his way to a record victory here. As we look at that clock, it's yet to click after go beyond 5 hours. This is a phenomenal run.
Incredible, and I love this aerial view of him, because when you think that maybe he's plodding, you get an idea that he's not plodding. He's just gone over the top, a quick drink, his drink,
yes,
and then If I was him, I would air punch. I would air punch and say, I've got this, I think I've got this.
Again, that bottle will be calculated, so whatever's in that bottle is going to give for him an energy surge like nothing before. So,
but no greater energy surge than knowing you've got the monster behind you. You've got Polly's behind you, and you'll see a distance marker that says 7 to go, and you suddenly think, wow.
Here's something to conjure with. At this point in 2024, Piet Wiersma won the race then. He was 9 minutes and 11 seconds behind where Kushka is now. Wow.
Yeah, the record is completely gone.
If he just keeps running, he'll get there. In fact, he might not even need to keep running. He is, it's so dominant, this run. But then again, it's a fast run. I think everyone's running supremely fast. The conditions we've talked about have been absolutely premium, and the gap is widening out. It's probably going to nudge out to 3 minutes. Morlo is hanging on to second place with Piet Wiersma, well, on his heels.
yeah, let's not joke around. You can see there that the pace is it's going down. So this is a tough race, and even the front runners are feeling it. But yeah, pure grit, pure determination. He's got one goal, one focus, and he is executing it to the T perfectly.
This is the ultimate human race, and the mentality of George Kushka. You can see, even though he's alone in front, you don't see him looking behind him. You don't see him looking like he's got any doubt at all. He's got one goal in mind, and that's to get to that finish line first. Records might fall, and he might be the next man to book his name into the record books, and that's exactly what it looks like he's going to do at this point.
But that's the thing, eh? Records come, records go, but that gold medal will never be taken away.
Well, the great Wally Hayward said to me a long time ago, Bruce, you borrow records. You borrow them, you treasure it while you have it, you look after it, and then reluctantly perhaps you have to hand it on, but you never lose the title.
Exactly.
But hats off to Malloy. Look at this. He's still going, and he was rigid with cramps earlier.
Absolutely. Mbuti really still fighting on Mollo, really showing that he's not given up yet. And it just takes that. It's just about finding that's something. That's what this race is about. It's not about statistics. Yes, your nutrition comes into play. Yes, the shoes you're wearing come into play. Your preparation comes into play. But when it all boils down to it, it's who has the fight, who's got the grit, and who's willing to put it all on the line to get over that finish line first.
Dave of the ages, we just seen there that Gerda Steyn is over 7 minutes ahead of her record schedule from a couple of years ago. So this is a record-breaking day here at Comrades in year 99 of this event.
Yes,
so it is George Kushka running himself into the history books here with a run of ages. And well, talking about runs for the ages, the 80s were dominated by one man.
He's won every Comrade since 1981. He set the up record, 6 hours, 30 minutes and 12 seconds.
The most difficult thing to do is to maintain the motivation. And the thing that surprises me most with Bruce is that he's maintained it for this long.
He started gently.
His name is Bruce Fordyce.
The way he ran the race.
One of the novices at this year's race. With him are other...
But by his 5th Comrades Marathon, Bruce Fordyce had written himself into history. He wouldn't leave for a decade. In 1981, he donned a black armband in protest against the apartheid government. He also won it.
Comrades Marathon en 'n skare van meer as 15,000 mense kom op hulle voete vir hom.
Pelted with tomatoes, he returned and won it again. And again.
He is the king of South Africa.
And again.
Die wenner.
And again.
5 uur 24 minute in die jaar 1988 verdubbel hy sy van na Bruce uitdaag.
In 1989, injury kept him away.
27 minute wenner Samuel Jabalala.
But came back in 1990 to win it for a record 9th time.
En hy maak nou klaar.
Few dispute his unofficial title
Tyd van ongeveer 11
as the King of Comrades. but his name will live on forever.
It's out of this world, and perhaps out of reach for any, because that was an era of incredible dominance. Well done, Bruce.
Yeah, I got quite tearful
Wow.
watching that.
Amazing.
And then got
Lovely
quite
to see.
depressed at how I've aged.
Yes.
And I've got the pleasure of sitting next to him here, Gerald. And
by
they
the
said
way,
if
I
you
was
rub the legs of the champion, it might rub off to me as well.
I was looking at my leg cadence, and regrettably it wasn't as fast as George's.
Well, this does take us into this era where we're watching these athletes of the modern era now. And they are just quite supreme. Mbuti Molo has shown incredible courage and fortitude in hanging on there and staying within 3 minutes of George Kushka after he passed him when he was dead still. And in the women's race, well, it's all on for Gerda Steyn as she chases the record. Nobukusi Chuma is hanging on to second place, but fading a little. Yvette van Zyl is getting stronger and stronger, though.
Yes, Nobukosi Chuma, she looks completely different than a few minutes ago, so she's picking up the pace once again and looking quite good, quite strong. I think the 12 kilometers left is fueling her. She's going to make it.
And hats off and congratulations to both second place runners. Both of them got into that situation where you could just lose it all and say that is it, broken in spirit, broken in body, and they've actually fought back and said, you know what, to come second to Gerda Steyn, to come second to George with that run, no shame in that. Unbelievable performance.
I mean, it is one of those races where you gotta take your chances. If you find yourself in such a good position this late in the race, it's a matter of, do I stop, fall back, or do I just soldier on and make the best of it? And I think that's exactly what they've both adapted. And you can see Chuma here looking very strong. As Adele mentioned, she looks like she's regaining a momentum, almost getting a second breath in her legs, and really starting to believe that if she just continues one step at a time, she can find herself in this same position that she's in now.
Look, she's on a 5:52 pace, Nobukosi Chuma. Any other year, if Gerda was not running, she would have won.
Smashed it.
Yeah, she would have smashed it. So let's not forget about that it's still a phenomenal race and time.
This is poetry in motion, to use a cliche. This is a ballerina. Look how elegant the running style is. Look how relaxed. The arms are low. The cadence is beautiful. Leg strength still there. It's
Smiling.
just watch it, because you once in a lifetime you get an athlete like this.
Yes.
And here's another great athlete, and he's running one of those bumps I mentioned after Polly Shorts, but they are bumps. Obviously, as we've mentioned earlier, in another race somewhere in the world, it would be Heart Attack Mountain, but you hardly notice it after Polly Shorts. And he's just got to get that bump out the way, and then it really is downhill and flat all the way towards us.
Yep.
And shortly, not too long from now, he'll be able to hear the music and the noise and the excitement from the stadium that we're in.
Yeah, you'll see the floodlights of the sports fields just peeking up above the skyline here in Pietermaritzburg. George Kushka, he ran downhill last year to Durban and ran into trouble at halfway, managed to recover and showed his fortitude, his determination by fighting hard and getting one of those prized Wally Hayward medals to come home in 5:41 last year to take 12th place. And the fighting run from Mbuti Molo here, who is holding on to second place, and that would be a run for the ages for him.
They're both on Washington Road, and at the end of Washington Road there's a right-hand sweep which is slightly downhill. It is a fabulous part of the race if you're leading, because you suddenly just feel like you can do anything. You can run so quickly as you turn into Oroby Road, and George is going to love this last bit. And I have one message for him and for Gerda. Gerda's had many times in front. Try and remember it.
Yes.
Try and remember it forever, that you once led the Comrades Marathon, because he'll be so focused on trying to win it and trying not to cramp and remembering to drink and trying to find out how far in the lead he is, that he'll forget to remember what it felt like to lead this great race.
And it's a testament of his character. I mean, to be 12th last year, and I mean that 12th he fell quite back, in the last 5 kilos. his nutrition wasn't good. He wasn't training perfectly well. This time around, he came through. And one thing about George is that once he gets into training, he gets into a very good space where he doesn't believe that anybody can beat him. He doesn't believe that anybody can stop him. And you can see that mentality has really transcended him into what is going to be the record books now. You know, writing his name into some of the winners, great winners of this ultimate human race. And that's amazing. And that's what dreams are. You know, it's not always about who's going to win and who's had the best track record. Second time he's trying it, and there he does it.
Well, we made the point earlier today, it's actually his first time, if you really think
First
about
climb.
it, because it's the first up run for him, which does give it added extra luster to it, because yeah, they are so different, these runs, but he's got his mind around it. He's clearly prepared exceptionally well for it, and he's arrived here in peak condition.
His tactics were absolutely faultless. He struck at exactly the right moment. He opened up the lead at exactly the right moment, powered away, and then what you do is you close the door behind you. That's the expression. You close the door behind you so that the second place pursuer starts to look over his or her shoulder to see, have I got my second place secure? And once they do that, it's over. But George has effectively closed the door and said, I'm going to win.
What is also special about George is he's a father of a very young little child. Maybe so he doesn't have the luxury to go away on long training camps, train in luxury places.
Yeah, how's it, Nick? This is pretty hectic now. The guys are about to come in. I think we are about 11 minutes away with the projected times of the first man to cross the finish line right here in Pietermaritzburg. The ultimate human race. The streets are buzzing with support.
And Hannah Stain has just gone over the top of Little Polly's. It's astonishing. She's in Ashburton and she's about to drop down. I mean,
on the road. By the time we got you, I mean,
yep.
we only had what, like 2, 3.
Absolutely mind-boggling running we've seen today. And I hope that that fire and that passion and the brilliance of these runners spreads like an infection right down the field, so that people all the way down the field, because you start to hear who's leading, who's won. And then you say, wow, what a time, and me too, why not me too? Whatever my barrier is, 9 hours, 10 hours, I can do it if they can do it.
Exactly, we are inspiring the next generation, and hopefully this will inspire all those little kids watching back at home to say, I want to be the next Gerda or the next George.
Absolutely, it's about belief. It's about just eliminating anything that is realistic. This race is a race that changes lives. It's a race that will change George's life. I mean, after this race, he can become a full-time runner, full-time,
Temba, the beauty of Comrades is whether you win or whether you just finish sub 12 hours, it's going to change your life.
The greatest lesson of Comrades is you don't necessarily have to be number one to be a winner.
Exactly.
As long as you've conquered your human frailty and you've met the challenge in this great race, no one dare call you a loser. Yes. You're a winner.
This is the ultimate human race.
Boetie Molo is finding out all about the beauty of this race, as he had the lead for a large portion of the middle section of this race, eventually run down by the immense strength and pace and power of George Kushka. And Molo, to his credit, hasn't faded. He's hung on. He had a moment's hesitation. He stuttered. He stopped, but he's carried on. And he said, I want to give my absolute all here. And if it means I take second place, well, that's a win for me. And a win for him is meaning that George Kushka, just outside picture there, is heading for his maiden victory here.
Again, what makes this run so spectacular is Piet Wiersma, who is currently in third position. He is still having a fantastic race. He is 5.5 minutes faster than he was in 2024. So I do not think that Piet saw this coming.
I don't think anybody did.
Yep, absolutely. Perhaps even George, not in his wildest dreams, would have felt that it had gone this well.
Well, you fantasize.
You do.
On the training runs, when it's dark and it's cold in winter, you take your mind to poly shorts and you say, I'm going to run that hill.
Yes.
I'm going to put one foot in front of the other and I'm going to run that hill.
And it's during these tough times now that he will be delving back into those tough runs and just thinking, listen, if I could have done that, I can do this today. And all of that training is going to be worth it for this moment.
I tell you that the gap is only 2.5 minutes. So Molo is incredible there, because George Kusher ran up Polly's at a blistering pace, and as we know, no one's ever lost it at the top of Polly's. But Molo is coming, and George is knowing that. He's put in a surge now as he hits the outskirts of Pietermaritzburg.
Well, the uncomfortable thing for him is that he can't get comfortable. He has to keep pushing, and the thing that haunts you most of all is you want to know what is the gap, as we say in running, what is the split between me and the second place. He'll be desperate for information, and hopefully if he's got a good team, if Nick Bester and the Nedbank team are out there, they'll be telling him, it's fine, George, yes, your competitor is running well, but just keep going.
Yes, definitely. There will be people alongside the route giving him the information, as you saw there in the background. Only 2 kilometers to go for him. So we might see very shortly coming and crossing this finish line. What a moment.
What a moment. It's a beautiful moment. And I mean, that's what running is, you know. You could see George's wife, Lizzie Kushka, just talking about what an amazing person he is, you know, working full-time, as you mentioned. He's got a young child, young Georgie. They're watching, they'll be screaming and going crazy as they see the dad, you know, come over
most
that line.
Definitely, they would have been alongside the route as well. And I just know from personal experience, once you see that little one and your loved ones, that also just fuels you to the end.
And one of the mind games that I always used to play with myself, when you see the 2K to go board, you say to yourself 1K, because the last one is so emotional and you're carried by the emotion and the excitement and just the joy of the last kilometer that I never used to count it. So when I saw 2, I just say 1. You just got to get 1.
Bruce, you're the father of park runs in South Africa, so
yes,
I used to just count down the park runs and say, okay, 18 park runs, 17, 16.
Well, that record is looking like it's going to be absolutely smashed. A run for the ages from George Kushka here as he powers down towards the finish here inside the last 2 kilometers. The road is his own here for the Nedbank runner, George Kushka. He's put in all that work, the power in those legs, the strength built over months and months of preparation. And it's delivering itself here. It's delivering him into the hearts of Comrades runners all over the world.
And then the highlight for the leader, when you get handed the baton. You are handed a baton as you come into the stadium in the colors of the Comrades Marathon, black and gold. And let's see if he raises it up into the air when he gets it, because when they give you the baton, the Comrades Marathon is saying to you, you've won.
He's got a guard of honor behind him, all the bikers making sure he's got a clear road, and hasn't he but got a clear road, because he smashed his way through the second half of this run, surged up in Changa, through Harrison Flats and Cato Ridge, but then he put in that surge to get past Booty on the Umlas Road, and then up the last of the big 5 climbs, the one that hangs like nemesis at the end of this race. That's Polly Shorts. He made that look flat. He smashed his way up it, and he's about to turn in towards the finish very shortly with the victory assured for George Kushka.
And fittingly, he's going to run past Comrades' house. Many people think the home of Comrades is Durban. It's not. It is Pietermaritzburg, and the Comrades' house is the headquarters, the museum, the center of the Comrades Marathon, and fittingly he's going to run right past it.
Now I tell you what, inside and not far from there, because Comrades' house is but pitch and a putt from us here at the finish.
Yes, down the street.
Yep.
And we're right above the finish, and there's a clue, because all the dignitaries and the people with chains around their necks, big gold chains, and the mayors and all those people are gathered below us.
Oh yes.
So I saw Nick Bester passing us with his black blazer. So every winner of Comrades will get a black blazer, and we are going to see a new member with the black blazers today.
Once in a lifetime.
We will definitely see Nick Bester at the finish line congratulating both George and Pete.
I hope George's family is there. That's the most important thing.
Definitely.
I hope the family's there.
The grandstands that line the finish shoot here are absolutely packed. They've come to watch the best in the business, and today this man, George Kushka, has proven himself to be the best in the business.
And the only disappointing thing about his dark glasses is you can't see the emotion. You can't see the emotion in the eyes, but if he didn't have the glasses on, you would see there's probably a tear or two now. A massive lump in your throat.
I mean, it's about taking that moment. It's a once-in-a-lifetime moment where you get that opportunity. You wear your emotions on your sleeves, Bruce. You put it all out there and make sure that you just take it all the way to the line.
Well, he's surged over this last couple of kilometers because he's 3 minutes and 51 seconds clear of the second place run in Boetie Molo, with Piet Beersma just 9 seconds behind Molo, so there could be a race on for second place in this race coming on behind George Kushka as he goes into the Toyota Mile here. It is a race for glory. Comrades House will be saluting him. He will salute Comrades House. His name will be in honor up there as a champion here. What a run by
Timba,
George
you look
Kushka.
emotional.
I'm emotional. When I just think about what it is, you think of George, you think of his journey. A track athlete, you know, he's been SA champion in the 800 and 1,500 meter. He's worked his way up. He was a champion in the United States of America. He came back, he stopped running completely, and then he revived his journey again, and now he has his moment.
The master of all distances.
He's but half a kilometre away from the finish, not even, as he'll take this turn left. There's a little roundabout. He'll go round under the arch and he'll perhaps smell the grass of Scottsville Racecourse very, very shortly, and then make his way onto the lawns at Scottsville Racecourse. The finish of the 99th Comrades Marathon, the uprun, the 50th edition of the uprun, is welcoming in a new champion, a man who's writing his name into the history books here. A compelling 99th Comrades Marathon is coming to end in an enthralling conclusion on these lawns of Scottsville Racecourse. He's under the penultimate arch. 27-year-old George Kushka, a 2:15 marathoner, pedigree track athlete, is writing his name into South African folklore. It's just 100 meters to go. A troubled run in 2025. Saw him recover from an upset stomach. He finished 12th in 2026. Your new champion in a record time is George Kushka at the Comrades Marathon. Congratulations to the new king of the uprun, George Kushka.
Oh, he gave his all. Look, he is just falling down, pure exhaustion.
Well, that's exactly what it's all about. It's about a man who has literally put everything on the line, and now he gets the victory.
The finish is when you see what it cost.
Yes.
Because these elite athletes can make it look so strong and so powerful, but when they finish, you see what they had to give to win.
He gave it his all today. He will be so proud. His wife will be proud.
A run for the ages, 5 hours, 15 minutes and 56 seconds. Quite simply astonishing.
Astonishing.
You're not supposed to run that fast.
No, you're not.
Well, he did, and he deserves the victory. I can't think of anybody who deserves the victory more than George Kushka. Well, you can name him king, because he is king of the climb in 2026. Long live King Kushka. It was his time, it was his moment, and Gerald, beautiful.
He went hard from the get-go. He was in that leading bunch, not the lead, the second pack from the get-go. He went out there with a plan today, and he just said, nobody is taking this from me today.
And there goes another of my little theories, that the uprun suits the shorter runners better. George is tall.
Well, he's standing tall today, George Kushka. A champion at the Comrades Marathon at the second time of asking, his first uprun, and he has conquered it. He has learnt the lessons from his maiden run down to Durban and put in the kilometers, put in the training and put in the hard work and sacrificed an enormous amount. Caduceus is his for 2026.
The Caduceus that Hermes carried as the winged messenger of the Greek gods and the logo of Comrades Marathon.
Serpent each side of the wing messenger. There he goes, George Kushka. What an incredible run. Spare now a look for our second place runner who will be entering the finish very shortly.
And we don't know who's that going to be because Piet Wiersma is on attacking mode.
Exactly.
And the message that George brings is, yes, I've just won, but behind me come the most astonishing, most incredible human beings you've ever seen. There is a tsunami of courage coming. Some of them are going through Drummond, through halfway.
Yes.
But stand by to be astonished, world, because you're going to see the most incredible people finishing this race and meeting this challenge all day long. He's just knocked on the door to say, stand by.
And that's going to be fuel for the runners still out there. They are going past Drummond and they will hear, listen, George is our winner. South Africa is our winner. So that is just going to fuel all the runners outside.
Absolutely. Always such a pleasure having the winner as South African. The title stays home in 2026.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Thought it might happen. And it's Piet Wiersma. What a record this man has. What a fighter. What a finisher.
His third second place.
Absolutely. He won the up run a couple of years ago right here in Pietermaritzburg. This time second place. He was second last year to Tete Tijana going down to Durban. He's put in another supreme back end of the race. The Dutchman, Piet Wiersma, holds firm and finishes in second place here. And he is also going to go well under the previous record. Piet Wiersma collapses as he finishes in second place after a thrilling chase down of the man ahead of him, Mbuti Molo.
Once again, the emotion,
Incredible.
the grit, the determination.
I'm too emotional. Okay.
Piet gave it his all.
Piet is one of those athletes that we all thought would be the favorite for this race. I mean, he's consistent. He always shows up. His preparation, his dedication to this ultimate human race. And I mean, year after year, he comes and he's always in the top three. He won in 2024, but this time in 2026 takes the silver. I mean, that's the beauty of this race.
Beautiful shot. George and his little family. That is so emotional. Little George will look on.
Georgie is what they call the little young man there, and he'll be inspired by senior George. And I mean, that's what we talk about. Lizari also in picture with the husband. Amazing.
And the astonishing contrast between the way they finish, fast, strong, and seconds after crossing the finish line, they can hardly walk.
Here comes our third place finisher.
Brilliant
What
run.
a
Brilliant
race he
run.
also had, you guys. One would have anticipated that he would fade away, but he held on for dear life, and hats off for this young man as well.
Well, Mbuti Molo is running into third place here at the Comrades Marathon, and he has laid the foundation, if you like, for the rest of the runners in this race. He was leading the race. He maybe thought he had a chance at glory. He didn't account for the power and the strength of George Kushka coming behind him, but he hung on. He had his troubles, but he hung on, and he is going to come home in an astonishing third place here. And never mind that previous record, that's gone as well by this man. What a run by Mbuti Molo. Third place in his first Comrades Marathon. What a run.
That's bravery. That is bravery. When he stopped at the top of that hill, Bruce, we thought maybe this is the end for him, but no.
There's some sports that think they're tough, and there's some sports that think they're brutal. I'm not going to name any of them. Quite a lot of them have a ball involved. This is tough. This
Yes,
is
Alex Milner also now coming in. Great race that he also had today. So he will receive his rose. Top 10 ladies, top 10 men each get a red rose coming in, and that is something that you...
Well done, Alex Mills. He's a teacher.
Yeah,
He's got a
excellent run.
full-time job as a teacher in the UK. English runner. Well done, Alex. Well done.
Well done.
15th in his maiden, 9th, 6th, and another gold medal for Alex Milne, and he goes to 4th place this year.
Congratulations, Alex.
A really fantastic run by the Englishman, Alex Milne. He ran a 2:11 in Seville earlier this year in the marathon, ran London in 2:13. The man's in good form, and he's now finished 4th at Comrades in 2026.
Well, the top runners continue to make their way to the finish line now, and it's just been a testament again of pure grit, pure fight, and the ultimate human race, the Comrades Marathon, doesn't get easier any year.
No.
And they just continue to...
And Alex has just continued the trend today. He's also just collapsed.
Yes. Cannot blame him. Cannot blame him. Well, the scenes of history made here at Scottsville Racecourse at the finish of the 99th Comrades Marathon, as records obliterated. Certainly in the men's race, and very likely in the women's race by the current record holder and 4-time, soon to be 5-time champion Gerda Steyn, as she makes her way to the finish. But we still have 6 gold medals to be decided in the men's race.
Yes,
let's hear from the runners down at the finish.
Incredible run. I'm sure you haven't for you to become a.
Oh, I didn't believe it. I couldn't believe it when I saw 2 kilometers to go. I just didn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, and I'm so grateful. When I saw kilometers to go, I didn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. When I saw kilometers to go, I didn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. When I saw I think the speed work I've been doing helped, because I thought I was running very slow these last couple of kilometers, but when I looked at my watch, it was still a very decent time. So I think that speed helped me a lot.
How much does it help to also have a Comrades legend right next to you, and I'm sure helping you along the way all the way?
I always turn to Nick for advice, and it always helps having and I love them very much.
Congratulations, George.
Thank you, sir. Very much.
Congratulations, George.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, George Kushka, Nick Bester, former winner alongside him, of course, from Nedbank, and running in to 5th place, a superb run by Ruki Okayama, the 31-year-old from Japan, a former world champion of 100 Ks, and he's put himself in the top 5 here at Comrades.
Well, it looks like top 2, you need that special. Top 2, you need that special.
Very happy with today's results.
Well, they've done a superb job. Yeah. Well, they've done a superb job. Yeah. And making his way into the finish. This could be Charles Lawrence from the United States. In he comes, the American. What a debut he's made here, Lawrence. One of those 100K runners from the United States. And he is going to come in just outside the record time, but looking very, very comfortable indeed as he crosses the line to take 6th place.
I think Charles will definitely be back next year. He's tasted it now. I mean, he looks fantastic, so I think he will be a force to be reckoned with in the future. He will be a force to be reckoned with in the future.
Meanwhile, Gerda Steyn is continuing to take step after step towards a new record here as well, and a 5th win at the Comrades.
Yes, she's currently 5 minutes under her 2024 time. So that's 5 minutes shaved off from a record. Amazing.
Yep, over the top of Polly Shorts, heading into the finish in Pietermaritzburg, still looking absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, you're not supposed to look so good.
No, you're not supposed to make it look so easy.
Definitely.
Fabulous.
So
Well, Niklas Volkov has just come across the line. Oh, he hasn't got to the line yet, but he's in trouble now.
There's Lloyd Bosman just behind him. This is going to feel Lloyd. Also Lloyd, it's his first Comrades race that he did. So again, what a debut he will have.
Well, in the last couple of kilometers, it has been a huge turnaround. Lloyd Bosman is going to get there. He's going to go. What a debut run for Lloyd Bosman.
Are we looking at a future winner?
Well,
what a great run.
What a run. And another collapsing athlete getting across the line is home. Bosman and Volkov finishing within seconds of each other. And that's 8. We have 2 more gold medals to dispense with here.
Vasily Korytkin.
Korytkin it is. Vasily Korytkin. And the last of them has just crossed the line in Pietermaritzburg. Korytkin, 5:29.29, 13 minutes behind that new record time. And the last position in the medals to Bocho Pelusa. What a run by him.
Yes.
All the men's gold medals done.
Just missing out.
13 minutes.
And from now on, it's the coveted Wally Hayward medal, silver and gold, and there's going to be another record today because they're going to hand out more Wally Hayward medals than they have ever handed out before.
It is hard-earned, that one.
Yes, and Edward Mutibi, previous uprun winner, he takes the first Wally Hayward medal. He again also had a great run today. He will be very happy.
Meanwhile, this is our second placed woman, Mbukosi Chuma of Zimbabwe, fighting hard and holding on to that second place. The race has gone away from her in the shape of Gerda Steyn, but she's holding on to second here.
It is. If you look at behind her, I cannot see any bike, any runner behind her. So, and there she's also now looking behind her to see, is there someone? Should I be pushing? Or can I maybe reserve some energy?
Yvette van Zyl, 16 minutes down. And Gerda Steyn nearly 7 minutes up on Mbukosi Chuma. This is when you feed off the cheers, you feed the support from the crowd.
Definitely.
You need it most here.
Definitely, you use those crowds, every single cheer. Everyone will be screaming her name out there, and that is going to fuel her every step of the way. Let's not forget, Mbukosi, she literally took herself from her household to Kenya to train for this specific race, and it is paying off for her. She is having a fantastic race.
Alex.
And there is Gerda Steyn striding towards Vichy here, comfortable as ever. It is, as Bruce, I think, described, poetry in motion. Just very, very economical, but yet powerful.
And women were only allowed to run the Comrades from 1975 because they were too frail and they wouldn't be able to cope with the distance.
Well, isn't she showing the complete opposite?
Absolutely. I mean, you can see she's continuing to just make sure that she fights. I mean, you can see it's not easy. And you can also see it with the athletes, so all the runners that come through the finish line, they're in pain, they've exerted themselves. I mean, that last stretch where we saw Lloyd Bosman coming through. I mean, the athlete ahead of him, he was finished. He was cramping. He barely made it to the line. And that's what we call emptying the tank and really just leaving it all out there on the track, Bruce.
Yes, and that's the beauty of today's race, is we are going to see a lot more of those finishes. People gunning for sub 9, sub 10, sub 12 hours. So we will be seeing a lot of tears, a lot of people crawling over, helping each other get to the finish line and to master this race.
Well, it's going to be a South African double in terms of winners, but it's fabulous to see how international the race has now become. It is truly a global event, and
Yes.
I'm biased. I think it's one of the great events in any sport in the whole world.
Definitely, but super proud South African this side. In the 1990s, 2000s, it was the Russians that dominated this race, and we took it back. So, yeah, the challenge is set there. A lot more internationals are going to come and run this beautiful race.
Well, 6 international runners inside the top 10 of the men's race today. That does show something, but George Kushka taking the win as a South African. And Gerda Steyn, my word, she is arguably the most popular runner in the country.
Yeah. I would almost challenge one of the most popular distance runners in the world. I mean, she's got an amazing following. And I mean, what's not to like about Gerda, you know, as much as she's got the grit, as much as she is a fighter, as much as it's not a person that you beat on her best day on the road, and you really have to take it away from her.
Exactly.
And she does it with a smile.
And let's remember, she doesn't have the track record like George, for instance. She only started running when she was in Dubai, and her husband's like, listen, I think you can run. So amazing that she is able to accomplish this year after year after year.
Well, Chuma ran into 5th in her debut in the uprun in 2024, and she is going to improve on that considerably here. 3rd at 2 Oceans this year, in dramatic style, collapsing there, but she has really shown the grit and determination that it takes to finish this race, let alone to win it. And the grace and power of Gerda Steyn, the smile. Since the smile wasn't quite as evident in the first half of the race, she had company and she had to work hard. Once she broke the shackles and she got away, so she started to, you feel, be more relaxed and ease into it.
And I definitely think that Nobukosi and Shalmuth assisted her in this great time that she will be getting today. I mean, they pushed her.
You only run great times because your opposition pushes you to great times.
Exactly. Diamonds are formed under pressure.
And both the ladies' race and the men's race have been an absolute masterful example of beautiful tactics. A little bit like fishing. You wait and you wait and you wait, and then you strike. And then you reel it in. And both of our leaders today did that.
Yes, and we saw that with Gerda giving a few surges along the route. And then Nobukosi had to work hard to get back to her in the front.
Well, besides the great emotions that we feel here at the finish line, I mean, you can also look at the record books. I mean, the records have tumbled and they continue to tumble. We've got 5 of the top male finishers underneath that record time as well. I mean, it's a special day. Conditions here are immaculate, and I think all round the day has actually been one of those perfect days for the Comrades Marathon, where everything has gone according to script for the top runners.
Yes.
And now Gerda joins that very elite group. Newton, Ballington, Meckler, Hayward, 5 wins. And no one in their day would have said there would be a woman who would emulate them. And she's looking good for a few more wins.
Her
CV is not finished. Her CV is not complete.
Just ahead of her, Nugalieva on 8 and Fordyce on 9. But the way she's running, well, it is quite simply supreme dominance from Gerda Steyn. She's only been running at this level, well, not even, probably for 10, 11 years, having started at the age of 24 in Dubai when she joined a running club because, well, she just wanted to meet some friends.
You've got to add this to an unprecedented record at the Two Oceans. 7 wins in the Two Oceans. The next most number of wins in the Two Oceans is 4. So Gerda's completely dominated that race and now this one as well.
But to go out and do so spectacular with Two Oceans and then come back with Comrades, only 8 weeks apart. There's a lot of international runners that, you only do 2 marathons per year, and she goes out and smashes 2 ultra marathons in 8 weeks.
And I mean, when she did it the first time, when she did the Two Oceans and then came to do the Comrades, everybody doubted her. They said, listen, it's impossible. Don't do it. Stay away. She said, why? Why not?
Yeah.
Why not test my body? Why not push the boundaries? You know, and I think that's exactly what it's about. It's really about just knowing yourself, trusting the process, trusting your training, your team, you know, all the work that you put in. And once everything comes together on a perfect day and the conditions allow, I mean, anything can be done.
Yes, and the crowds this side, they are really hyping up. We have chanting, go Gerda, go here in the background. This is just going to feel, if you can look at her face, she is smiling. There is no pain or grimacing at all. She is savoring this moment. Like she said in the interview, I will be running as if this is my last Comrades to run, and she's taking it in.
It is that anomaly, really. You run it as your first and your last every time because it's a gift.
It is a gift. You never know what tomorrow will hold for you.
I think the thing that stands out most for me with Gerda is that she loves running. She gets joy out of it. She loves her fans. They all absolutely adore her, and her fans are every single person on the side of the road. And she has just brought fun and joy to running, and to be finishing the Comrades Marathon at her speed, it's incredible.
There we can see Hervé digging deep. But if there's one woman that knows how to dig deep, it is this woman, and she is holding on for dear life.
Currently in that third place is Hervé van Zyl. And I mean, we talk about an athlete who is a fighter.
Yes.
If you put anything, you know, big challenges in front of her, she is always one of those athletes that she's going to pull through, and she's got the fight, she's got the grit. And I keep saying, the day she gets it completely right, she's going to be one of the biggest contenders to get that first place on the Comrades Marathon. And Gerda doesn't make it easy, though. They'll have to wrestle it out of her hands.
Remember, she's a novice this year for the uprun.
Yes.
So now she will know what is waiting for her. So Hervé, this is not the last we will see from her. Hervé will come back super strong, strong-minded, physically strong, wanting
and the hunger.
the victory.
She's got the hunger.
She's got the hunger, yes.
She may have to contend with one of our colleagues, Bruce and Timber, I think next year.
Absolutely.
Because Adele is, I just noticed as they were finishing here, you're starting to get the itch going again. You want to be out there.
Yeah, just put me there. Back me, coach. That's what I want to say. No, definitely. There's no such race as the ultimate human race as Comrades. You have to experience it at least once in your life. Everyone seated at home, come and experience this beautiful, beautiful race. And the camaraderie that there is amongst the runners, amongst spectators, all are suffering together. And we enjoy it. We love that pain.
Having watched the runners collapse, do I miss it? Not that much, but I tell you when I do miss it, I miss it tomorrow.
Definitely.
Because tomorrow they will all be limping. Every single Comrades Marathon runner will be limping. A little curbstone or a step might as well be the north face of the Eiger. It's so precipitous. And
But
I am so envious of every runner who is limping. And I can't fake a limp because they all know you didn't run, Bruce. And it doesn't matter whether you're at 12 hours or 5.5 hours or whatever your time. The runners look at each other with that limp, and there's mutual admiration.
Exactly.
We are brothers and sisters in arms, and we fought a battle yesterday. All of us went up poly shorts, no matter how fast or slow, and we conquered the greatest race. And so that is when I miss it, because I'm not limping.
if you want to have a real treat, tomorrow you go to the Durban Promenade And every single Comrades runner that successfully finished will be there with their medal and their t-shirt. And hats off for everybody finishing their back-to-back races that today will get their back-to-back medals, which you only get if you complete 2 consecutive runs, an up and a down, for your first and your second race.
The predicted finishing time here for Gerda is 5 hours 54.01. Let's see if she'll do any better or run faster than that. But I mean, fantastic.
It's just ridiculous. When I started running, they told the men, if you break 6 hours, you will win on an up run. You will win if you break 6 hours. Guys, we used to know that. We knew it. We aimed for 6 hours. We just broke it. Now look at it.
5:44.
Quite astonishing run here by Gerda Steyn into the Toyota mile now, and closing in on the finish. The helicopters overhead are heralding her welcome into Scottsville here. This is a run for the ages once again. Every year we say it, but it never gets old because Gerda Steyn is doing it once again here at the Comrades Marathon. She's putting her name even higher up in the lights, even higher up on the rankings. It is a quite superb finish by Gerda Steyn. She had to work really hard for it, but now it's coming home in glory. A 5th victory on the cards here for the champion of distance running, not only in South Africa, but one would feel over ultra distance in the world. Quite phenomenal. It's been rewritten, the history books have been written, the stride of greatness, the smile of a great champion. Gerda Steyn completed defying the laws of human endurance. After 85 kilometers of brutal climbing, she's closing in on the finish. She collects the rose, she collects the accolades, the cheers from the standing fans and the smiles. They are her people. She is their champion and she is the winner for the 5th time in record time once again. It's Gerda Steyn.
I mean, what an athlete. She is the queen of distance running, and Gerda Steyn continues to just amaze us. She carries the hope of South Africa every time she steps on the line, because we believe that we can win again, and she does it again here. It is Gerda Steyn with the 5th victory of the Comrades Marathon, and what better ambassador of distance running, ultra distance running, than Gerda Steyn.
And she's not just an ultra distance runner, she represents us at Olympic Games as well. So well done to Gerda for today. You ran a phenomenal race and you deserve every accolade that comes your way.
She is truly the people's champion, isn't she? She really does love the runners. She was one of those who was a fun runner. She was one of those standing and cheering perhaps in her early years, and she only came to the sport as an elite runner in her mid-20s. So she knows what it's like. She knows how to suffer as a slower runner, and she's built and built and built into a queen, a champion of the ages.
I think Wally Hayward's title as the greatest ever is in grave jeopardy.
Yes.
Because I think we're looking possibly at the greatest ever.
That's a debate we can have over.
She have to surpass the Russians.
You're not supposed to look that good at the finish of Comrades. The men showed you what you're supposed to look like when you've won.
Yeah, she's walking. She didn't collapse at all. She's still looking super strong.
She jogged back down the track to greet a few fans.
But I mean, I think that's the beauty.
And it was a pleasure to share the road today with 21.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an absolute champion.
Well, we are in the presence of greatness today, that's for sure. Gerda Steyn, 5 times a champion. 4 in a row.
I think that's the beauty of not listening. I mean, when she started running at the mid-20s, had she listened to everybody and listened to what people would have said about her running, that she couldn't become great, that she couldn't become one of the greatest runners in South Africa, had she listened at that time, we would have probably not witnessed one of the greatest ultra distance runner in South African.
And remember, she didn't run a couple of years ago. 2022, she decided to focus on trying to get a very fast standard marathon time. She didn't run. So it could possibly be 6 today, had she run that year.
Definitely.
That is true. He's an Olympian, as we mentioned, in the marathon as well. So very capable of both ultra distances as well as the conventional marathon distances. And I mean, we saw her also on the track as well, where she used that track to build her speed up. And I think it's very important for athletes to work through the different phases of their running. You know, started cross country, then it becomes track, road running, conventional marathons, and then up to the ultra distances. And what a beautiful journey she's had.
Yes,
and waiting to see Gerda's right arm, her great supporter, Duncan.
Yes.
Where is Duncan? He's become almost as famous as Gerda at the finish. And I know why he's not there. Probably because he was out on the road with 3 kilometers to go, making sure she got the information she needed and a last drink. But it's time for Duncan to make an appearance as well.
Yes, so we're waiting now for Nobukosi Chuma also to come in. We saw her on the side video, still looking very strong.
Well, a 5th time for that moment of glory for Gerda Steyn to hold Caduceus aloft as the champion here at Comrades Marathon. Aren't we blessed with a runner, a generational runner in Gerda Steyn? And not just that, her embracing of everything that is great about the sport makes it just so wonderful to have her gracing our sport and being such a true and gracious champion. So 2nd place is closing on the finish. Nobukosi Chuma from Zimbabwe, the 31-year-old who made her debut last year. There's Duncan. Just arrived. Husband Duncan is at the finish here. Probably only just got here, fighting his way through the crowds. And ever present at the finish lines when Gerda makes it to the finish, generally in 1st place.
Well, he is her #1 supporter.
Yep.
And I mean, it's such a beautiful journey of 2 people working together to make that dreams happen.
Let's go down to OG. Let's go down to
It is high. It's such a lovely race. More thrilled. It's such a lovely
28-year-old, it's your 2nd run, and you're Afi's.
But yeah, I went to Afi's and I was in the hostel for all 5 years as well.
So for the first time, Afi's, it's not about rugby or the cricket or the football. It's about marathon running, Comrades Marathon champion. You can put that on the board there. You'll be the first one, I'm sure about that.
I'll have to go check the records. But yeah, I did try and play rugby in my under-14 years. Didn't get a good team. I honestly didn't look at time. There was about 2 kilometers to go.
Feels like a playback of an interview.
Executive Mayor of Pietermaritzburg, Councillor Zinkulu Tibola, as our 2nd place runner in the women's race. Nobukosi Chuma is onto the Toyota Mile, making her way into the finish here at Scottsville. What a brave run it has been from the Zimbabwean. Digging deep and holding on to the coattails of Gerda Steyn with Shelmith Muriki for a long way, and eventually having to cede best to Gerda, but holding on and holding on to 2nd place with bravery.
Absolute bravery, and she just continues to amaze me. I mean, she's one of those athletes that not many athletes will try to challenge Gerda, especially in the early stages of the race, in the mid phases of the race. You know, she sometimes maybe sacrificing herself a bit too much, But it's paid off because she finds herself in that second place. We've seen them time and time again going into many races where it seems like maybe she should just back off and let her go. But no, she's an athlete that wants to fight. She wants to contend. I mean, once you lose that essence of competition and getting onto the line, believing you'll be second, I mean, then there's no need to ever get on the line and compete. You're gonna go out there and believe in yourself. She does. And you can just see her coming down here. She can smile and wave at the fans because she's earned this moment.
Exactly.
It's a moment that she will remember forever.
And she looks so good compared to how she looked at Two Oceans, which is so many kilometers less. Of course, she is looking fantastic. Well done for her for a superb race.
A very courageous second place. Very courageous.
Absolutely. Here she comes, the 31-year-old from Zimbabwe, Nobukosi Chuma from Insika Running Club. She celebrates, she shares, she thanks the fans. 5th place in 2024 on the uprun. She is 2nd place in 2026. Nobukosi Chuma from Zimbabwe.
And she made history today.
Just look at that beautiful scenes there as Chuma as well as Steyn embrace each other there. And I mean, it just goes to show. We talk about camaraderie, Bruce. We talk about this race being more than just about finishing first or second. It's more than that.
Regrettably, one of you has to win. But as I said earlier, you're both winners. And they fought a magnificent fight out there. One of them prevailed, but they both won. And I think that just displays everything about Comrades.
That is
the spirit that's out there.
The spirit of Comrades.
Dance, so no.
Oh, and she's still got some time for some moves, Bruce. We never got spoiled by you showing us your dance moves at the finish line. Why is that?
I had nothing left. I had nothing left.
But if you follow Nobukosi also on social media, she always dances. She opens her morning training session with a little dance for her fans. So I think this is her way of just thanking all her fans and family and everyone that was out there just supporting her.
Absolutely. Don't forget to have fun, Bruce. You mentioned it. Don't forget to absorb these moments. Don't forget to live it and be present and, you know, take in those cheers. Take in, you don't know when your last one will be, and you don't want to remember it for something that you didn't embrace fully.
I have a feeling that this year's race is going to go down as possibly the greatest ever Comrades Marathon. Just already what we've seen, the drama, the bravery.
Also was the last 8K, just being able to enjoy it and knowing I'm on plan, I'm on pace, and just taking it all in. It was a fabulous day.
Talk about that first half. I mean, through Nchanga, through Drummond, you had competition all around you, which, as you always say, I mean, the field in this women's race is actually strong, and they were trying to keep up with you today.
Absolutely, yes. I was quite aware of what was going on around me, and I knew that the athletes running with me were serious. They weren't running outside of their comfort. So for me, it was also a matter of, you know, making sure I make no mistakes and running within myself. So, but you know, it is good for the race to have such competition. It will only grow from here on, and it's a pleasure to see and a pleasure to be a part of it.
And then to get your 5th win, what does it mean for you?
Honestly, it means the world to me. I put everything, every ounce in me into this. Preparing for the race and being ready and healthy on the start line, and then to reap the rewards, it's a feeling that I can't describe, and the list of people that I have to thank is so long I can't even start, but you're just an incredible feeling right now.
And an incredible time as well you ran today.
Sorry.
And an incredible time as well that you ran today.
Of course, yes, I was very pleased. I had a plan in mind. I had a more or less a time in mind, but of course I have to see how the race goes first. I can't just follow the plan against all odds. But I managed to feel quite comfortable staying on plan and on pace, and a new record today. I think it's so special because everyone gets to celebrate it with me.
That's fantastic. But you know what, Gerda, you kind of got me to trouble now, because everyone I'm seeing today is reminding me that last year I promised you that I'm going to run the 100th edition next year. So now I can't pull out, and you're going to have to give me some tips for next year, because it looks like I'll be on the start pay.
OG, don't worry, I've got you. I'll miss you here at the finish line, but you know, you'll be excused here. I think you should go for the 100.
We're together. Well done once again, Gerda.
Thank you so much.
We'll have to train OG up to run a little faster so he can get here to interview Gerda.
I don't know how fast he'll have to train, because at this pace it looks like everything is moving too swift.
You can see Nabakosi just lying down there. She is just soaking in this moment.
Well, let's go down. I think we can hear from our second place finisher.
How tough was that today?
Yeah, it was very tough on my side, because I couldn't rest well. I spent 2 days at the airport of Nairobi. I was sabotaged, so it was hard for me. I couldn't believe that I can make it the podium today. But with God and the support that I get from my president, Mr. Takara, and my coach, Henry Ramara, and the Athletics Kenya, thank you so much for the fight to make this happen to me today. Thank you so much.
That's fantastic, and it was a strong run as well. I mean, you guys were giving Gerda a lot of competition at the start.
Yeah, I told myself that today, die or not, I must push. I want to run sub 6 hours, because I prepared very well. I was training with a strong team in Kenya. I just want to say thank you guys from Kenya who was taking care for me. I really appreciate the push. Yeah, my dream come true today. Yeah.
And you still had a bit of energy in the end to pull off a dance as well, so you didn't look that tired.
Yeah, today I had to dance, because I remember 2 Oceans, I was crawling. So today I finished strong. I take my nutrition very well. So I'm very proud of that. So I had to show people that I'm in the belly. So my dance means a lot to my culture. So I have to prove them that I can do this.
Well done. Good run today.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Emotional times, but a wonderful story from Mwakusi Chuma and the support team, as Vet van Sail is into the last couple of 100 meters of the Comrades Marathon, turns down the Toyota Mile and heads towards home here at Scottsville. Third place beckons for Vet van Sail, Adele. This is another gutsy, strong run.
So proud of herself and just the way that she ran out. She's a novice. Let's not forget it, she's a novice with her up run, and Vet did so good today. We know she is good on heels, so I'm excited to see what lies ahead for her for next year.
Irv is a true warrior, and if you think of distance running, you think of ultra distance running. She's one of those athletes that, as long as she's on the starting lineup, you believe and you hope that something special might happen on the day. And today, one of those to be top 3 is something special.
Yeah, and to finish third in a race that has been won in record pace and record time today speaks volumes for the quality of this field.
And remember, she started running when she was a little child, so did track, did cross country, so she's moved up with the ranks. So she's also such a fantastic runner across all the distances, and you can put her up against the 5-kilometer race. She will be a contender.
And earlier, she appeared to be limping quite a lot earlier, and I was concerned for her because her style didn't look great. It looked like she was battling with a little bit of a cramp, so if she did have problems, well done for overcoming them.
Receiving her beautiful red rose there. She is in agony, you can see it on her face, but she can see the finish line is ahead of her. She knows this position is my position. I've made it. I am on the podium. Last year she missed out in 4th position, so she bumped herself up with 1 position. So well done to you, Vet.
What a phenomenal run that you had today.
Third place in Comrades 2026, an up run of high quality, determined running and great conviction and commitment. It's a vet from Sale who crosses the line in her maiden up run in third place. She's getting stronger and better, and perhaps in time she will become a major threat to the reign of Gerstein.
Oh, the reign, long live the Queen. And as it stands, it's literally something that will really have to wrestle out of her hands. Gerda, the champ, but Ervet, as you mentioned, she's one of those really special athletes. She faces a lot of injuries, finds her way back every single time, and it's not easy, especially for a top runner to come back from injuries. It's very disheartening, it's very discouraging at times, because you build so much momentum, and when it matters most, you just see it all crumble. But to build yourself back up after those immense challenges shows character, and no one has shown more character over the years than Hervé van Zyl.
Exactly, and she's also coaching herself. And she's a mom of 2 small boys.
Yep.
So that in itself is amazing, to juggle all those glass balls in the air. You can see she is in pain. That side, she really gave it her all today.
Well, I'm sure her husband, legend on the track, LJ van Zyl, the 400-meter hurdle record holder, he'll be screaming at the TV now, cheering with Gideon and the other boy as well, Louis. They're going to be really having a great celebration now.
We will definitely see Al here coming alongside her now, congratulating his wife. He also recently obtained his doctorate degree.
Yep.
So in sports science, so we'll be taking that knowledge and providing some insights for his wife. But what a race she had today. You can see the emotion on her face.
Well, the drama unfolding here, it'll continue all day as the runners come into the finish. We've seen the sharp end, and we will continue seeing it. It gets a little blunter as the afternoon continues, but that doesn't mean that the emotion and the drama is nullified. It becomes more extreme and more intense. And we'll bring it to you all right here from the finish of the Comrades.
Life can get messy. When your name has been stained, like mine has, a stain on the track is nothing. But I have an unbeatable spirit and Omo to take care of stains while I keep winning at life. Omo, stay unbeatable.
Should stop you. Celsi, official partner of the Comrades Marathon.
The Comrades Marathon is a powerful symbol of human endurance, resilience, and community spirit. For South Africa as a nation, it brings people together, very much like brand Coca-Cola. Whether you're down the street, across the globe, it always brings us together. South Africa, you should be immensely proud to be hosting the world's most recognized, oldest, and largest ultramarathon. This national institution is a powerful symbol of who we are as a nation, with our resilience and undying spirit. Despite our challenges, we as a nation and as a group of people always come together and showcase our Ubuntu to the world. I think for Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa, what we love most about the Comrades Marathon is that it's actually the beating heart of South Africa. And for us, it's a true honor and a privilege to once again be part of this event.
into the finish. Naomi Robinson from the United Kingdom has just rolled into the finish here in 5th place in the women's race. Impressed with that, Adele, I think.
What an amazing race. This is her maiden race as well. And she is the former world champion over 50 kilometers that she completed earlier this year. So to come back and then to run this race, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Well, here's a reflection on just some of the highlights from today as we take a look at Mbuti Molo still leading, and then this moment of defining running from George Kusha as he went straight past Molo and surged to the lead, never to be seen again. Likewise for Gerda Steyn, but Kusha was all power, strength and confidence built of a year of experience last year and the hard work put in over the last 8 or 9 months that culminated in him winning the 99th Comrades Marathon here at Scottsville. Well, she's done it all before, but she had to work perhaps a little harder than previous years, Gerda Steyn, seeing off Shelmith Baruki and then Chuma as well. But ultimately, it was another year of glory, another record-breaking pace and time for the queen of distance running, Gerda Steyn, crowned champion for the 5th time at the Comrades Marathon.
I mean, what a day so far. I mean, still so much to come in this day. And we've seen such great performances. That one there, George Kusha, I remember I was chatting with a mate of mine, Irvin, and Irvin Schmidt, he said, George is going to win. I said, it's going to be difficult. It's his first one up run. But I mean, it just goes to show that, you know, when you know somebody's character, it's always good. But Pete did so well as well. Mbuti Molo, I mean, you showed he's got the grit in the fight to also hold on for 3rd place. Alex from the Great Britain. We also have international athletes from Japan is Haruki, Charles Lawrence from the United States, Lloyd Bosman. He was a very surprising one also for the top 10 finish. Nikolai Volkov, Vasily Korsakin, as well as Deboho Pulusa. That is the top 10 for the men.
And the top 5 all dipping under an 18-year mark.
My goodness.
Quite phenomenal. And that time of George Kusha is a time that, never mind the shorter distance this year, he would have, you feel, have added another 1.5 kilometers to this, he still would have beaten it.
Exactly. Remember that it's only 200 meters shorter than 24, so amazing running that we saw today. Over the board, men's and the ladies. Here's Courtney Olsen coming in, 38-year-old from the USA. She took the 50-kilometer record last year.
I mean, it's beautiful to see that the Comrades Marathon is attracting athletes from all over the world. United States of America, Europe, Japan, Asia. Everybody wants to come and taste this amazing race, Gerald.
Well, Courtney Olsen was 3rd on the up run in 2024, 9th last year, and she's got another gold medal this year.
Exactly, and she was also earlier here for Two Oceans.
Yeah.
And she decided, well, she's going to stay another 2 weeks and just visit do some sightseeing and see our beautiful countryside.
Well, this is what continues to astound everyone who follows the sport, is that well after she finished the race, Gerda Steyn is there to welcome in Courtney, her teammate, and to share her story. Just phenomenal.
And that is what Comrades is about. It is about the camaraderie between runners, between the runners and the spectators, between spectators themselves. So this is what we are seeing, is Comrades in true spirit.
We connected by it, that is for sure, all the way through this event. It is amazing. And this is a runner we saw a great deal of in the race early on. She was trying to hang with that Gerda Steyn group, but just was drifting a little bit off it. But she's managed to come home and take a gold medal as well.
Yes, Nicolette did brilliant racing today. She didn't surge from the get-going. She held back, and she is really looking super strong. Next up is Jeanette also South African. She placed in the top 10 also last year, so very good runner, still looking super strong, entering the finish line.
Netembele is running herself into 8th place in the race.
2 more goals.
Yep. She will take one of them.
Janet Mbele, she's a fantastic athlete as well, you know, also working her way up from track into road running and now converting into ultra marathon running. And I think it's one of those progressions that you love to see. It just goes to show that if you love running, you don't have to stop when your track career is done. You know, there's something you can do and achieve on the road as well, and you can take it all the way up as long as you manage it well.
And Jeanette hasn't finished an uprun before, so great for her.
Here's our 9th gold medal.
Carla Molinaro, seasoned runner.
Well, Carla's run herself into this medal because she was, Elena Tatrinova was in 9th place at 84K. So Carla's put in a surge here to get herself a medal. Well done, Carla, South African born, but runs for the UK, lives in Cape Town, and a wonderful character.
Record holder, by the way, for the Land's End to John O'Groats challenge.
Exactly.
The whole length of Great Britain. She's the record holder.
2023, she also won the 50-kilometer World Championships shortly after to Comrades, where she placed 3rd position. So phenomenal running from Carla today. And what I love about Carla is she's so joyful. She sprinkles her with glitter before the race, and they have a party before, they have a party behind. So astonishing running from her as well, and you can see that hug that all 3 of them gave each other, the 3 Hollywood Bets runners.
And there will be plenty of jokes as well. Carla's got a wonderful, wicked sense of humor as well, and she shares it on social media, she shares it when you talk. And this is Tatrinova, I think, who's coming in to be in that coolest of positions outside the goals.
Yeah, so she will be the first lady to receive the Isabel Roche Kelly medal. And that medal is for all ladies placing outside top 10, but within 7.5 hours. So irrespective of your position, if you come in 7.5 hours, you will receive this very special medal.
And that will be another record today, because they're going to hand out sackfuls of the Isabel Roche Kelly medal. And Isabel Roche Kelly was the champion 1980, 1981, and then was sadly killed in a motor accident. And the medal is so befitting because she was the first runner to break that barrier.
7.5 hours, yep.
And just look at that. Those are scenes of athletes that have really committed not only over the race today, but over months and months training. It's sweat, it's blood, it's tears, and it all comes down to just trying to have a perfect race. And I mean, today has been one of those days where conditions have allowed it to be a great race. It's been a beautiful day so far, and I think all the runners, from those who are running to just make it in that 12-hour mark to those who are running for victory, it's been a great day, great conditions. And I mean, I can't wait to see how many people are going to come over that line with new personal bests, with new records broken on their very own terms.
I think there are going to be quite a few personal bests today. And I noticed out the corner of my eye from where we're sitting, the stretcher bearers in their orange outfits. And they're going to be busy. They will be busy later on.
Definitely, they're going to give a few massages. My mom always said that was a lifelong dream of her, to be at the finish line and to just massage all those aching muscles. So here we can see the top 10 placing of the females. Gerda Steyn running a phenomenal race, breaking her own record. Libokosi Chuma from Zimbabwe placing 2nd, Erved having a great race at 3rd, Shalmith Muriuki 4th, Naomi Robinson a maiden race in 5th, Loveness Madziva 6th, Courtney Olsen 7th, Dikaleri in 8th, Jeanette Mbele in 9th, and our last gold medalist going to Carla Molinaro. Congratulations, ladies, you all ran phenomenal.
20 minutes between 2nd and 10th place. There's some phenomenal running, absolutely, and a record-breaking day here at the Comrades Marathon. Again, speaks volumes for the quality of the race and the international standing of the race. So look at all the international runners represented in that field. South Africa, though, winning first, and the men's and women's titles in record time today.
What about that time? 5 hours 36. I mean, who would have ever thought, Bruce, did you think you'd ever see a day such as this?
Well, I'll just take myself back to my day at Barry Holland. No, we would have said, no, that's not going to happen. And just be reasonable, it's not going to happen. So, and I've been proved wrong today about overtraining. If George Fisher overtrains, well, it seems his methods work.
I said one thing about George is that once he gets into it, remember, this man is extremely intelligent. He knows his body well. He did self-train a bit more last year. I think this year around he had a bit more guidance. And that guidance combined with what he's been doing so far, better nutrition, he's gotten better, he prepared better. It was just a concoction which was going to produce results. I didn't think a victory, but that's exactly what it was able to produce, which is fantastic.
Yeah, so we are waiting now for the rest of the lady field to come in to collect their Isabel Roche-Kelly medals. They enter the stadium and cross the finish line before 7.5 hours.
So Bruce was speculating about the number of Wally Haywards. 20.
20.
And who was the last recipient of the Wally Hayward today? Tete Dijana.
Tete Dijana. Well done, Tete. Yes, I mean, when they first introduced the Wally Hayward medal, it was actually the scarcest medal on the day. There would be 2 or 3.
And some years, in fact, some years ago, not too long ago, there wasn't one.
There wasn't one.
Yeah. The top 10 all finished over 6 hours. Well, the last man finished over 6. So it continues now, the journey, and lest we forget, there are thousands upon thousands out on the road making their way towards the finish here at Scottsville. We're about to change the tone and the theme of the day today, because it's been about the sharp end and the race and the pursuit of excellence and all the prize money and the records. But it changes, the tone changes for the rest of the afternoon.
Yes, the runners now, it's a trickle of runners coming across the line. A little bit later, it'll be a stream of runners coming across the line, and then brace yourself. Here comes the flood. They'll be pouring across the line later on.
So here, Jenna Challenor is coming in. She's also a seasoned runner, placing 4th in 2022, mother of 3 beautiful young girls. She will be very proud of her race that she did today. She will be coming in position 12. Well done, Jenna. She will also be elected.
I like this you and your team make it really 3 races. And then finally, it's a compliment now. It's going to be about stories, about this one, doing the
gritting my teeth and nearly ended up in a sprint finish again. But yeah, the crowd's out there make you happy, and it's hard not to smile when you run past them.
What does it mean to get another top 10?
Oh, I'm over the moon. I'm so happy.
Congratulations once again. Great run.
Thank you so much.
Bubbly as ever, Carla Molinaro getting another medal, and she'll be delighted with that. Her 5th gold in the Comrades.
Yes, so back to Jenna Challenor. She is the first KZN athlete in, so she will receive that prize as well. So well done to Jenna for coming in on home soil. Kelebogile coming in, she also had a very good run. She won the Omdindam this year in a very impressive run. She led from the get-go, so well done to her also. She will definitely also come back next year.
Well, Scottsville Racecourse, the finish venue here in Pietermaritzburg. The scale of the event, I think, evident there by what you can see, the enormous infrastructure that's put in place by the Comrades Marathon Association and its partners every year to make this, quite simply, the greatest outdoor spectacle of the year in South Africa. And here comes the trickle, continuing to filter through to the line. Bruce, are you referring to?
Yes, followed by the stream, followed by the flood. followed by the setting sun, followed by the real heroes and heroines.
Exactly.
The ones who didn't choose their parents correctly, who are not genetically suited. And as we speak, some of them are probably summiting in Changa, a long way back.
They will be hearing the messages relayed by the seconding teams that George and Gerda took victory in more than half the time that they might be completing this race. So if George and Gerda runs back to Durban, they might all finish at the same time tonight.
That's tough though, that's harsh. You wouldn't want to see them coming past you, that's for sure. As the Hilton Harris runner makes his way across the line. Very, very good running indeed.
And it's fantastic to be running 6 hours and 23. I mean, these aren't your average runners at all. They are fantastic runners as well. And I mean, it just goes to show this race is actually a race for everybody, from the novice to somebody who's looking to really run for a cause. You know, you've got so many people who are running for a cause, whether it's cancer or maybe it's overcoming certain situations.
Step along.
Of course, we encourage you to train. We encourage the athletes to put in the work. You can see just how straining the race is in itself.
Your grandfather was doing what?
My grandfather did the Comrades 20 times. So he has got flash on the wall with a couple of ribbons around his name, so it's good to see him making that far at least.
Yeah, but let me get this straight. You flew all the way from Scotland knowing you might not finish?
Well, I was hoping to finish. Obviously there was that case of I haven't done many miles, so who knows how it's going to go, but I thought I'd give it a go. Why not? I already booked the ticket, hotel, everything, so it was worth to go.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Lovely seeing you. And had luck today. Okay, let's bring you in, sir, in the 60-year-old category. Billy, 20. You've also done 20. Okay, Billy's done 20. That gentleman there is his debut, and he's running away. Okay, Billy, talk to me. How are you feeling today?
I'm hoping that I'll get my 21st one today. And I'm doing it for my sister's son that passed on, so he's behind my back chasing me, so I'm hiding it for it now.
Oh, we are so sad to hear that about your family, man. No, come back. Okay, let's walk together, Billy. For a bit, if you want to run, you tell me. I'll keep up with you. But what are you telling yourself now that you're halfway?
Now that I'm halfway, I said to myself, I must just push. I'll make it slow. If I just can make it 8 minutes per K, then I will make it. And I'm just thinking of my bicycling group that is supporting me all the way. Guys, I'm doing it for you, and also my fellow runners that are normally training with me. And the Bloom runners, I'm thinking of you. All the best for you guys.
Okay, we're going to run with you, Billy. I have one more thing to ask you, because, if you are saying that you're feeling it now at halfway mark, there's got to be the reason that you're doing this. There has to be think about everybody else who's supporting you as you're trying to get through this last 40
We'll have to leave Billy there, but stories from the road, and that's what the large portion of the second half of today's journey will be. The oldest runner to start today was Johannes Mosesla at 84, his 14th start. He's got 12 medals. He's been the oldest finisher over the last couple of years, and he's still out there. Frank Hughes from Liverpool is in his 80th year, 79 and 7 months. His 11th start, he's got 6 medals. And the oldest novice, now here's giving you hope, giving us all hope, giving us all who haven't run at Timber, you and I. Peter Wilson for the United Kingdom is 78.
Oh, wow.
In his 79th year, and he's a novice this year. Quite
there we go. Everybody back home, you've heard it.
Talking about legends, this man, as Bruce Fordyce pointed out a little earlier, he's a five-time winner, but he also was the oldest finisher as well at the age of 79 years and years ago. Here's Wally Hayward.
Newton, Rob, Who is the greatest Comrades runner? Most pick Bruce Fordyce. Bruce, though, picks this man. Wally Hayward won the Comrades at 21 on his first try. But then life conspired to keep him away. Injury, kids, World War II. When he returned to the Comrades, he was in his 40s. He still managed to win it 4 more times and become the first man to break the 6-hour barrier. Wally ran his last race at 80. 18 years later, the first Wally Hayward medal was introduced. It's for those few who, like Wally, could finish the race in under 6 hours. He may no longer be with us, but the race goes on. And as long as it does, we will remember the name, Wally Hayward.
What are your recollections, Bruce, of the great Wally Hayward?
Wally's still, I think, possibly just slightly the greatest runner, but one more win from Gere, I think that's finished, but possibly they stand equal. But the thing about Wally is the breadth of his career. His first Comrades 1930, leading by 20 minutes at halfway, winning by 30 seconds from Phil Masterton-Smith, and then giving the race up, I think because he hated it, and only coming back in the 1950s to win 4 more, would have possibly won 5 more, but he went to the Olympics, and then he got banned. He was banned for being a professional because he accepted some sponsorship to take him to the UK to compete there. When you think of the prize money now on offer, Wally was banned for accepting a few £100 to help him go to the UK, where he smashed some more records. But then coming back at 80, and 1988 was the Super 945 up, and 1989, incredible.
Wonderful, wonderful story about the great Wally Hayward. Let's now go out to the road. We saw him early this morning and on the road as well. Here's Rory.
Who are you here supporting? I'm supporting my hubby, I'm supporting my friends, and all the people I've encouraged to run, and the rest of the runners as well. I love running. So why aren't you running today? I'm running. Let me just grab that. Me too, I'm also running today. I'm doing it next year. What's your hubby's name? Tepo Molefe. Has he come past yet? Not yet. Shout his name, shout his name. Tepo Molefe. He's going to come soon, he's going to come soon. 3, 2, 1. We'll shout Scafella Moya. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Scafella Moya. Okay. Scafella Moya. Oh, wait, no, we'll count. 1, 2, 3. Give me 5.
Yeah, definitely. I took a spot.
Yes, the vibe out there alongside the roads of the supporters. Hurry up so we can drink. Well, I tell you what, they're running so they can drink as well. They need to hydrate along the road, and everyone has a plan to get through the Comrades Marathon, and these athletes are doing just that. Looks like it could be Polly's with the roadworks on the left-hand side. There's a new road being built on the left-hand side of Polly Shorts. Cruel, cruel climb, as Bruce pointed out a little earlier when George Kushka was steaming up there. Very good runners will be walking up there.
Well, there you see them walking up.
Nobody feels strong at this point of time, but they know that they've got it. There's no time limit for them. They can crawl, they will get their medal.
I always say to them, why are you so frightened of Polly Shorts? When they ask me questions about it, I say, you're going to walk. It's going to be a welcome break from the running. You're going to walk. But I do warn them, that occasionally the television is on, the camera is filming them, and you've told all your friends, family, loved ones, and people like that you're running Comrades, and they can quite clearly see you walking the Comrades. So if you think the camera is filming you, no matter what it takes, dig deep and shuffle.
We've got cameras out there, we'll catch you, that's for sure. And yeah, there's all the fun of the fair going on all the way along the route. I mentioned that Peter Wilson at 78 was the oldest novice, and that Johannes Mathesha at 84, the oldest runner in the field. The oldest woman is Suzanne Kuntz from the United States, 75th year for her. She's 74 in 8 months, and she'll be finishing her 3rd Comrades Marathon.
There we go. Everybody back home next year when it's the Comrades 100th race. They are promising a party, so that's your formal invitation to come join us next year.
It's going to be special next year. I mean, that's a century of Comrades Marathons.
It's quite extraordinary to think of that, and to think what has happened in the last century and where we were 20, 30, 50, 80, 100 years ago, and that this race has endured, has sustained, has grown, has provided such sustenance to us as humans, and fed our energies and physically, mentally and emotionally.
Yeah, look, majority of these athletes might cross the finish line and say never again. Why do I do this to myself? But they will all be back next year. It's part of their daily living, it's part of their routine, it's part of who they are.
And what I find fascinating about the Comrades is that people who have very little love for sport, who don't watch sport normally, wake up at dawn to watch the Comrades Marathon.
Bruce, it's 100 years next year.
No, I'm not running.
So Marietta Smith has just come over the line. She's also a strong runner, South African runner. She's based in Cape Town, and yeah, she's a doctor, if I could just say that. So she's on her feet the majority of the day in the theatre, and she comes and she's placed in position 15. So well done to Marietta.
Well, these runners, they've been waking up 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning to run in the dark and to do the mileage, and then, as you say, and then work a full day and get up the next morning and run again. With the dream of your Comrades medal.
Yeah, so these guys at Police, they are near maximal fatigue. Their glycogen stores are empty, so the glycogen, that's that fuel, the tank in their bodies, so that's exhausted. They've got severe muscle damage. The central nervous system is overridden. So at this point of time, it's a mental game. It's motivation that's putting one leg in front of the other.
But those runners are still on the cusp of getting silver medals.
Silver medals,
They're
absolutely.
silver medals, which is 7.5 hours. You know, that's, I'm not sure, 5 minutes, 15 seconds or so per kilometer for 85 kilometers, not on a flat course, with monstrous hills. So they look like they're going slowly, but actually their performance over that distance is incredible. And as soon as they go over the top of Polly's, they will all start running again, because they're watching, and encouraging each other. Can we get silver? Can we do it, guys?
Sub 7.5.
Sub 7.5 hours.
And that was in fact the first medal that was awarded, because they didn't have gold medals in the very early years. They awarded silver medals to the top 12 runners in those days.
I think it might have been right up until about 1972 or something, and then they introduced 6 gold medals for the top 6.
And then, just to unpack those medals, Bill Rowan medals from 7.5 until just sub 9. That's a sought after medal.
Well, you can boast that you would have won the first Comrades. You would have beaten Bill Rowan, a farmer from Costa. You would have won.
You can see that beautiful medal there.
So yes, the silver medal introduced in 1921, and roughly 5 minutes a K would get you a silver medal. And these are all very, very good runners.
To earn a silver medal, when people ask me, I say, well, what do you require? I say, well, I'm going to give you a silver medal if you can give me proof that you can run a 3-hour standard marathon, and if you can break 30 minutes for 5 miles, 8-kilometer club time trial that we have in South Africa, then I'll give you your medal. If you can't break 3 hours, then you must be a woman, because you can do it. Because one of the great examples is the very sadly missed and dearly, dearly lamented, I mean, it's so sad that she's not with us, Cheryl Wynn, could never break 3 hours, but she won Comrades with the 7:11. But that's of course because she's strong and she's a woman.
Yeah.
The men are the ones I worry about.
Yeah, so it's going to be exciting what's going to unfold behind us, because for every medal cutoff, we will hear the gun firing.
And I think those are the stories that I think, if you're watching and you just look at the reactions of the people as they get cut off, you almost feel like, can you not let one of them through? But I mean, that's what keeps you coming back, and that's what keeps you, disciplined enough to say, if these are the goals, these are the cutoffs, I need to train, I need to prepare. It's not just about coming here and trying your luck without actually putting in the work behind it as well.
Yeah, it's that carrot in front of the nose. Next year, I want to go one up, and we are going to see some sprint finishes from these guys aiming for that.
Just to get the medal, yep.
And then of course the most brutal of all the guns, the final one, which ends the whole race.
Luckily, Bruce, there's still time left, so let's just enjoy it and cheer them on from the side.
Yes, Bill Rowan 7.5 to just under 9, and then Isabel Roche Kelly for the women up to 7.5, 11th place to 7.5. Robert and Charlie medal introduced in 2019, 9:10 hours, and the bronze 10 to 11, and the Vic Clapham is that one where the dreaded 12-hour gun will be fired.
Named after the founder of the race, and a medal that many of the old-timers were really vehemently against and didn't like it, because they said no, Comrades is 11 hours, and now it's become one of the most popular medals, and I'm a great supporter. I didn't like it myself when it was first introduced, because it allows the race to be open to so many more people. It gives them a chance to get a medal at this great race and to finish.
Have you got a Vic Clapham medal?
I don't, but if I were to run now, I'd be trying very hard to get one, and I'd probably fail.
There's always next year, Bruce.
So as these athletes, runners and occasional walkers get their way to the summit of Polly Shorts.
Yes, there we can see Melissa Jansen van Vieren. She's one of twins. They're like a power couple, if I can say it like that. Two sisters storming the roads, running races together, sharing the podium. They've got such a beautiful relationship, such a beautiful chemistry. And her sister didn't run this year. She's unfortunately injured, but she came down to support her twin. And how beautiful is that?
Wonderful, wonderful drama from the road, these runners, and lovely stories. Thanks, Adele. Now, we've had a day, not quite a day, not even half a day of real drama today. Let's recap on the race that started in Durban in the dark many hours ago. So the vibe on that start line this morning was exceptional. As they surged away, the first batch of runners, some 9,000 in this of the 22,000 entrants, headed away from that Durban City Hall, and obligatory front runners surging to the front. 15 minutes after that first batch, batch B charged away from the start line. Slightly smaller batch, 7,000 in this group, including the majority of the green numbers, those who completed 10 or more Comrades Marathons. And the gun fired for the last of those batches, half an hour after the first had left. Roy Kotani were amongst those early leaders in the men's race. Mahau was the very early leader. It didn't last too long for him. Cramps saw to it that he would cede the lead, and Robo Kotani and Malloy headed out to lead the men's race. Eventually, Samuel Malloy leaving Kotani to his own devices, and he in turn was to cede the lead to Mbuli. Meanwhile, The women's race was not quite as active at the front. Boy, just selective about the drink he was going to take there. Needed to hydrate as the sun was coming up and things were warming up over the halfway mark.
Beautiful day of running there, and you could just see Heather Steyn also just making her way through, as well as Samuel. Buti had his chance at the lead as well, where he ran fantastic, but look at her grazing and glazing through the track there, making it look so easy. And Red Van Sail having to chase hard as well in this one. Samuel trying to hold on, but it seemed to be elusive as the day continued.
Yeah, brave run by a man who finished second at the Durban International Marathon at 2:11, but it wasn't to be. Shelma Guriki and Nobukusi Schumer were with Pieter Steyn going past the wall of honor as Samuel Malloy turned his back and said, "That's my lot, I'm done here." Well, it was a brave effort by the debutant, but this man was quite supreme as he charged on ahead there. Brave run by a novice to take it out and take it strong for such a long time. Pieter Steyn had company for much of the race today.
Well, the queen of the road continued to show her dominance. Buti held on and he looked reluctant to give up that lead, but George Kushka kept chasing. He kept on him, and a beautiful race from these two ladies working together. Van Sail also just showing that she was able to do so. This is the part we thought Buti would be out when he started to cramp up.
Yeah, it looked like all over from him, but he dug deep. Likewise did Nobukusi Schumer, but now the smile was broad, the waves were regular, and it was Pieter Steyn's day. It was to be George Kusha's day as well, as he surged past that early lead and started to open up a convincing lead, and it was a display of incredible power and strength from George Kusha, and determination and guts from Mbuti Molo in second place. But George Kusha smashing the record of 18 years in both time and average pace in a run for the ages by a man running his first up run and dominating to such a degree that not only he but the top 5 would all come across the line inside that old time, including Piet Wiersma, a second place for a man who's won the race coming uphill the last occasion. And what a brave run from Mbuti Bolo, coming home to take third place, when at one stage he looked as though he might not even feature in the medals.
Yes, we saw some cramping there alongside the road that he had, so for him to come back and to finish it in such a phenomenal time and position, he can be really proud of himself. Here we see Gerda coming in, just enjoying her win, and so deserving for her.
Another record gone, time and pace, and another coronation of the undisputed queen of distance running in this country. And Nobukusi Chuma, the Zimbabwean, first Zimbabwean onto the podium in the women's race. And what a really, really gutsy race she put in here.
Putting herself in the records book again.
Yvette
Van Sail. She's a black woman placing second.
And Yvette Van Sail in the third position and upgrading from fourth last year. Another top-class run by a runner who may well start putting pressure on Pieter Steyn in time to come.
Beautiful stuff. Well, Kushka, the man from the track, I used to be teammates with him running the 800, and now he's taken the Comrades glory. What a beaut.
Enjoyed the last couple of hours with Temba, Bruce and Adele. We'll be handing over to our top team very shortly, and Mosubodi will be your host as they take you through the next couple of hours as the tone of Comrades in 2026 begins to change.
said, let's go. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 2026 Comrades Marathon. You're watching it for the very first time on YouTube, broadcast around the world. And because you're watching it on YouTube, we are switching over to a new link. So if you have any connectivity issues, just as we come back, please refresh your page. The upload should happen automatically, the switchover, I beg your pardon. But if you have any issues, please refresh your page as you continue to enjoy the 2026 Comrades Marathon. And there is the enjoyment. There it is at the back, the middle, and the front of the pack, where we have just seen 2012 champion Ludwig Mamabolo come across the finish line in something like 6 hours and 51 minutes. And it's the question that we have for you, Adele Broodryk, because from the time that you started running the Comrades Marathon in the colors of Murray and Roberts, you pretty much ran at an elite level. Do you ever see yourself, just like Ludwig Mamabolo has done here, Bruce Fordyce and others, coming back to run here in the middle of the pack as we've seen?
Definitely, definitely. It's a lifelong dream of mine to become a bus driver.
Oh yeah?
Yes, so I always said that after I have my 10 gold, I will start, as you age, you get slower. So I always said then I will become a bus driver. First sub 8 hours, sub 9, sub 10, sub 11, and then sub 12. So that's my way of giving back to the runners out there. It's a very big responsibility.
It is.
We will be seeing a lot of the bus drivers coming in, mastering that technique of leading their runners, their buses over the finish line. So yes, I want to join in that fun. It looks so much more fun to be in the back end side than in the front.
Running for the podium.
Exactly, a lot less pressure, if I can say it.
So there are the feet of the multitudes making their way from Durban to Pietermaritzburg. They call it a short up run, but I'll tell you what, 85.777 kilometers is long by anyone's standards, especially when you're going over 800 meters in elevation and you have to climb over mountains to do that. Those are one of the very many refreshment stations that are being provided for the athletes here today, and it gives you an idea of just the amount of work that goes into organizing the Comrades Marathon. We're fortunate enough to have one of the board members of the Comrades Marathon Association with us again, Barry Holland. Barry, when you look at this, when you see them running through a thirsty activation and all throughout the routes, it shows you just the amount of work that goes into keeping these athletes watered and fed.
Welcome to South Players. Over Cape Town. Welcome to Kenneth Lavalo.
How big this actually is. It's absolutely incredible. The amount of workers out there, the people, it's just enormous. The man hours that go into this are just staggering, absolutely staggering. I think a lot of people might look at the day and say, wow, fabulous, you know. I'm not sure whether they ever stop to think just how much work does go in to make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's over 700 boxes of bananas being provided to these runners. 2 tons of cooked baby potatoes. Now, everybody might think, oh, why a potato? But it's meticulously thought out, because a potato, once it's cooked and cooled, it shifts the glycemic index.
Yeah.
So this is such a great fuel provided. There we saw the 32GI gels being provided. So 32GI is the main sponsor of Comrades, and those gels are being provided to the athletes alongside the route for everyone to finish this race.
But and that is, and I'll jump in there, Barry, because what she's talking about, we'll see a little bit of on screen. Of course, Adele Broodryk, her other hat is being an academic at the Northwest University, and that's why she explains it so well. But you spoke about being a bus driver, Adele. Let's hear more about the bus drivers of the Comrades Marathon.
I think it was an good walk home. And he deserves it. And then in 7 hours, Kulikani. Last one of Kulikani. And then I think the first of Boston, and he's got another one of our great Comrades teams. Felix Butler, Tolo, Borghetti,
Bruce.
They'll help you get that time. You just have to keep up.
10-hour 30 bus on its way in.
And at the finish, the picture speaks volumes.
These bus drivers have taken them through the race, have encouraged them, have helped to pace them.
It was just amazing, and I had amazing passengers.
And I guess we'll be back next year, back to back.
Definitely. This is going to be a definite.
That's just what a bus driver does. They bring you home.
All these triathletes coming in.
That is indeed just what a bus driver does, bringing his passengers or her passengers home on time. And many of these will be seasoned. They'll have done this 1,000 times before. I remember running in the great Flam Pieter's bus. My goal was to run under 11, but on that day, things went pear-shaped, and I knew that if Flam passes me, that was the 12-hour bus.
You're done. You're done.